Hello and welcome to Slash Cinema, the show where we watch and rank entire horror film franchises so you don't have to. My name is Justin Ashley, and joining me as always is the man with a million hot takes, Mark Skews.
I think I might have a few for you today.
I won't be surprised.
I'm preparing. Yeah.
We had quite the initial first and second year. We are on Slash Cinema year Trez, year 3, Mark. Yeah, the first year was kind of an experiment. You know, we didn't really film a ton. I think we only had 2 videos that year. Yeah, we did Friday the 13th, and we tackled Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yep.
Our goal initially was like, let's just do this for fun. Then then we realized how much we really liked doing this. Yeah. And we were like, all right, let's tackle the big boys. Yeah. Let's start going after them all. We went on a fucking rampage last year. 2024 was a big year for us. We took down Halloween. That's our longest, biggest video to date. That was 13 entries. That was a big one.
Yep.
We have taken down Child's Play. Mm-hmm. We have taken down Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We somehow found time to do not one, but both seasons of Freddy's Nightmares. And we even gave you a fringe pick at the end of the year. If you have not seen it, our last episode of Slash Cinema tackled the very bizarre franchise Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yep. One of the most fun episodes we've had, I think.
That was a goodie. Yep. That was a goodie. But we are coming back. We are returning to form. We're kicking off 2025 with a big boy. And if you haven't figured it out, take a look at what's on the sacred Slash Cinema desk. We're doing Hellraiser, buddy.
Yes.
We're doing Pinhead. We're doing the Cenobites.
Boy.
This is a big one.
It is huge.
How many entries did you think this was?
Before we started, I knew there was 3.
Right.
Man, was I surprised when you... So what? A little bit of background. When we start this off, Justin, because he has a store, he usually sort of collects the packages up for me to sort of give me my viewing torture. And man, the stack that he gave me this time, I was not prepared. Yes, 11 entries we have for you this time, faithful viewer.
This is a bigger franchise. Yeah. This is a big one.
Yep.
And you and I keep talking. We're like, how long until we've knocked off all the big boys? We don't have a lot left.
No.
We have really taken off a lot of the biggest horror franchises.
Right.
Hellraiser's one of this is the next one. This feels the most like natural, where I'm like, okay, yeah, Hellraiser. It's like, it's not top 3. I don't even know it's top 5, but it's definitely top 10 of like big horror film franchises that get a lot of recognition. Mm-hmm. So 11 entries. This is going to be a bit of a bigger video. And we're both getting excited because these videos take a lot out of us to produce and to watch all this and to make detailed notes on all this. And the more of these big ones we get out of the way, we can do smaller ones like Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Right.
And then the next one we've got lined up is going to be a little bit, it's a much smaller entries, a much smaller franchise as well. So I know you're looking forward to that.
A little bit more fun.
And a little
bit less serious.
We said last year that as we start taking out more of these bigger and well-known franchises, we're going to start doing some more fringe picks. And you got a taste of that last year with Silent Night, Deadly Night. So, expect that in the future. Yeah, and I, for one, am excited for it because I know there's a lot of franchises I just don't know a ton about.
Right.
And that excites me. Mm-hmm. And this was one of them. What's your experience with these movies?
I'd seen the first one.
And that's it?
That was it.
I'd seen the first 3 or 4, and then I saw the remake, and I think I might have seen clips of one of the other, like, mid-2000s ones, and that would be about it. Mm-hmm. So I'd seen less than half of the franchise. Is this a franchise you were excited to get into, or?
So we've experienced this before, like with Texas Chainsaw Massacre, for example, where there were a number of entries where I knew I hadn't seen them. So it always raises the question, right? Like, is this going to be a pleasant surprise, or is this going to be absolute dreck? I'd say a little bit of both, to be honest. Some of the entries were better than I thought, but some of them were not better than I was hoping for. Yeah, and we'll get there.
So I was excited, but also nervous because I have an admission. I don't really like Hellraiser.
Yeah, no.
Like, I'm not a huge Hellraiser fan. I always thought the movies were kind of like mid-tier. There's a lot I like, but I would never put them into the top rankings for me. But we got to do it.
Yep.
We're going to do it just usual rules. So we're going in chronological order. We're going to be going through from the original 1987 Hellraiser all the way to the last 11th entry, which was the remake in 2022.
That's right.
So we're going to go through each entry. As we go to an entry, we are going to give our ranking. We are ranking them from worst to best. So from 11th to first.
Yep.
And we're going to be giving those as we go through each one. Is there any details I'm forgetting? I always seem to forget something about our format. We have not discussed.
As always, we go into sort of radio silence for a few months before. And we started watching these back in December. So we're filming this mid-February.
Yes.
So basically, once we start one of these, we kind of don't talk really at all for fear of starting to get into discussing the episode before we
avoid
get here.
any discussions.
Right.
Yeah, we avoid. So I don't know what your rankings are. You don't know what my rankings are. This is all going to be new information to both of us. And as always, we have a question.
Yep.
We like to add a little bonus question, just something to keep in mind while you're watching all these films.
Yep.
And for this episode, we have decided to decide on we're going to give our favorite and least favorite Cenobite.
Yes.
And if you don't know what a Cenobite is, well, you're about to learn what a Cenobite is.
8 hours from now, you'll know more than you want to know.
Yes. 7 hours from now, you might know what a Cenobite is because this franchise seems to be confused.
It's not sure what a Cenobite is either, right? So,
correct. But that's going to be the question we're tackling. Yeah. Without further ado, unless you have anything else you'd like to add ahead of time,
rock and roll.
Let's get into it. We got 11, so we got to get motoring. we can't do too much rigmarole. All right, kicking it off with the one that started it all from 1987. This is Clive Barker's Hellraiser. So Hellraiser, it opens with, you know where I'm going with this, opens with one of my biggest pet peeves. Opens with a credit roll of just plain white text on black background.
I made a note about it. Yeah.
So many of these entries do. Fucking can't stand that. But I give it a pass. I'll tell you why. Because the score for this opening credit roll is fucking awesome.
Yep.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't even ask where you have it on your list. That I didn't do.
You didn't even tell me where.
I know. I'm so gung ho. I'm like, let's get into the plot. I'm like, we got 11 entries. I'm like, we got to get motoring. I'm like, there's no time. There's no time for rankings, right? Yeah.
We don't have time to do the thing that we came here to do today.
Okay, so pausing that for a second.
Yep.
I struggle. I'll give you mine. I struggled with this one.
Yep.
I think you might be surprised. This is my number one.
No, I'm not surprised about that. I have it at number 2. It's my number 2
Interesting.
pick. Yeah.
I almost had it at number 2.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say I don't have a lot of investment in any of these entries,
right.
Meaning if you have something low, odds are I'm going to be like, yeah,
okay,
sure. I moved a bunch of these around several times.
Yeah.
One at one point was my number 2, and then I put it back up. I'm curious what your number 1's going to end up being.
Yeah.
I think I have an idea because maybe it was what I had as number 1 originally. But this is my number 1. There's something. It's a very important film, I think, for the period.
Yep.
It's very unique amongst it gets lumped in with slasher films. It's not really.
It's really not.
It's not really a slasher film. Pinhead's not really a slasher villain, and we'll get into that. Mm-hmm. But I think it's yeah, the original 87 one, I think, is the best representation of what Hellraiser is. And it's also my favorite version of what Hellraiser is.
Yes.
Because all the other ones kind of have a different interpretation of how the formula should work. I think this first one does, I like the way the first one plays it.
And I think I'm more interested in talking to you about that than I am about the plot of the movie itself.
Well, we will get to it.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
let's get to the
Let's
plot.
get to the
Now,
plot
yeah,
now.
no more jumping around.
Yeah.
Let's get into it. Okay. So yeah, it opens with this bland, boring open scroll. The score though over this opening credit sequence is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It's so like haunting and ominous. It feels like epic, and it's like rising towards something. It's like, oh, you know, you're watching something special. It's like that's a good fucking score. It's just a little bit better than the opening score for Silent Night, Deadly Night. I don't know if you remember that cacophony of noise. Yeah. So opens with a man purchasing a mysterious puzzle box. This very puzzle box right here that we have represented on the table. And it's like, it seems, it's like a scene out of Indiana Jones. It's like this guy sitting at this like foreign bizarre cafe,
right.
Some like Middle Eastern area.
Some undefined somewhere.
Yeah. And he buys this puzzle box off of this mysterious stranger, and it then cuts to him playing with the box, and he's in like a dark room, and he's like surrounded by candles, and he has like his shirt off, and he's like doing something. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Right. He's playing with the box, and he somehow activates the box, and it causes chains to shoot out and tear into his skin. Before we cut to this like derelict house, and inside the house, one of the rooms, it's like the room is now suddenly, it's not like a normal room. It's not like normal furniture. The room is like, it's like a piece of another dimension has somehow wormholed its way into this space.
Right.
And the room is now filled with like spinning pillars of like hooks and torture and chain and blood and flesh. And there's these mysterious human-like creatures in black spandex walking around. And one of them pieces together the face of the man from earlier before playing with the box again, causing the entire room to reset to normal. And one of the things I always thought was funny about this was, I don't know if you caught this, the implication was like, oh, the guy got torn apart, okay? And they show the guy's torn apart face. Did you ever catch that, like, and I mean, the practical effects in this are, some of them are amazing, some of them are not so good. I think this is one of the ones that's not so good. His eyeball is in the piece of flesh. Doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, they didn't really think about it.
Yeah, like if your face got torn apart, like we just watched Texas Chainsaw not that long ago. Right. Does anyone's eyes still in it? No, it's just a hole, right? Yeah, like your eyeball isn't attached to your face.
It's not part of your eyebrow.
Right. So it kind of looks a little bit like they just chopped up like a Halloween costume, like a Halloween store mask. So I don't know. I always thought that one looked a little goofy. Yeah.
I'll give him a pass because some of the effects later on are pretty decent.
Oh, very good. Yeah, very good. We then time skip ahead where a man and a woman show up at the abandoned house. The man is named Larry, played by Andrew Robinson. Do you have any note on Andrew Robinson?
Well, he was in one of our Child's Play entries, Child's Play 3.
That's right. He's the barber guy.
The barber.
Presto, you're dead. Yeah, that's that one. Yeah, it's that guy. It's the barber guy from Child's Play 3. The woman is named Julia, played by Claire Higgins. Do you have any note about Claire Higgins? I didn't note anything.
She's been in a few Hellraiser movies.
yeah, indeed. Yeah, that'll come up again. Spoilers.
Yep.
Larry reveals to her this is his childhood home, which his weird brother Frank was squatting in. And Larry wants to move his family into this home for some reason. I thought this was strange. I'm like, it's this like derelict family home, and his brother was like squatting in it, and he's like, all right, I look, let's all move in and we'll make it work. It's like, why don't you just sell the fucking piece of shit and go move somewhere else?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be their mother's house.
Right.
And, so it's not just a random house.
No, I get it, but it's a strange, it's a family home. I get it, but it's still strange. It's like, my brother like fucked whores and defiled this place and carried out ritual sacrifices. Let's move everybody in.
Let's move in here. You could sell it. You could clean it up and just move on with your lives.
But no, they're trying to make. He's trying to play family in this like home. Yeah. And there's actually a shot where they find like what looks like squatters bedding in like one of the rooms. It's like this disgusting mattress on the floor and there's like random shit around it.
Yep.
And it's actually Frank's.
Squatters?
Frank.
He's here.
Well, he's been here. I mean, there's stuff in the kitchen you wouldn't believe. He's obviously made one of his famous getaways.
Like it's his brother's.
Right.
So it's like, that's the level his brother was. Like that's how gross his brother was. He was like, that was normal sleeping arrangement for his brother. And they find like, there's kind of like things that they're setting up that Frank was a bit of a deviant.
Oh, just a little bit.
He's got like some weird shit. And they actually find, like Julia finds, there's like a box of like sex photos of Frank's. And they're like, some of the photos are kind of like BDSM, like a little S&M, like people in bondage and things like that. And she gets a little titillated by it, which is, it's interesting. They're showing us that something might be going on with her.
Something about Julia.
Yeah, something's a little
not
different.
as it seems. Yep.
Yeah. And Julia, and they also set up that the relationship between Julia and Frank, or Julia and Larry, it's not actually that good.
Yeah.
Like that's not his first wife. It's like a second wife. And they don't have a very good relationship.
I think he's trying to move her in as a way to help build that relationship. She's not overly excited about the idea, and you can kind of tell.
Yeah, she doesn't really want to be there. Yeah. We then get introduced to Larry's daughter, Kirsty, played by Ashley Lawrence, our pseudo-protagonist who shows up at the house. They reveal that Julia is not her mother. We get flashbacks of Julia meeting Frank when he randomly shows up for her and Larry's wedding. And she's like reminiscing about this, which is like, oh, okay. So there was something going on there. And it turns out they had this like illicit affair. And she was like really turned, because like Larry's just like a normal, nice guy, but Frank was a deviant and he's a bit of a scumbag. And so she was turned on by the scumbag bad boy.
Yeah, she likes the bad boy.
Right.
Yep.
And while attempting to move a large bed upstairs, Larry cuts his hand on a loose nail, and a bunch of blood in a very cinematic shot like spurts out of the side of his hand and like lands on the floor. And then the floor like absorbs the blood. It gets like sucked into the floorboards, which is a cool shot. Then later, in an incredible sequence, Frank's skeleton and musculature reform out of the floor where the blood was spilled. We'll talk about it later. What a fucking cool effect this is.
Makes up for the face shot earlier.
The eyeball, eyeball, the Halloween mask. Julia then finds the mummy-like Frank, who begs for her help. He tells her he needs more blood to heal himself.
You can't leave me like this. You can't.
Do you want me to do?
The blood brought me this far. I need more. You have to heal me.
Later that night, Julia contemplates it while again reminiscing about their torrid affair. She then agrees to find Frank fresh blood. So he's basically he's like a vampire. He's like a mummy that needs to absorb people to slowly regrow his body. Yep. And so he's asking his ex-lover for help doing this. And we get this sequence where Julia starts going out and finding like random Johns at like bars. And just like, hey, want to come back to my house and we'll have some fun? And then she just like lures them upstairs, murders them, and then Mummy Frank absorbs them. And the more he consumes, the more muscle and like nerve endings like appear on his body. Yeah. He starts literally reforming. Frank mentions after he is rebuilt that they need to leave immediately to escape the Cenobites.
One more, maybe two.
Not
To
again.
heal me completely. Then we can be away from here before they start to follow. The Cenobites. It's only a matter of time before they find I've slipped them. I must get away from here.
First mention of the Cenobites. What the fuck are the Cenobites? Who is he referring to? Later, he shows her the puzzle box, which later in the series is referred to as the Lament puzzle cube, the Lament box. It's basically this.
Yep.
It's
the Lament configuration.
Whatever you want to call it. Yeah. The puzzle box. This is the franchise thing. It's in every
the
entry.
totem for the Hellraiser series.
Yeah, it's what summons the Cenobites. It's in literally every single entry. Sometimes it takes different forms than that, but this is the puzzle box that when you play with it, opens a gateway to another world where these creatures known as the Cenobites live and exist in. I guess I'm spoiling.
And can cross over, right?
Yeah, because it's literally opening a portal. Yeah. Larry suspects something's up with Julia and asks Kirsty to go to the house to talk with her. Why? That's so strange. Like, honey, I'm having trouble with my new wife. Can you go talk to her? You're a woman. What was the logic there?
Hey, it makes sense.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't know. That was an odd choice. So then Kirsty does, and she goes to the house, and then she sees Julia bringing back like one of these poor Johns, and then Frank absorbing him. And Frank then attacks Kirsty, and she reaches for something to defend herself, and she grabs the puzzle box, which makes Frank freeze in fear.
Yep.
Because they're setting up that like there's power.
There's something about this.
This is power. This is there's power to this box. There's like some sort of otherworldly energy. So Kirsty escapes, and then she wanders around aimlessly before fainting. She wakes up in a hospital that looks like it's out of the 40s for some reason. And after messing with the box, Kirsty summons those pesky Cenobites who are about to take her away before she makes a deal to trade Frank back to them in exchange for her own freedom. What follows is Kirsty's attempt to fulfill the deal by stopping her evil Uncle Frank and escape the Cenobites.
Yes.
That is the basic plot of Hellraiser 1.
Yeah.
Where do we want to start? I think I'll kick things off. I think the concept is awesome.
Yep. Yeah.
I love the idea.
Yeah. Surprisingly simple.
Yes.
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 Like it, as you will find out as we go through other entries in this series that overcomplicate this. This is very simple, straightforward, and I really appreciated it, and I thought that really lended itself to making this movie as good as it was.
I just love the it's such a simple idea where it's like there's this weird artifact. We don't know what its origins are, where it comes from. It's this artifact that when you do something with it in a certain way, it opens a gateway to this other realm.
Yep.
It's opening a portal. And I think it's so cool that the way they portray it in the film is awesome. Like the scene where she's in the hospital and like the wall opens up.
Yeah.
It's such a cool effect. It's almost like the puzzle is allowing the other world to seep into ours. And it reminds me of like Beetlejuice. But like an R-rated version of Beetlejuice. Like, Beetlejuice where they use the chalk to like open the doorway into like the afterlife. It's same kind of idea, but obviously it's more fucked up in this instance, but same kind of idea. It's opening the world.
It's like that world is always there, just beyond reach, but you can start shifting walls to open it up and make it accessible, right?
It's always on the edge of
always
our
reach
reality.
out to it. Yeah.
But this device allows you to break those barriers. Yeah. Which is so it's fun. Kirsty, when she like goes into like initially she goes into like the portal that she opens up in the hospital, and there's like this weird Lovecraftian fucking creature like chasing after her, and it's like they give you everything is left vague.
Right.
And I like that.
Mm-hmm.
It is total mystery.
Right.
We don't get any concrete answers on anything.
Oh, thank God.
You're in agreement with me on this. Yeah.
One of my questions for you was, do you like when they provide you more detail or less detail about how all of this works, about who these creatures are? I think this movie does a very good job of knowing what to tell you, what to show you, and what not to tell you and show you.
So let's talk about the Cenobites, because they're our central antagonists. Let's talk about
Are they? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the Pinhead and the Cenobites. The Cenobites are not actually in the movie much.
Nope.
They're in basically, they're teased a little bit as you go, and then it's like that third act.
Right.
That's when you get the Cenobites, right?
Yeah.
I love the idea of the Cenobites. I just think there's something so cool. And Pinhead, who is our titular character, like monster out of that group, perfectly portrayed by Doug Bradley. He gives his character gives an explanation of what they are in the movie that I think is perfect.
The box. You opened it. We came.
It's just a puzzle box!
Oh no. It is a means to summon us.
Who are you?
Explorers in the further regions of experience. Demons to some. Angels to others.
That's all you need.
Yep.
That is the explanation of what they are.
It tells you so much, but also tells you nothing at all, right? Which just keeps that mystery.
Well, basically,
going.
they're these weird humanoid-esque demon-type creatures that all they're interested in is exploring the regions of experience and testing the limits of the flesh.
Human pain and suffering, but just feeling.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all about experience.
Yeah.
But they're not villains.
I have a note about that. They're very neutral characters, right?
You got
Yeah.
it. They're neutral
They're
beings.
not evil, right? There's another quote that Pinhead says. He goes, "You called, we came," right? Which means we're not here because we tried to come after you. You summoned us, right? Otherwise, you would never have seen us, right? And I think that's just perfect, right?
It is a perfect. Yeah. The way they are portrayed in this film is just so good.
Yep.
It's just so good. And let's get into Doug Bradley now. Doug Bradley's perfect.
Yep.
Like, just nails it. Just nails it. I wrote down a new classic movie monster is born.
Yep.
And it's so true. And it's just like, fucking Robert Englund before him, Brad Dourif before him. It's like some people just embody that character so well.
Right.
And I love the way Pinhead's portrayed. Like, this is a new type of monster. That's why I said the series gets lumped in with slashers. This is not a slasher.
not.
This is not like this is a different type of horror monster. He's like a gentlemanly creature that's also fucking menacing and terrifying at the same time, but he's not a silent stalker like Michael or Jason. He's not a psychopathic maniac like Chucky or anyone from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies. And he's also not like a one-line spewing villain like Freddy. He's not like cracking jokes. It's like, this is a new kind of monster.
We have such sights to show you.
This is a guy, but Doug Bradley famously said that he wanted to be a monster that was well spoken, and he wanted to make someone that you would fear him, but at the same time you could maybe share a cup of tea with him.
Right. I like that.
And it's very true.
And I can imagine it takes a lot of work to not go overboard with something like this, to be able to put in a measured performance, to keep this as, I don't want to make it sound like he's low key, but he kind of is in the best way possible, right? It's almost more fear inducing that you get less from him than if you get more from him. He's not frightening, but he's more horrifying, which is worse, right?
The look of the Cenobites.
Yes.
How do you feel about it? I love it.
In this entry in particular, interestingly enough, like, this movie probably had the lowest budget of, well, not the lowest of all of them. There's ones that had much lower budgets, but in general, they didn't have a lot of money a lot of studio money to play with. But what they did with what they had was perfect.
They're so cool looking.
Yeah.
Like, they got like these open wounds on them that seemingly humans wouldn't survive.
Right.
So it's like you immediately are like, well, they're not human. They're something different.
Yep.
They're not us. They look like us. They speak like us. They got like the Cenobites instantly. Like, when you look at the Cenobites, they got those like the spandexy kind of S&M outfits. which I know was like more of a rising underground scene at that time in the 80s. This is, what did I say, 87?
87?
Yeah, 87. Yep. So they don't look like any other movie monsters.
Yep.
The Cenobites are such a unique look to them, and it's just, I love it. I really like how they look.
Yep.
They're just it's great. Yeah. A note I have: they don't actually call him Pinhead.
No, and
This isn't the one. One of them does. One of them does.
I kind of wish they never did.
Me too.
Yeah.
But they had to call him something. It's
Yeah.
kind of like, as soon as you wanted to make merchandise, like, we got to name him something.
Yeah, I mean, there was always going to be the point where if they wanted to financially capitalize off of this, they were going to have to market him. And it's unfortunate, but I understand. But at least for this one in particular, we get to have none of that. And
Do you know what he originally was called?
I think he was just called the Priest.
The Priest.
Yeah.
Yes, the Priest. He was called Pinhead by the crew behind set.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those things where like the name got out. One of the entries does name him Pinhead. We'll get to it. It's actually coming up. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. But otherwise, no, I agree with you. I don't actually like him called Pinhead.
Yeah.
Pinhead feels like the joke name you give off camera. Like the crew guys would call him like, it's the Pinhead guy.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I
Like,
don't.
it doesn't.
I don't necessarily think that any of them should have names, right? The whole point of the Cenobites for me is that they are the unknown, right? You don't know. There's no way that humans can comprehend and understand what this force is. And by the time you realize they exist, you can't go back. You've gone too far. Your curiosity and your ego and your desire to know more has pushed you so far that you have kind of left the human realm, and you unfortunately can't go back to tell about what you've experienced, right? So I think that especially in this first one, not naming any of that of the Cenobites was a great idea.
Yeah, all the names you get, because like, there's like the different versions of them, there's like Butterball and all that, but all those names are just based on like, they needed to name them for merchandise.
They're basically like fan names that just stuck.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of did that with Star Wars a little bit too, I think. I think some of them, like
Most of those
Hammerhead and
characters,
Three Eyes, they're just literally what they are.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, when you got to make merchandise, you got to call them, you got to put something on the pack.
Gotta have a name
Can't
on
go
it somewhere.
Cenobite 1, Cenobite 2, right? Let's talk about the practical effects.
Yep.
God damn. Do you know who did the practical effects?
I do have a note about it, but I don't have it.
So this film was directed by Clive Barker.
Yep.
Literally the team had no money, so the effects were done by like one guy and Clive Barker.
Yeah.
Like, what? How could they be this good?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like, independent filmmakers, take note.
Like, watch this.
Yeah, because it's insane what they're able to come up with. Not all the effects are good. Some of them are kind of Like, I think for me, the one shot that I always think looks a little shit is when the hooks go into the skin. It's like clearly like a piece of rubber.
Yeah.
The hook's going into. It's like a piece of rubber they painted like flesh tone, and just the way it goes in, it doesn't quite look right. But
I mean, I give him credit for trying to do it, because the alternative would be to show the chain hooks flying out, but then like cut to it already being in.
Yeah.
Which I think would have been the easy way out.
Right.
It doesn't hit home the way that maybe it should. But I'm okay with that.
It's such a quick shot, anyways. The way it's edited, I think it totally works.
Yeah.
The effect that I think blows my mind the most is the Frank. All the practical shit around Frank, the makeup and all that shit. So like Frank, his whole reconstruction is just fucking incredible. He's like in these different stages
of it. Yeah.
Like that shot of like the skeleton reanimating, where like it's like coming out and like rebuilding, and you just get the skeleton and what is the first thing the skeleton does when it reforms, when Frank reforms, you know?
Oh, I don't remember.
It wails in pain.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Just like a newborn baby, because he's being reborn. Yeah, he's being reborn to flesh.
And if
Such a nice touch.
If you haven't seen this movie, what we're describing right now could sound very cheesy, and you could almost see how easily it would have been to make this cheesy. It is not, right? Clive Barker does not play this for jokes. It's not disgusting. Like, he doesn't go that far with it. It's very serious, but he doesn't sort of venture into joke territory with this. It's definitely worth a watch if you haven't seen it. Yeah.
So going back to Frank, so you get like, they show the different stages of him. So first he's like a skeleton. He's got like a little bit of meat on him. So he's more like a mummy form. Then when he starts absorbing some people, he's got like a skinned look. Yeah. So he looks like a human being that's just been like skinned. So he's got musculature on him now. Yep. And then he gets even more human, and there's like a bloody version of him, which is the majority of what you see in him is in the film. He's walking. He literally looks like a human being walking around without skin on.
Right. It's all his muscle and sinew is there, but he doesn't have flesh.
But he's literally actually bloody. So like when he puts on clothes, the blood like seeps through the clothes, and he's like, if he touches something, you're getting blood on you. Yeah. That's such a fucking cool effect.
Like, they could have just put him in like a red muscle suit and had him dry, because that would be cheap and easy to do. But no, like, he's very moist. Yeah.
And then even the final body that he goes into, because he eventually kills his brother. He kills Larry and then takes Larry's skin. Yeah. So he's wearing like Larry's skin suit. And there's some cool shots where like cheek gets torn by Kirsty. Right. She like tears his cheek, and it just looks so good. Like, it looks like a man wearing another man's skin.
Yeah. Which which is great that they did that, because obviously for the surprise twist at the end that he is wearing his brother's skin, that happens. You see him, but he looks perfectly fine, right? Obviously they couldn't have it showing that he was wearing his flesh, right? Because then the effect would give it away, right? But I'm glad that they had that scene where you can kind of start to see it get peeled away, because it looks too perfect before that. I understand why they have to do that, but I'm glad that they also had that scene to show you that no, he is just wearing it, and any kind of stress on the body starts to peel it away. Yeah, it was great.
It was good.
Yeah.
I think my favorite effect in the entire film, you know what I'm going to say?
The very last one?
Frank's death.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is, I think, probably one of the most brutal deaths in any horror film ever. Yeah. Is Frank getting ripped apart by the chains.
Jesus wept.
I mean, I could describe it, or I could just cut to it right now.
Yeah, we could show it.
Jesus wept.
It's so good. Yep. It's just the way they portray, like, that image. I've seen this before. I'd seen this film. I remember seeing that image, and it's a very haunting image where it really looks like a man's face is being stretched out by hooks on chains. What is it? You came up with a term for it.
Chain hooked.
Chain hooked. Like his body is literally chain hooked, and just that image, it really looks like, if you just pause that still frame of Frank chained up by all these hooks and his skin's being stretched and his face is distorted, it looks like something out of hell. Yeah. Like, it literally looks like an image of, like, if you showed me that and you're like, oh yeah, this was taken in hell, I'd be like, yeah.
Yep, it is. Yeah.
It has absolutely taken in hell.
And I'm going to get your take on this. I wished when I was watching that they had stopped there and that they didn't actually go through with tearing him apart. Because, and I want to get this is what I want your opinion on.
Okay.
What is we kind of already talked about this, but I want to get into it a little bit more, because as it plays into the rest of the movies. What are the Cenobites trying to do? Like, what is their goal in this movie? What is their purpose?
Well, they're trying to are offering, so if you come into their world, they're offering you exactly what you're supposedly looking for. Is if you cross over into their world, you're looking for the ultimate in human sensation.
Yeah.
So they're going to push you to the realms of like past the realms of sanity and like, pain and suffering all at the same time.
Right. They
to,
don't
to achieve some sort of ecstasy.
Yeah. They don't discern between pleasure and pain. Their goal is to just, how much pleasure and pain can we subject this person to, right? So ultimately, they are not, as far as I interpret it, they're not trying to kill you. They just want to see how far they can push you, and they will continue to push you further and further and further. So when you see Frank all, chain hooked out like that, it's like, that's kind of the limit. And then they just go a little bit further and they explode you, right? So I guess in a way it makes sense, right? But I guess I wanted to see him get stretched for all eternity rather than get killed.
Okay, so interesting point.
Yeah.
My counterpoint to that is they have powers that obviously extend beyond our own because why is Frank alive?
Yeah, I guess they could just put him back together and start again.
Bingo,
Yeah.
you got it. So it's like, I don't know that matters. I think you have it wrong. I think you have it backwards. I'm pretty sure they can infinitely kill you and rebuild you.
I hadn't
Literally
thought
at the
about
beginning of the movie, they're rebuilding his face.
Yeah.
So, but the only question is like, well, then did they just leave him in the floorboards there, or like there's a lot of open to interpretation on what you're seeing, but I interpreted that. Think about it. If they can do it to themselves, because the Cenobites have wounds that like don't, you know what I mean? Like they're open wounds. It doesn't kill them. So theoretically they're able to inflict that upon you and you don't die.
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know. That's my interpretation. They could just keep killing you, killing you.
And I think they're all valid.
You. Yeah.
Right? Like, because Clive Barker doesn't tell you specifically what their goal is, but I think he kind of, I think we do agree though that, would you say that they are not evil?
No, they're neutral beings.
We kind of talked about that.
They're very neutral beings.
Are they there to punish you?
Oh, hold that thought.
Yeah.
I know where you want to go with it. Let's wait. Yeah.
I just, for this movie in particular,
the answer's no.
No, right?
No.
They are simply offering you what you've come for. I think you put it that way, right? Like you found us, you called us. Now we are going to show you experiences that you'll beyond imagination.
Things that you couldn't experience in our tangible human world. Right. Yeah. They're in another world.
Yep.
Back to the Cenobites for a second. All the Cenobites have such cool, unique looks in this. Like Pinhead gets all the credit. The other ones are just as cool. Like the effects are fucking so cool. Where it's like they called her the female Cenobite. She's kind of got like that open wound. It looks like a vagina, like in her throat.
She's also the one that has like the
weird metal.
Wire. Yeah.
Butterball doesn't even look like human.
Yeah. It's just a big.
It's like a slug,
bloated,
but it doesn't have any eyes.
Yeah.
The Chatterer doesn't even talk.
Yeah.
I don't know if that registered. That one registered. Well done. Yeah, the Chatterer doesn't look like this. Chatterer doesn't have any eyes.
Yep.
You can see.
Yep.
Like they have such unique, cool looks to them.
Yep.
That like
with no explanation whatsoever.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So it's like we don't know.
How did you get to this?
It's like we don't. Yeah. What are you? Yeah. That's the coolest thing.
Are they human?
Hold that thought.
Yeah.
I know where you want to go. I know where you want to go. We're still talking about one, Mark.
Yeah.
Still talking about, they're humanoid.
Yeah.
They're humanoid.
So again, I can't stress this enough that, we're asking these questions, obviously, because we know that these questions become a bit more relevant, I think, later on in the franchise. But the reason why I'm raising these questions now is because you will not get the answers in this movie. And that is so great.
Exactly. Yeah. They keep it as a mystery.
Yep.
I want to talk, anything you want to bring up, Mark?
No, I mean, again, the plot is fairly simple.
Yep.
And actually, if you go onto Wikipedia and read the plot, it's like a paragraph. It's not very long.
That was a quick plot synopsis for me.
What makes this movie great isn't what happens in the movie. It's just what Clive Barker has set up in this movie, and the questions that it leaves unanswered, I think, are just incredible. Yeah.
I have a negative.
Yep.
I have a big negative. It's kind of boring.
Well, again, the plot is meant to get you to a point in the movie, but it's kind of arduous to get there.
Right.
Yeah.
So like most of the movie is the Julia Frank relationship.
Yeah.
It's so much of the movie. And I'm
Yeah.
like, why am I watching this? I'm like, I don't give a shit about this like fucking whore that cheats on her, like this piece of shit, you know, that's cheating on her husband, that fucked around with this scummy boyfriend. Like, and it's almost like we're supposed to feel something for their love story. Like they have so much screen time. And I'm like, you're both pieces of shit though.
I kind of got the opposite, that he's almost trying to set it up that, don't worry, I'm not going to have the Cenobites torture good people. But I almost think like that would have made it better. Like the Cenobites don't care who find them.
Right.
If you find us, you are a part of this now. And I think that
I think that's a problem.
Yeah.
We're going to get to that later on because that's when he becomes a slasher villain.
That's right.
And that's when I don't like it.
I do like the idea though that Kirsty gets involved in this, right? And she's supposed to be our innocent character. At least in this movie, she's very innocent.
Well, pause Kirsty for a second. I just want to go back to Frank. How do you feel with Frank as a character? Because he's, for a large part, our protagonist for a little bit. I like Frank.
Yeah.
I like the idea of this guy that's just so... He's so... I don't want to call him a deviant, but it's like he's so interested in pushing the limits of like human experience.
I would never use the word protagonist for him, but
I don't know. I think is it weird that I saw myself in Frank?
I was gonna go there. I'm like,
I like Frank. I like the idea of this guy that's like he just wants to. He basically wants to test the limits of our mortal frames. I think that's so cool. And I there's a line in it where they show a flashback and it shows him and it's like right after he has sex. I think it's with Julia and he's like, it's never enough.
It's never enough.
And he's disappointed.
Right.
So it's like the climax, like which is supposed to be the height of human feeling, is like orgasms.
Yeah.
That isn't enough for him. He wants higher degrees of sensation. I just think that's fascinating. I think he is cool. I just don't really like the little weird love story he gets. And I think Julia's bland as shit.
I think it's interesting that you attribute that as like a positive. I think the movie is making it sound like it's a cautionary tale of wanting too much.
I absolutely is, but I don't think there's other characters in the series that are similar
I love the
to
fact
Frank.
that you're like, yeah, like we should all want more than what we.
Why is it a sin to look beyond the veil of reality? I think that's a cool idea of like there's the explorers.
Do you want to be chain hooked?
I wouldn't go that far, but there's some other things the Cenobites could probably come up with that I might be into.
I'll put a coat hanger through your cheeks if you want.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about Kirsty. Kirsty is maybe to date one of the worst final girls. Kirsty sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
that's harsh, but I mean it.
Yeah, and it's hard.
What does she do?
It's hard not to make the comparison to a final girl, given the time that this came out.
She's a final girl. She counts. She fits all the criteria.
Right, but I mean, a final girl it belongs in a slasher movie, and this one's not a slasher
until it is a slasher.
Until it becomes at least not here.
No, let's get to the ending now. Okay, so Kirsty is she's just daddy's little girl, and she's kind of neutral. We get like no character development to her.
Yeah.
Dad.
Kirsty.
Hi.
Hello, sweetie. Come here. Here you go. Oh, great.
This is a big house.
You like?
Me like.
Well, I'll give you the grand tour if we ever get this goddamn bed moved.
Is Julia here?
She's upstairs. Look, be gentle with her, okay? She hates moving.
Surprise.
She's got like she works at a pet shop. Okay.
Yeah.
And like there's so many shots of her just wander. I have no idea what her motivations are. She just gets sucked into this and there's like shots of her like wandering around, and at one point she like passes out in the street and a bunch of like strangers walk up to her, and like there's this one guy with like a New York Yankees cap on. He's like, "Are you all right?" And I remember thinking, I wrote down, Man, I wish I was following that dude.
Are you alright?
Because Kirsty sucks and she's just not interesting.
Yeah.
I wanted to follow that man with that New York Yankees cap on because I was like, you have more going on in your life.
Yeah.
Kirsty's just nothing.
I mean, she's a teenager. I mean, she's almost presented as just a tertiary character, but
What?
then she becomes.
Glad you bring that up.
Yeah.
It's not until the 90-minute mark where she becomes the main character.
Yeah.
Most of the movie, Frank and Julia are our main characters. Right. So yeah, Frank is a type of protagonist, but that's a problem because then it wrecks Kirsty's development. So we're just left with this final girl that's like, I don't give a fuck about Kirsty. It's like I was more I don't even really like the Frank and Julia ship. I'm more more invested in Frank, but like Kirsty they don't give her enough to do up until that last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And the film suffers for it. They also like give her like this she's got like a doofy little boyfriend.
He's barely in it.
He's in it for like 2 minutes of screen time. He's in like 3 scenes. He's in the final shot of the movie, but I'm like, who are you? I don't even know his name. I'm pretty sure it's just doofy boyfriend. I think that's what it was in the credits.
Hot take zone. I would actually say that the Cenobites are more like protagonists than Frank because they,
in a sense,
they
I guess.
they deliver on what they are the means to the end, right? So
let's talk about the lame rushed ending because I think this film, my biggest complaint is the ending sucks. Okay, so
yeah,
all right, let's go.
Given the buildup,
let's just go for what happens here. Okay, so the Cenobites show up and they ask Kirsty for Frank, but Frank is now wearing Larry's skin, wearing Kirsty's dad's skin, and she's like, "No, that's my dad. Don't kill him." Right? She doesn't realize that it's actually Frank. Then Frank kills and absorbs Julia for like no reason. Like, why does he do that? It's like she was helping him the entire time.
Yeah.
It comes out of nowhere. And at this point, he doesn't even need to absorb anyone. He was like
he's already fully formed.
So what was the point of that? It was like, it was basically just to be like, oh, Frank is a piece of shit. And it's like, I don't know that my boy Frank would do that. His standards, I don't know. And so then he chases Kirsty before the Cenobites get him and they kill him. Okay. But then like out of nowhere, they're like, all right, well, we're going to go after you too.
Yep.
Why? Why are you going after Kirsty? Because why not? And then this is a part where it's like, okay, the film doesn't give us all the answers, but that doesn't necessarily give you, it unfortunately allows the writers to come up with a lame way for her to get out of the situation, which is, do you remember how she fights the Cenobites, Mark? It's so stupid.
No.
She grabs the puzzle box and then it just starts magically zapping them and making them disappear. But it's like she has no, like, how is that working? We don't know. Like, they had to make it do that because otherwise she has no way out of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, she just puts it back. Like in later entries, just putting it back to its original shape undoes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Not always. Yeah.
Right.
Often not always,
Right.
actually. Sometimes Cenobites can make themselves appear,
Just come
apparently.
back, yeah.
They just show up. And then, it ends with the last shot of the film, I think, is really cool. So I just don't like the whole, like, the Cenobites are goofily chasing Kirsty around the house, and they're suddenly not, they're acting like slasher villains all of a sudden,
Right.
and they're like, they're preying on her, going after her, but they're not acting like otherworldly beings. Because that's another thing we didn't mention is, like, Pinhead and seemingly the other Cenobites, they have like telekinetic abilities because they can like control chains and things.
Yep.
Like, so they can do things. But in the last act, they do none of that shit. And they basically just go like, rah, rah, and then Kirsty's like, ugh, and then the Cenobites are like, bah. And it's like, oh.
It does kind of scream, we don't know what our own lore is.
We don't know
like,
how to get rid of these things. Yeah. And then the final shot is Kirsty and her doofy boyfriend throw the puzzle box into a fire, and the Vagrant from earlier in the movie, he's in like 2 scenes because he's in the he shows up at the pet store eating eating the crickets or grasshoppers, whatever the fuck they are, which is disgusting.
Yep.
And then he shows up and he grabs the puzzle box out of the fire, and then he like turns into like this bone.
This like dragon skeleton thing. Yeah.
Something that looks like biblical.
Yeah.
That was cool. I like the idea that like, but then it raises, I like it it does raise a million questions because it's like, so the Cenobites have like some sort of Renfield on Earth that's like going around doing their bidding. Like, is that a Cenobite? What is that? Like,
and I didn't like the fact that people could see that. The whole, what makes this mysterious is that if you happen to have been subjected to it and somehow gotten out of it, no one's going to believe you for a second that this happened, right? But, if this big winged serpent goes flying overhead.
Well, the actual ending of the movie is it loops back to the beginning, and it's just now that vagrant guy again. He says to like some other new poor
He's
sap,
now selling it to somebody else, right?
"What is your pleasure?"
Yeah.
What's your pleasure, sir?
Mark, what's your pleasure? /cinema.
Yeah. All day, every day.
You opened this puzzle box, buddy. Yeah. And I came out.
And I cannot close it.
All right. Are we done with Hellraiser 1?
I think so. It's a good movie.
It's very good.
Watch this movie.
Classic horror. Highly recommend. It's not one of my favorites.
No.
I think it's I appreciate it for what it is. I mean, I have it as number one, but it's number one on this list. If I put it on my top horror films of all time, it would be very far down the list.
But don't watch it thinking you're watching a slasher, right? It's just its own.
A different.
Yeah.
Yep. Moving on. 1 year later to 1988. This is Hellbound, Hellraiser 2. I have this higher than I think you're going to have it. I think you have this really low. I'm going to explain why it's higher. I have this as number 3.
Oh God. 9. This is number 9.
I knew you were going to put this really low. And I know why you're going to put it low. I almost did what you did. I can't. I'll tell you why. Because it's so much more competently made than those fucking direct-to-video 2000s ones that I can't in good conscience go, I know why you hate it. We're going to get there. Yeah. You hate what they do to the Cenobites. Like, you hate all that shit.
That's a big problem.
Right, yeah. So I totally get that, but it's still so competently made. The effects are still up there. Like, it's still of the period that I can't in good conscience be like, oh yeah, Hellraiser Deader, that one's better than that one. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Like, it hurts my soul. And I wanted to hate. I don't like this movie. Yep. I wanted this to be where you are, but I have to take the unenviable task of being like,
someone's got to do it.
It's a better quality film overall, despite what it does.
Ugh.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Better quality turd.
I knew you were going to hate this one. And Mark, I don't like it either for a lot of reasons. But so it opens with a quick recap of the ending of Hellraiser 1. The epic score once again returns, along with the shitty white text on black background opening credits.
Yep.
Oh. That's why it's a 9.
Get used to it.
Yeah. That alone. Yep. We then get a flashback of Doug Bradley, not in Pinhead makeup, playing with the Lament puzzle box in a scene mirroring Frank from part 1. The usual chains then shoot out of the puzzle box before unseen forces turn the regular Doug Bradley into Pinhead? What? What's going on? Cut to a traumatized Kirsty. So this is a direct sequel. Kirsty has returned. Ashley Lawrence again returns. She wakes up in a psychiatric hospital being questioned by a detective. The cop's like, look, miss, stop fucking around with this demons bullshit. Just tell us what really happened, okay? Because obviously they're not going to believe. Exactly what you said. If you survive, it's like, no one's going to believe. He's like, no, this summons creatures. And
oh, okay, honey, back to bed.
Yeah, exactly. We then get introduced to Dr. Chenard, an eccentric British man who's been tasked with analyzing Kirsty. Kirsty begins ranting about the bloody mattress that Julia from part 1 died on, exclaiming, to destroy it or Julia will come back.
Wait. That mattress, you've got to destroy that mattress. See, Julia died on it, and she can come back now like Frank.
Yeah. Okay.
You have got to destroy that mattress. You have got to destroy that mattress.
How do you know this? This is a good example of poor writing. It's like characters know things they shouldn't know. Kind of like, who's the bounty hunter in Jason Goes to Hell? Duke.
Oh, your buddy.
He just knows everything for no. It's like, well, how do you know any of this? So it's like she's like, we have to destroy it, or Julia will come back. It's like I don't even know if she saw Frank kill Julia on the bed. So it's like, how are you aware of this? It's like the writers of this movie told me to say this line. That's how I know this.
And didn't he stab her in the hallway anyway?
Yeah, but he actually I had to go back and check this.
Okay.
He absorbs her on the mattress.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So like he stabs her, but then he does a full kill on like the mattress. She like ties her up. So she did die on that mattress.
All right, fair enough.
How Kirsty would know
that mattress is somehow the...
But how do you even know that's how that mechanic works?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. That's a stretch. It's just characters having information they shouldn't have.
Number 9.
Yeah. Later that night, Kirsty speaks to one of the other doctors named Kyle. It's played by William Hope. Where do we know William Hope from? See if you can get this.
Is he Lieutenant? He's from Aliens.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's Gorman.
Yeah, Lieutenant Gorman.
Gorman from Aliens.
Yep.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yep.
Winner, winner. Nicely done, Mark. Who I manifested into this film. I swear to God, I manifested in this film. I was thinking about specifically the Gorman character in Aliens. I've been rewatching random clips of Aliens on YouTube, and I remember watching a few of the Gorman scenes, and I remember being like, yeah, Gorman. I watched this movie, and I'm like, you? I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So he was not in this movie until I had that thought.
Right.
Correct. If you existed in 88, if you'd watched this, it was a completely different guy.
Yep.
Yeah. It was probably like Johnny Depp or some shit.
That's right. Yeah.
Although he would have been a little young at that point. Okay. He tells her about a Jane Doe patient named Tiffany, who all she does all day is solve puzzles. Oh, fuck off. Kirsty then starts having horrific visions of her dead father, who writes in blood on the hospital wall. It's a really cool shot. It's a very iconic shot in the series. I am in hell, help me. I love that image. Dr. Channard begins speaking to Kirsty, and we get these flashback shots of both old and new footage from part 1, which goes on just a little too long. They recycle a lot of footage. It's not Silent Night too bad, but it's pretty bad. Like, it's not that level, but...
I have a note here.
Oh.
Lasts about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Also includes some new footage, though. Counts for maybe 3% of the movie.
Yep.
This is a good use of flashback as opposed to Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, where the flashbacks accounted for about 45% of the picture.
I feel that that's an unfair comparison.
Yeah, I think it's...
because Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, the other 60% of the movie does so much to make up for that 40% that it's given a pass.
The fact that I had to include a note about this because I knew that he was going to bring this up.
I did, yeah, it did. Well, whatever. Kyle then breaks into, so Kyle is Gorman. It's the other doctor who is falling for Kirsty. He agrees to help her, and he suspects something's up with Channard, and then he breaks into the professor's office and discovers the bloody mattress that Kirsty was warning them about. And he also finds a bunch of strange writings and 3 of the puzzle cubes.
Yeah.
Which that's interesting. He also finds an old-timey photo of Pinhead as a human in a soldier's uniform. Oh no. We're getting some backstory on the Cenobites, Marky.
And it ain't good.
Yeah. Kyle then witnesses Channard bring a mental patient back, and it's a pretty actually heinous scene. So Channard brings this mental patient back, and he thinks there's bugs crawling on and under his skin. And then Channard's here, take this razor blade and cut them off. And he's doing this on the mattress that Julia died on, and he just starts slicing himself. Yeah. It's pretty brutal, but it's a very powerful scene.
And it tells you something about Dr. Channard in case you hadn't figured it out.
This guy's off. Yeah. And he will just sacrifice people. He doesn't care.
Scumbag.
Yeah, he has no morals. Yeah. He doesn't care. So then the blood onto the mattress activates Julia, once again played by Claire Higgins. She returns
comes back.
and she emerges from the mattress and absorbs the patient like a vampire, much like Frank in the first film. And then she begins to ask Channard for help, and she's in like the skin and bone muscle phase of like her reanimation. He agrees, and the two form an arrangement exactly like her and Frank did in part 1. I like this. I thought that was a nice touch that she is now the Frank character, but anyways, I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but Kyle then shows up and reveals what he saw to Kirsty, and they decide to team up to take down Julia and Channard. Julia then gets fully restored because like Channard has access to like all these mental patients that I guess he can just make disappear because most of them are like Jane Does. So then he like feeds them a bunch of them to Julia, and she like is fully reanimated except the skin, which I always thought was stupid. Why is that? You can't get the skin back? It's like everything else can reanimate except the skin. I don't know if you noticed this. They always have to take somebody's skin. Even in the later entries. Yeah. When somebody reanimates, you get everything back but your own flesh.
They have to wear it.
You have to wear somebody else's flesh. That feels like a stupid arbitrary rule. Yeah. In my version of Hellraiser, that's not a rule. Yeah, you regrow your own flesh. Yeah, that makes more sense. It would almost make more sense. It's like you fully regrow, but then you start decaying over time. So you have to like keep consuming like a vampire.
I like that. Especially because it doesn't look like they're really wearing someone else's skin. It looks like just the person, right? So just leave that out and it makes it better, right? You didn't need to explain that piece, but because you did, that they have to basically put on their flesh, it kind of makes the effect not look as good as it should.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird little choice. Kirsty and Kyle break into Channard's home, where Kirsty finds a photo of the human version of Pinhead, and Julia kills Kyle off by like vampiring him. Channard then uses the young Tiffany to solve the Lament puzzle box and open the gates to the Hellworld. She's successful, and here come the Cenobites. But before they tear the little girl apart, Pinhead's like, "No, wait, she didn't summon us." But with the gate open, Channard, Julia, and Kirsty are free to just stroll right into Hellworld. Oh, and Tiffany does too, because there's like a carnival thing there for some reason.
I actually have the word carnival in my notes.
Yeah, we'll go back to that. The Cenobites find Kirsty and torment her for a bit before letting her run around and explore her new home in Hellworld. Because now they're like, "Oh, now we've got you, bitch. You're in our world. We're not letting you go, but run around, see what's awaiting for you for all of eternity
within the labyrinth."
Yeah. Julia brings Channard to see the god of Hellworld, known as Leviathan.
Yep.
And he gets sucked into like a giant puzzle box, and I wrote Cenobitized.
Cenobited?
Yeah, Cenobited. Yeah, Cenobitized. What follows is a clusterfuck of Kirsty attempting to escape the Cenobite Hellworld with Tiffany, while the Cenobites pursue her. Julia's doing things, and Channard assumes his new role as the demigod of Hellworld. It's a clusterfuck movie.
It is.
It's a clusterfuck. I know you're shocked to have it so high. What did I have, 3? I think I had 3. Yeah. There's still a lot to like.
That the fact that this is a direct sequel to the first one is so disappointing.
So you think that was a mistake? I'm glad you bring that up. My first point was following Kirsty the right idea.
I mean, I don't mind that they did a sequel to it, but if the first one was just so crisp, so perfect in many ways, and this one just goes off the rails with it. It's so challenging to make a good follow-up to a classic first entry. You've got to be really careful with it, right? You know, we don't always see it happen very well. You know, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, though that second entry is a little bit strange, you know, turned out to be better than expected, but definitely not a great follow-up to the first one. Halloween gets it right, you know, because it knows we're not going to capture that first one again. Let's go in a different way. And that was kind of
still follows Jamie Lee Curtis.
That's right.
It still follows Laurie. You're talking about Halloween 2?
It's Halloween 2, compared to the first one. Right?
Where it tonally is different, but it's still the same night.
Yeah.
And,
They knew, all right, we're not capturing that lightning in a bottle again. Let's do something different, but still keep those threads there. This one, I feel like they they wanted to sequel the first one, but they just didn't know how to keep it contained, right? Everything just goes so off the rails that it's just, I was so disappointed.
I didn't open the box!
Didn't open the box. And what was it last time? Didn't know what the box was. And yet we do keep finding each other, don't we? Oh, Kirsty. So eager to play. So reluctant to admit it. Perhaps you're teasing us. Are you teasing us?
So I think they made a mistake because I don't give a fuck about Kirsty. I thought she was a boring character to begin with. The ending of part 1, it was already the perfect setup because it ends with the mirror of the opening of the movie where it ends with that weird vagrant guy tempting somebody else. So you had carte blanche to just do whatever the fuck you wanted. You didn't even have to continue this. So I don't think it was the right idea to follow her. Other films have done this that we've talked about, famously Elm Street 3. Yep. And we got the Jarvis trilogy. Yep. So it's not unheard of to bring back a survivor in a movie. Yeah. So I'm not against that. I just think Kirsty's kind of boring, and she already didn't have much motivation in the first film. Her motivation in this one is basically save her father from the Hellworld. She thinks it's her father in the Hellworld.
It's not actually.
It's not actually, but and get revenge on Julia.
I'm going.
Wait a minute. What do you mean I'm going? To the house? Are you crazy?
I don't know, Kyle. You're the fucking expert.
Look, think about this.
Kyle, when I think, I hurt, okay? Now I'm going.
Why?
Because I'm going to get my father.
I think a missed opportunity was like the Chenard and Kirsty. They kind of feel like Dr. Gordon and I guess it would be Patricia Arquette's character in Elm Street 3. So at first, it feels like he's actually trying to help her and he's very open-minded. Then you realize he's just like a monster and this maniac, right? And then, but they could have, so they didn't have to do that. They could have gone for more of a Dr. Gordon, and they kind of have that with the Kyle Dr. Gorman's character. I keep calling him Gorman. That's not the actor's name, but whatever. And then, speaking of Elm Street 3 again, they needlessly pair Kirsty with Tiffany, the little psychic girl. And it's exactly like Nancy and Kristen from Elm Street 3. Again, it's like the survivor with the new psychic troubled girl. It's the same kind of dynamic, but it all just feels so forced. Yeah. Like nothing really comes of it. You don't really get, like, Tiffany basically exists to have someone for Kirsty to save.
And it
just adds, that's all she's there for.
And she's conveniently the one that can solve the puzzle box. Which
also makes no sense because any one of them can solve it.
Anyone in this.
By the way, I'm glad you used the word solve because I think I wrote in every one of my notes, solve is in quotation marks. What does that mean, Mark? Right. Because most of the time, the character just touches it and rubs the fucking thing
pushes
like a
the
lamp.
Button and then spins the thing.
And then it's like, oh, it's activated. So it's not really, there's not much to solve.
If this is supposed to be this cryptic puzzle, everyone who touches it seems to figure it out.
That you just turn it?
Right.
It's like, wow, okay.
That's all there is to it.
Yeah, there's not much solving involved. I think that was a big problem in the whole series. At no point is the puzzle box actually kind of complicated.
One time.
Maybe. If you're referring to like the remake.
Yep.
Yeah, the remake's the only time when they tried to make it more intricate.
Yep.
Yeah. Going back to Elm Street influence, there's like the whole sequence, like this one feels very much like Elm Street. The hell world, the labyrinth world of the Cenobites, it feels like Freddy's dream world. Like, do you know do you get where I'm going with this? Yeah. Like, Kirsty, she like ends up in her childhood home. I'm like, this is like a nightmare sequence that Freddy would set up. Tiffany ends up in like the Twisted Circus. I'm like, this is so Elm Street feeling.
Yeah, there's like the blood pouring from all the pictures and dishes in Kirsty's house that she's reimagining.
It wasn't what I would have thought the Hell World would be.
Yeah.
What I was expecting was not this. I was expecting like, I don't know, just labyrinth and creatures and torture chambers. So this one, I didn't like that version where it's like, it's very nightmare, but maybe that's what it should be. It should, because that's a form of punishment or not punishment. It's a form of torture. So I don't know.
That whole third act
is a fucking
just
mess.
Abysmal. Yeah.
I wrote down, you're just watching things happen with no reference of what is happening and why it is happening.
Yep.
So Frank shows up, and it turns out Frank was actually pretending to be Larry, calling for Kirsty to come save him in hell, but it actually ends up being Frank. And he shows up and he tries to assault Kirsty. Cool. And then she tosses a sheet into a fire, which strips Frank's skin. Because why? Like, how does that work? How do any of the mechanics work? It's just things happening. And here's a bigger question. Why is Frank alive?
Oh, Kirsty. So ripe in your confusion, so luscious in your pain.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, come on, Kirsty, grow up. When you're dead, you're fucking dead.
So I guess I was right. I guess you could just rebuild them.
Just put them back together.
No, that's what I mean. It's like, I think if the Cenobites kill you, your soul now belongs to them. Because it's a big thing in the later entries. He's like, bring me more souls. Yeah. He's like fucking Freddy Krueger. Right. He later becomes Freddy Krueger. Where he's just trying to harvest souls for their...
But souls don't matter yet. Like, so
not in this one.
In this iteration, in the first one, they're not looking to harvest souls, right? So their intentions and motivations are different. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Frank's still alive, and then Julia kills him. But then my question is, like, how does anyone die in a literal dead world?
Yeah.
Like, how is anyone dead? Explain it, Mark.
Yeah.
Explain it for me. Explain what's going on.
I don't like this one, so.
What else do I got here? Yeah, Tiffany kind of reminded me a little bit of Tina from Part 7. Like, the little psychic girl.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit, they came out around, I think they're around the same time, because I think Part 7 is 87. Friday, Part 7?
Yep.
I think it's 87 or 88. Right around there.
I can't remember.
Mark, you should know this.
I do like that one.
I know, but whatever. But then, like Tiffany, like she knows things somehow too. It's
like convenience.
Like it's the same thing where it's like she knows how things operate. I wrote down, I think Julia is actually more of an interesting survivor character to follow than Kirsty. I think we should have followed Julia.
Yeah.
I think that would have been an interesting movie if like Julie, because she really, like, okay, she's a piece of shit. She does some morally great things in the first one for sure. She kind of gets fucked over at the end.
Well, and we actually know things about Julia.
Right.
Like, what, right or wrong, she's more of a fleshed out character. Whereas, like, we know very little about Kirsty, and we know nothing about Tiffany, right? She just feels like she was inserted.
She's just tacked on.
As that, yeah.
Yeah, she's just straight up tacked on. I think following Julia would have been interesting. Apparently, at one point, Julia was intended to be the new recurring antagonist in the series. Like, she was basically going to be like a queen of hell.
Oh, my God.
This is mine. The God that sent me back. The God I serve in this world and yours. The God of flesh, hunger, and desire. My God. Leviathan, Lord of the Labyrinth.
Which she kind of, in the movie, knows a lot.
She's kind of going that way.
She's very like integrated into the world. Like she knows all about Leviathan and knows about all this shit. How do you feel about Dr. Chenard? Is this your biggest?
Do you want to get on this?
Yeah. I mean, we're.
Okay. I think one of the themes about this movie that if I wanted to kind of paint why I don't like this one, especially compared to the first one, is that the first movie knew how to keep things subtle so that when they hit you with something over the top, it felt like it mattered, right? Like all of the first movie is very low key, so that when you see somebody get chain hooked at the end and their body and flesh is torn apart, it hits home harder, right? This movie is just, they forgot that in order to have those extreme scenes, you need to have that subtlety, because the whole thing is just extreme, right? It was just too over the top compared to that first movie, and I think Chenard is an example of that, right? His character is just ridiculous. He becomes a caricature
by the end.
Yeah.
I actually like him at the beginning. At the beginning, he's kind of like Frank. He's just another character that's like, he's trying. I didn't mind, like, you kind of rolled your eyes when I was like, there's 3 puzzle boxes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't mind that because they don't explain it.
Yeah.
They explain it in the fourth one, but in this one, they don't explain. It's like, oh, there was multiple puzzle boxes? Did they do different things? Like, I like the idea of this guy that he is similar to Frank. He's an explorer, and he's trying to look through the veil at the edge of our reality. And so he's been doing his own research on how to accomplish that.
Right.
And in doing that, it's made him a monster because he's literally killing his own patients. He's experimenting on his own patients to achieve this.
There's that Hippocratic oath coming through. Shall do no harm.
That shit doesn't matter. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter if you're trying to do something cool, Mark.
That's right.
It only applies to, it only applies when it's like basic things. But like, no, if you have like a really cool goal in mind, then you can sacrifice anybody.
Isn't that what we were talking about in Freddy's Nightmare Season 2? Like, why don't doctors just do whatever they want?
Just try shit.
Just experiment on whatever you
give
want.
Give them weird artifacts and see what comes of it.
See what happens.
Yeah, see what might come forth into our world. There's a really cool shot in this. I like that Chenard basically just like, he has his own like house, but then he has like this whole sanitarium and again, similar to Elm Street 3. This film, I think, borrows a lot from Elm Street 3. The sanitarium is also similar to where like the group home for like the kids are locked up in like that place, the Dream Warrior kids. But he has this like sanitarium, and the first couple levels are relatively normal. But that elevator to that bottom floor, when it's like the worst of the worst people with mental illness that are all like beyond treatment and severe disorders, and like some of them are probably psychopathic and criminal, like have criminal behavior. There's a shot where he goes like down the elevator, and visually it's very like, ugh, but the sound. You know what I'm talking about? It's just wailing and like it's really haunting. It's almost like Chenard has his own little hell in the hospital.
Right.
I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool. Like I like Chenard up until I don't like Chenard.
I would say that very much like the movie as a whole, the first 2/3 of the movie are okay. Yeah. Just like the first 2/3 of Chenard are okay. But once they get to that final act, it just blows the whole thing up.
I like him and Julia teaming up.
Yeah.
I always find it fun when villains team up.
Yeah.
They're both using each other for their own means.
Especially since our two protagonists are fairly weak, right? Like
they're more interesting. That's why I said Julia would have been more interesting to follow, I think, than Kirsty was, right? Okay, my biggest pet peeve. I know you have this on here. They immediately ruin the mystery of the Cenobites. So the Cenobites are humans, apparently.
Yeah, I hated it.
I hate this. And they do it in like the first 5 minutes. First 5 minutes, we're seeing human fucking Doug Bradley, and we see him get turned into Pinhead. What the fuck? And then like in Chenard's office, he has like a photo of Doug Bradley, and so somehow Doug Bradley's been doing like he's able to piece together the history of some of these beings.
How would you know that?
I guess from accounts of some other people. Like, I don't know. It's a stretch for sure. Yeah. Like, and then there's like a diagram of like Pinhead's head in his office. And I don't know. Here's the shocker. Because I was like, what a dumb idea to ruin the mystery of the fucking Cenobites.
Yep.
This was Clive Barker's intention. So as much as we think it's a terrible decision, this is what the artist intended. Clive Barker, that's his vision, is these Cenobites are us. We're humans that get turned into these creatures. Or they're humans that, like, it's people. And that's apparently what a lot of his stories are, because this is all based on like his writings, is it's people that get turned into these creatures. That's so lame though, dude. I don't know.
I mean, I guess the fact that they look like humans, eventually they were going to have to go there if they were going to continue on with these. But
why?
I don't know.
Why? Why can't there be humanoid fucking creatures from other realms?
Or just don't explain it.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
It doesn't have to, like, now that we know that he's Elliot Spencer and he was a World War I veteran, First of all, like World War I wasn't that long ago, so it doesn't feel like these are eternal entities.
I'm
right?
glad you brought that up because Pinhead actually says, "We have no more surprises. We have always been here."
And what about you?
We have no more surprises. We've always been here. But please, feel free. Explore.
At the early 1900s.
But because the whole thing, so like he has that haunting line. It's like, God, these eternal creatures, and it's like, well, no, not really. They've only been there a couple decades, and it's like, okay, like no, lame. So then let's get into the ending. Chenard gets turned into what I dubbed a super Cenobite. For whatever reason, Leviathan, the god, just decides, we're going to turn Chenard into this super juiced up Cenobite. Why? Why do that? Like, why? This is the god of their world makes this decision.
Yeah.
But for what reason?
Yeah, and he gets like hoses attached to him and they pump like chemicals into his body to turn him into like Bane,
so
basically.
It's so strange. And then he just, so then like, Kirsty shows up and then like Kirsty's like, remember Pinhead, you were human. And then Pinhead's like, oh, I remember. And it's like, why? They ruin the Cenobites in this movie and specifically Pinhead. And then Chenard just shows up and he just kills off all the Cenobites.
Yep. Immediately. He's like the god of Cenobites.
Yeah, he's a super
after having
Cenobite.
been a Cenobite for 5 minutes.
And he just kills all of the original Cenobites from part 1, all just get killed off unceremoniously. And then the lamest part is after each one of them gets killed. And again, how do you kill a Cenobite? What does that even mean?
Yep.
So then they get this lame fight between the original Cenobites and Chenard. He just slaughters them all. And every time he kills one of them, they revert back to their human form.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, the Butterball, that like terrifying weird slug creature. It's like, oh, it's just some fat dude.
Yep.
It's like, oh, the female Cenobite. Yeah, it's just some chick. Pinhead, just some dude. And then the only one that I thought was neat. Did you catch what Chatterer is?
He's a child.
He's a child.
Like a young boy, I think, right?
That was kind of neat.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool. Because because the other ones just look exactly like what they do. The fact that Chatterer was a boy was kind of like, oh, okay, that's weird.
He must have found the puzzle box when he was too young to understand what he was playing with. And then,
maybe that explains why he can't talk.
Maybe.
Because he just, see, that's more interesting. But yeah, fuck that idea. Fuck that concept. Anything else you want to say, Mark? I'm done talking about 2. And I know I have it high and you're probably like, why, Justin? Because it's still very well made. The acting is good. The effects are incredible. The cinematography is really good. All of the, there's some really cool matte paintings.
I didn't like the matte paintings.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Oh,
like
okay.
when they show the...
But you're an idiot, so why am I even...
That is true. That is true. Yeah. Yeah.
But the only taste you have is in your mouth, so... You know,
right? Yeah,
you got to take this with a grain of salt.
You're an idiot. It's like that is a good point. Yes, I hadn't considered that.
Sorry, Mark. we hadn't been throwing shots. This podcast has been too neutral. There has to be. I had to throw a little bit of gasoline.
No, I mean I'm not normally against matte paintings when they are used to, like, you know, RoboCop has a whole bunch of them. You know, other movies in
all the
80s.
80s.
Yeah. Right. But the whole idea is you're not, when they're used effectively, you don't notice that they are used to sort of extend elements of the scene to sort of make them larger. Buildings, you know, now reach the sky instead of just being, you know, 2 floors, right? You know, they used the matte painting here to show the
Leviathan?
The Leviathan
and the labyrinth,
as well as
world.
the labyrinth, right? But it's so obvious that it's just a painting, that it's just a picture, and it was like, oh, okay, right.
I don't know. I didn't mind it. I thought it looked really cool. Yeah, especially compared to like Hellraiser Deader or Hellraiser Revelations. It's like at least it was a film. I mean, that's so you have it that low just because why? Like, why does it deserve to be that low? I'm defending it, saying it's still competently well made. It still feels like an 80s movie.
I don't think the effects in this movie are as good as the first one. I think the fact that they have obviously a lot more money, they should have been able to do better than they did in the first one. I found like there are images from the first one that will sort of forever be burned in my mind. I don't really remember anything from the second. I don't like that they seem to just disrespect the first one so badly with this, right? Like,
but remember, this is Clive Barker's intention.
Ah,
Like
well,
I know, isn't that crazy? It's
yeah.
like, but
I
he
can't
wanted
imagine this is what he envisioned when
he wanted
originally
a
wrote,
super Cenobite.
He wrote out the Hellbound heart, and this is what he imagined. Like, this. You know what it reminded me of? You're gonna, because you love Dune. Baron Harkonnen, kind of just floating around this bloated thing,
like Chenard.
Yeah. I did not appreciate the fact that this super Cenobite comes in. He's never been a Cenobite before. He kills all the other Cenobites that have been around for, well, apparently not that long.
Been around for a few
decades,
for years,
yeah, right? I also didn't appreciate, and we haven't talked about this. You shouldn't. Should humans desire becoming a Cenobite? It's almost like when he became a Cenobite, everything was solved. Like it should be.
What's what he wanted?
Yeah, but
you kind of get the sense that he wanted to be a part of that world.
But I always got the sense that, and there's later entries in the series will account for this a little bit better. But becoming a Cenobite to me always seemed more like a monkey's paw. Like you want it until you get it, and then when you have it, you realize, oh no.
Yeah, but they never give any depth to the Cenobites. It's not like there's never a scene where Pinhead's like, I regret my decision, or I had a love once. Like, they never. What they don't tell you about immortality is the loneliness. Like
he becomes super Cenobite, and all of a sudden he's like, ha, look at me. Now I'm the villain I always wanted. It's like, where did that come from?
I don't understand how he dies. I rewatched that shot like 10 times where I'm like, what kills him? Because he gets his head ripped off. But again, how do the Cenobites die?
Yeah.
How does anything die?
Yeah.
Make it make sense,
It's terrible.
Mark. Make it make sense.
One of the things from the first one that we didn't talk about, the pillar. Right? The pillar is this perfect thing because they don't explain it at all in the first movie. It's it's subtle, but when you see it, it's unnerving. It's just this spinning block of wood that has body parts
Nails,
and entrails and things
hooks,
hanging off of it. They never say anything about it, but it's used to kind of indicate in a very simple way that you are not home, right? You have been pulled in to our world, and this is going to get really bad for you. Right. It's fear inducing without actually inducing fear. Like nothing has happened to you, but you see this thing and it's like, oh, it sort of chills you to the bone. This movie, part 2, does away with all of that. Again, it's that subtlety that they just decide, no, let's go up to 11 instead of starting at
dream
2.
sequences.
Yeah, it's just too much ridiculousness, and I just couldn't get on board with it.
Yeah, you love it.
I love it at number 9.
At number 9. Can we move on?
We can.
All right, moving on. We're jumping ahead a few years. This is 1992's Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth. So we actually had a little bit of technical difficulties. Mark's camera actually went down. So from I think at the ending of part 1 and all of part 2, you're not getting a Mark cam. You're just going to get the wide shot, and then you're going to get my camera.
You're welcome.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just no way. Shit happens.
Yep.
We get technical difficulties. Sometimes the cameras go down from time to time. It is what it is.
Yeah, you know why? Because you haven't sponsored us yet.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. We don't have. If we had the money, we'd have a camera guy behind the cameras, and they would have caught that. We would have producers on set. Yeah. All right. Oh well, it is what it is. Moving on. This is Hellraiser 3 Hell on Earth. I have this at number 6.
Number 5.
Oh, wow. We're actually pretty close. Yeah, it's kind of a mid pick for me. Yeah. It's not good. I want to stress, I don't really like any of these movies. Like, I think the first one's pretty good. Yeah. I think one of the other ones is pretty good. That's about it.
Yeah, it's important to note, and I think you and I talked a little bit about this before we started. We're ranking these movies against each other, but not necessarily against other movies, right? So there has to be a best and a worst within the series.
Right.
But the series itself is not strong. Right?
No. So like this is a mid pick for me, and it's a mid pick because there's elements that are so bad that I was having fun because they're so bad.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll get to those.
Yep.
A quick note I have, they reused the poster from part 1. I don't know if you noticed this.
Oh, is it actually the same?
It's the exact same poster. It's the exact same poster. So Hellraiser 1 and Hellraiser 3 use the exact same image of Pinhead.
I mean, to be fair, it is a pretty iconic picture, but to just go and lift the same image.
Apparently, their reason was they had another cool image, but they couldn't get it approved. They had like some other violent poster they were going to go with, and they couldn't get it approved. So they were like, well, fuck, we got to use something.
We need something.
So they just used, there you go, Hellraiser 3.
Wow.
That's so fucking, it's so lame.
All right.
Yeah. Much like the film itself. That's a good omen, isn't it? So we got a tease at the end. Let's get into the plot. We got a tease at the end of part 2 where there was like in Chenard's like mansion, the remains of the aftermath of part 2. There's like the mattress in Chenard's mansion, and like these Christy and Tiffany walk off into the sunset, and then these like cleaners show up, and then you see this pillar burst out of the mattress, and like Pinhead's in the pillar, and it's like there's like a tease, and it's like what, and then that vagrant from part 1 is in the pillar, and he's like, "What is your pleasure?" I don't know what the fuck's going on, but that teased the ending, or that teased the potential sequel, I guess. And so now we're into part 3, and it epically opens with white text on a black background.
Epic.
Apparently, this is going to be a series staple because they do this in most of these films, unfortunately. The film then actually opens with a new character, J.P. Monroe, who's Mr. Joe Coolio. What are you laughing at?
Does he go on our
cool guy list?
Our Turk list of
I would
detestable, awesome male characters?
I would absolutely. JP definitely belongs on that list.
Yeah.
I'm gonna gush about JP a little bit later. So JP's like he's like this young guy, good looking guy, Mr. Coolio, and he's shopping in a high end like art gallery.
Yes.
And he's looking for a new piece for his bachelor pad. One item in particular catches his eye. It's this giant stone statue. It's like a pillar of souls, which features both Pinhead and the lament box in it. So is this supposed to be what the wooden pillar at the end of part 1 turned into?
I think so.
Like that was my interpretation.
Maybe not that specific one, but a version of. Yeah.
What happened to those moving guys?
Well, one of them gets absolutely destroyed if I remember correctly. Like,
I thought it just showed up, and then the guys were just like, "Oh," and then it ended. I don't remember them getting killed. Maybe.
Well, I don't think they show it, but I think the implication is that.
So then they got absorbed and then it turned into stone, whatever. So this is a
direct. Part 2 sucks.
This is a direct sequel again. Yeah. So then this homeless guy, because there's a recurring theme of like these vagrants that for some reason are connected to the box, and they act as like the box's caretaker on Earth.
Right.
Sure. And he's like, he strikes a deal with J.P. Monroe, and he's like, just pay me what you think it's worth. You know, it's just like
never a good offer.
It's
right?
not ominous at all. Cut to our new female protagonist, Joey Summers, played by Terry Farrell.
Terry Farrell.
Farrell. Do you know her from something?
Yeah. Dude, you're gonna have to hand in your nerd card here. She was on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Yeah, Jadzia Dax.
I don't know Star Trek. I wouldn't get Trek stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, she's the main character on a show that lasted.
I think you're going to have to hand in your coolness card because you just gave it up right there.
What coolness card?
Yeah. You wouldn't be in that cool guy group with JP and Turk. Dude, she was in DS9.
And I wouldn't even call, here's the thing, I wouldn't call myself a Star Trek fan.
But that still blows my mind you knew that. That's like a weird pull. Good for you.
Is it?
Good for you, Mark Skews.
All right.
Good for you.
Okay, no. Tell us in the comments which one of us is on the right here. Like, should you know who this is? Like, I feel like she was famous enough that, you should recognize.
Should you?
Yeah.
Mark seems to think so.
Tell us. Please bail me out here because now I'm feeling like I'm the only one that would get this reference.
All right, Terry. Sorry, how did you pronounce it?
Terry Farrell.
Terry Farrell. Okay, cool. Yeah. So she's our new protagonist, and she's like at a hospital, and she's disappointed by like some lame story she's covering, and then her cameraman Doc, he like gets a call and he has to rush off to cover some other story, and just then a man is rushed into the emergency on a stretcher with multiple chains sticking out of him. Ooh, we've seen this before. They attempt to help him, but the chains come to life and tear him apart exactly like Frank gets torn apart in part 1. So then there's this other woman who comes in with the guy on the stretcher, and Joey speaks with her, and she's like clearly shook up, and she reveals that they just met. So it's like it wasn't her boyfriend. It was like some guy she just met at a club called the Boiler Room, which then Joey goes to investigate, which brings her face to face with Mr. Coolio, JP Monroe, who we met earlier. And it turns out JP actually owns the club, and there's this little like nothing interaction between the two of them. Nothing really comes out of it. We're then treated to flashes of combat in like a war, and it's like a dream sequence, and Joey's dressed she's got like a long white dress on, and she's watching horrified as like some guy gets left behind. I cannot stand the pointless white dress dream sequences.
Right.
This is used in everything. This trope needs to stop. Put people in white. It's weird. It's ethereal.
We have to make it clear that this is the character who's seeing all of this happen,
right?
But they're not actually there and part.
But that's not how dreams work.
Right. Yeah.
But in dreams, you're just like in the thing. Yeah. You're not just like some third person perspective, wearing all white. Yeah, I know. I get it's visual. Yeah. It's stupid. Stop doing it.
It is stupid.
Yeah. So apparently, she made some impression at the from the girl at the club, because the girl she met at the hospital. So apparently, I don't know, somehow she made some impression on her, because then she just like shows up and she's like, yeah, I'll be interviewed. It's like, as long as I can crash here. It's like, I don't know. Okay. She's like some transient girl. It's like, they don't give her a ton of character. So then she shows up at Joey's apartment, and then Joey starts like opening up about her, like they immediately start like opening up to one another. It's like, okay, sure. I guess she's doing this to like maybe disarm the girl. I think her name is Terry.
Terry is the
She's like trying to like lower Terry's guard. So Joey starts talking about like the Vietnam nightmare like that she just had, and it turns out it's her father that was in the nightmare. So that's why her father died in Vietnam. So she has this recurring nightmare, and Joey then starts to question her, and Terry reveals the Lament puzzle box. But it's like a piece of the stone pillar. So it's like a stone version of the puzzle box that the guy broke off of JP's statue. Sure. Okay, why not? Back at the club, JP actually notices the chunk missing, and he hears something inside. So what does he do? He reaches his arm inside, which would anyone
ever, if there's lessons to be learned,
like would anyone ever do this in real life? If like there was a dark hole and you hear somebody like, oh, I just got to reach my arm in that.
I just got faces sticking out of it.
Yeah. Okay, sure. So he reaches his arm in, and then like a rat attacks him. This like killer rat clamps onto his hand. He starts like freaking out, and he splatters blood all over the pillar, which causes the pillar to come to life and absorb the blood, JP's reaction? Whoa. Club Girl then takes Joey to the art gallery where JP got the statue, but it's closed. And in fact, it's been closed for over a month.
Yeah.
So who did JP? Who was the guy that JP bought this statue from? Interesting. So they break in and just start snooping around, and they discover that all of the contents at the gallery is from like estate sales and things they recovered from places. Right. So it's like places that got shut down and that's all of the things that you find in there, including a certain mental institution which got shut down at the end of part 2. So that's where all of these items came from that were in the gallery. Did they ever explain why the owner was just gone though? Like seemingly he wasn't. I don't know.
Of the gallery?
Yeah.
Like why maybe he was never there.
Well, no, because the guy was like, oh yeah, he's on vacation.
Or maybe he was on vacation.
In hell? He was in the hell world. Cut back to the club where JP picks up a hot blonde and takes her back to his penthouse above the bar to fuck. Afterwards, JP tells her to beat it, and she is understandably upset. She backs into the pillar, which activates, shooting chains into her and absorbing her into the pillar itself. Like similar to how Frank and Julia would absorb their victims. The pillar is now doing this. Doug Bradley's full Pinhead is now revealed in the pillar and begins to speak to Monroe, discussing the morality of him killing the girl. JP isn't having any of it and pulls a gun before shooting Pinhead. Pinhead spits the bullets right back out and begins to try to attempt to have a civilized conversation with JP, which is a very funny exchange. Joey gets her hands on the police interview. I liked this touch. And Kirsty shouldn't have been in part 2. This would have been a neater touch. So Joey gets her hands on the police interviews, which I guess were from the what you didn't see, but they would kind of be the beginning of part 2, like Hellraiser 2. And it's her interrogations where she starts talking about the Cenobites and basically giving you a lore dump for the audience's benefit, but also for Joey's benefit.
Yeah, they would have taken place sort of after part 1 when, they come upon the house where all of this madness went down, and they're asking her, probably trying to figure out if she's responsible for this, because again, the story that she tells, no one's going to believe, right? So
I'd believe her, Mark.
Yeah?
I would believe her. Because I've seen all these horror films, I'd be like, that's possible.
That's possible.
Yeah.
That's likely.
You definitely have a Cenobite problem.
Yeah.
I've heard of this before.
What you got there? The Cenobite problem.
That's a Cenobite issue, Little Cenobite infestation, So then the screen that she's watching, like the transmission starts to go all wonky, and Doug Bradley's human form shows up, and he's like, she's telling the truth, Joey. And he starts talking to her. This becomes a thing where she keeps having visions of, you said his name, Elliot Spencer, which is Pinhead's human form, like pre-Pinhead form. So, fearing she has no other options, Terry, the girl from earlier, goes back to see JP, and then they have some weird little exchange, and then JP tries to feed her to the pillar. But she holds her own and decks him with brass knuckles, and then she's about to leave, but then Pinhead talks her down, and Pinhead, this is they add a new piece to the lore now. The Cenobites somehow know everything about all of us, because he starts talking to her about her life. And also before that, there's another scene where Pinhead, they hint that JP killed his parents.
Oh, how touching. That is the gun you used to kill your parents.
Oh, I understand.
Their fortune was so tempting, their affection so conditional. What else could you do?
that's the gun you used to kill your parents, JP.
Oh, okay, I didn't catch that.
And I was like, what? I was like, how do you know this?
Yeah.
So it's like, I guess now the Cenobites are all-knowing beings, even though it's like a guy that's been in a Hellworld for a couple decades. Like, I guess they somehow know things. Sure. New lore.
Yep.
So then Terry feeds JP to Pinhead, causing the pillar to come to life and explode, revealing a reborn Pinhead. He's no longer trapped in the statue. Joey then somehow steps into a moment in time where human Pinhead speaks to her, where he reveals he's the ghost of Elliot Spencer, Pinhead's human form. He also reveals we're an hour into this film and it's still really lame. No, he tells her about the Hellworld, reveals his origin as Pinhead. He also explains that the Pinhead in our world is the evil side of him.
Yeah.
While the ghost she's talking to is Elliot Spencer's soul. What is going on? So it's up to Joey to send Pinhead back to hell with the puzzle cube before Pinhead can destroy the box and permanently free himself to rain chaos on our world.
Yep.
I mean, it's a mid-pick. Yeah. There's not a lot I like. Yeah. The things I like ironically, not because they were meant to be.
Yeah. Good. So I think the reason why you're probably wondering, well, why do I like this one better than part 2? Right?
Because it's stupid and you're laughing at it?
Yeah, yeah. So this one you know what? We know what we're going to do with this one. It is totally cheesy. This one's fun in a way that like the original Hellraiser was not, right? I wouldn't say that this would have made a better follow-up to the original because...
No, if this had come after the first one, everyone would just be like, "Oh, 3."
But you can get away with that. I mean, look at Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right? First one very serious. The second
goes
one
off the rails.
Absolutely
line
crazy,
of cocaine.
Right?
Yep.
This one's fun. When I started watching it, I realized very early on, as soon as we get our JP Monroe character, I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I know what I'm in for. Turn your brain off for this one. Just sit back, and especially the final act of this movie is just ridiculous in a way that's just like
nonsense.
Okay,
well,
all right.
Let's get into the protagonist.
Yep.
I'm probably still scarred from Silent Night, Deadly Night 4. That's the Kim character, the reporter character, but like. I just don't give a shit about the archetype of like, I'm just this young reporter trying to make a name for myself.
Yeah.
It's like, it's such a basic bullshit trope. And I just don't care about Joey. At one point, she doesn't even seem to like being a reporter. Like at one point, she's like, when she's researching with Terry, they're like going through all those records. She's like, this is going to take forever.
This is going to take forever.
Yeah, doing research, like being a reporter.
This is what you're getting into.
Yeah, you mean the thing that you apparently want to do? You're calling?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Her character is just kind of whatever. Like, it's such a basic, like, bland motivation. And, like, why does Elliot, like, what is special about her? I had this thought. Why her? Like, as Elliot Spencer contacts her. Here's my question. Why the fuck aren't you contacting Kirsty?
Yeah.
Kirsty's still alive. She just walks into the sunset. But instead, Elliot Spencer's like, no, I better contact someone else. Kirsty's been through enough shit. Why?
Especially since
why the fuck?
They've kind of established that once you've opened the box and they are after you, they will not stop coming after you, right? So if Kirsty would have made more sense because they're still actively pursuing her, right? They still
they don't really establish that in this one. No, you're thinking of they establish that later on.
I guess
it's not. I guess you are kind of thinking of the second one. Yeah, sorry, that isn't the second one. Yeah, in the second one, they're like, you didn't think you could escape from us that easily.
Well, yeah, I remember in the first one, like the whole reason why Pinhead takes the deal to begin with is because she trades
the guy who got away.
Yeah,
but again, even that makes no sense. How does he get away?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could be everywhere.
Like, how do you get away from the Cenobites?
Yeah.
Like, sure, don't they have your soul?
Yeah.
How does Frank escape? Clive Barker, give us the answers. All right, comment below. You obviously
you're going to
know.
watch this. Yeah,
yeah.
He's not going to watch this.
No,
nobody's going to watch this.
So I think Joey sucks. I don't know what's your feeling on Joey.
Yeah, I actually feel like Terry. This is another instance of the movie directing our attention towards the wrong character.
I agree, but
Yeah.
it's not the character that you recommend.
Yeah. Well, no, between the two of them, right? Like if one of those two has to be like our final girl / focus to drive the plot
Terry
forward.
was slightly more interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she still sucks too, but
Joey actually gives us. So Joey, this is the first time Pinhead is named in the series. It's Joey.
yeah.
Play with this Pinhead.
She earned that.
Yep.
Yeah, she earned that. She totally deserved to name this creature for all time.
But hey, I mean, if it was going to happen in any one of these movies, it might as well be the cheesy slasher one. This is a slasher. Like,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, this is definitely a slasher.
Yeah.
I think they should have followed J.P. Monroe.
Well, he's more like Julia.
He's more
Right.
interesting. Well,
Yeah.
he's the Frank character.
Yeah.
He's the Frank
He's
character.
the Frank. He's the Chenard. He's the Julia.
He's fitting that archetype
Yeah.
of the guy who's just like, he wants it all kind of thing.
And I don't care who I have to step over to get it.
But I think there's something interesting about him. Like
Yeah.
he's built his own little world. I like
Yeah.
it. Like he's got like this sweet private penthouse above the club.
The dance club that he owns.
Yeah. And he's built his own little empire. Like, I don't know. I respect J.P. Monroe. He kind of came from
Respect.
I don't know. I like J.P. Monroe.
Yeah.
I love the fact that like, so the first time he actually sees Pinhead, what's his reaction?
You will help me to...
No. No fucking way, man. No fucking way.
I need your help. He's like, fuck you, man.
Yeah.
And I like that he's not intimidated by a force of supernatural like terror. He is in total control of his own destiny.
Yep.
That's admirable in a person.
Yep.
You know, you look at Terry and Joey, and it's like they're just running from these forces. J.P. Monroe is trying to retain his own authority in his own life, right? For better or worse.
He stands up to these forces and thinks that he can overcome them, right?
And you know, like he's definitely a scumbag.
Yeah.
Like he's got a few, you know, like after he has sex with the blonde girl, he's like, I'm J.P. Monroe. You're just some stupid little bitch. Give me back my shirt and get the fuck out of my life.
But you gave me a rose.
Tomorrow, I'll give one to somebody else. Now get dressed and get out of here.
You shit. Who do you think you are?
I'm J.P. Monroe, right? You stupid little bitch. Give me back my shirt and get the fuck out of my life.
Who hasn't said that before?
I was going to say,
you know, like
Justin, do you want to turn Fly By Night into a dance club and then open your
called
own?
the Boiler Room.
The
Boiler Room's a cool set.
Yeah.
That is a cool theme for a nightclub. That's pretty fucking dope. They also get a little bit of a hint, like they do show you that he's kind of like a Frank, because like he's got some weird sexual predilections. Like there's some sexual artwork around his place. He doesn't have typical sex. Like when he has sex with the one girl that we see, he like ties her up in a very bondage way.
Yeah.
So he is fitting that role. I don't know. I found him the most interesting. Is it weird that I keep relating to the people that just want to experience all there is to experience? I find them the most interesting. I find them the most relatable.
Do we need to check your hard drive?
Moving on. The series. Get back to the things I don't like. We're answering questions that nobody asked.
Yeah.
You know, like this is the most human Pinhead you get in the whole series. Like Elliot Spencer, right? He's in the movie, like keeps popping up, and we get like his whole backstory is like, I was a soldier in World War I, Joey, and I thought after the war I was really fucked up and I found this puzzle. Who fucking cares?
Yeah.
Like, fuck you, Elliot Spencer. I don't care about any of this shit. I'm like, firstly, I hated the decision to make you a human. So I really don't want to see even more of that.
I found the monster within the box. It found the monster within me. For decades, I served Hell with no memory of my former life.
I still don't...
Monster as I was bound by laws. Hell has its commandments too, you know. The box had to be opened to let me out. The truly innocent was safe. Until a friend released me.
Right.
Why are you showing us all this?
And I don't feel like we need to make Pinhead or any of the other Cenobites. We don't need to feel sorry for them, right? We don't need to humanize them. We don't need to be like, oh, okay, he was a human. He was a World War I soldier. Okay, all right. No. Leave him as the inexorable force that he was. We don't need to explain that.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and I wrote down, so like they're trying to just like, oh, this happened, and then I found the box, and it was 1921, and then and they give you all this like backstory and lore dump and all that shit. Even with all that, I have no fucking idea what was happening most of the time in the movie. There's so much shit that it's just nonsense. Like he's like, I'm not actually a ghost. I'm a soul. My evil half has escaped hell, and now he's running wild on Earth. You will constantly be asking yourself watching this, what is happening?
Yeah.
Like, what is actually going on? And it becomes so infuriating by the third act. Yeah. Do you have anything to comment on that, Mark? You're looking at me like, I agree, but I don't. Is there something you agree or you don't agree? See, this is a podcast where one of us says a point and then the other person usually comments on that point.
I'm waiting until we get to one particular thing that I thought was just hilarious.
You just want to get to the stupid side.
Yeah, let's.
All right. So like there's nonsense shit going on and there's Joey has to fuse the two souls of Pinhead and that's how it kills him. Fuck all that shit. Mark wants to talk about probably the worst Cenobites in the entire fucking franchise. What the fuck were they thinking? Yeah. So the setup for this is cool. So I like the boiler room set.
Yep.
And it starts off with like Pinhead like literally explodes into the room, and the club is like packed full of people, and he starts like everyone starts freaking out and scattering, and he starts cackling, and it is at this exact moment. This is when Pinhead becomes a slasher villain.
Yep.
It's this moment in the franchise. It's part 3. It's an hour into the fucking runtime, and Pinhead just starts for no reason just slaughtering everyone.
Going off. Yep.
And it is a really cool scene.
Yep.
He massacres everyone. Everyone dies in this scene.
Yep.
And he also like I compared it to the scene at the end of Carrie, where Carrie just like locks everyone in the gymnasium and just fucking eviscerates everyone.
Yep.
It's that scene, but even more brutal.
They show it after, right? Like they do.
And everyone's dead.
Yeah. And they're not just dead, but some of them are like horrifically killed. Yeah. Like as you would imagine somebody with the abilities that Pinhead has to kill you creatively, it's all there. Yep.
So then Joey shows up, and for some reason, Pinhead's like, oh, she has the box. I got to get the box. And again, now he's acting like a slasher villain, and Joey's the final girl. So he's chasing after her. But he's like, oh, well, I better get some new recruits. So then apparently Pinhead can just make new Cenobites. This is a new ability they give him. Because before it was the Leviathan that did this.
Right.
But no, apparently Pinhead also has this power. And he just makes new Cenobites, and they all suck. They're all so. It's basically just like things that were in the room. That's what the Cenobites are. And so her cameraman Doc, he gets turned into a Cenobite that's literally just a guy. It's like a creature with a camera just jammed.
It's just like a lens that comes out of his head.
It's just like he jammed a camera lens into his head, and he starts spewing one-liners.
Whoa, what the
Ready for your close-up, Joey?
Ready for your close-up, Joey? It's like, oh, so now we're doing
Now you're
one-liners.
Freddy, eh?
We're doing one-liners. Like, no, but the series at this point, like, the tone was never this.
Yeah.
It was like, and that's why it went higher for me, is it's so stupid that I was laughing.
Yeah.
Because it's so dumb. It's terrible. We got a CD guy.
Yeah.
It's just like a guy.
I think he was the DJ.
Yeah, and he like makes robot noises. Well, if he's a DJ, shouldn't it have been records? I don't know. But he makes robot noises for some reason. It's like, and he throws killer CDs.
Yep.
Which I had a thought, wouldn't that have been a more effective anti-piracy campaign? Remember that, like in the early 2000s?
All those movies that had those warnings at the beginning?
Yeah, it should have been that. They should have just showed that shot of CDs, the Cenobite CD walking down and like these kids being like, dude, let's download the first 2 seasons of Entourage. And then CD shows up and they're like, that should have been the anti-piracy campaign. And then we got a big fat guy. What's his name, Mark? See if you know the name.
I don't know. I just call them the 3 Musketeers of Cenobites.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's more. There's technically 5.
There's a whole bunch of them, but yeah.
So then there's a big fat guy that's like, he breathes fire for some reason. He's called Barbie. So all of them have names because of the toys. That's why I know their names. And, oh, God.
I didn't know they called them that.
Yeah, Barbie. Probably the worst scene that showcases them is like, they're all chasing Joey, and Joey's just running down the street. And there's like this shot of the new Cenobites walking down the street, and they just look like such dorks. Like all the mystique from the first 2 films of the Cenobites, and more so the first, it's all gone. All gone. Because you just got these dorks walking down the street that look like they're cosplaying as Cenobites. That's a wrap. And here's some trivia for you. When he said that, he was actually referring to the Hellraiser series as a whole. A lot of people don't know that.
You're just making that up. I wish you were making that up, or that you weren't making that up.
It's my own trivia because after watching it, I'm like, oh, that's what that's in reference to. Yeah. Oh, and don't forget JP and Terry. See this rant you're making me go on because it's all it sucks so much. Terry is like, she's just bald and like has a cigarette in her throat.
Yeah. That was her thing, right? See, all the Cenobites now have a theme about them, right? Like some characteristic from their life that is now part of
so Barbie he was a fire breather in his life.
Oh, I think wasn't he?
I think he was the bartender.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but that's still fire. I don't know. I guess he had alcohol.
Maybe he did like the fire breathing trick from.
And then JP, do you remember what JP is? It's hard to remember. He's only in like a couple shots. JP has pistons in the side of his head that go like.
Is it in his head or his neck? I can't remember what.
Who cares?
Yeah.
It's stupid.
But there's no point to them.
No,
they're just in there.
So literally, their design philosophy for the new generation of Cenobites was, let's take a thing and jam it into their head,
right?
And that's their thing.
Yep.
There's zero creativity here.
This is definitely a can we sell figures initiative, right? Do you have is there a JP piston head figure?
There is not, but most of those, not that I'm aware of, but most of those Cenobites have action figures.
Yeah, you can get CD.
That's the only reason I know their names.
And Barbie.
Yeah, Barbie. Yeah. And I don't think you can get Terry, but it's bad.
Yeah, so I mean, there's no.
That's all I have left to say. I don't have it. I'm not. Some of these movies, I'm not going to just tell you the ending because it's just who cares.
This one isn't better than part 2. It's just that this one knows what it wants to be, and it doesn't pretend to be serious until it gets stupid. Right? Like it just starts stupid, and it's stupid all the way through. And I kind of respect that. Like, when you watch a movie and they know what they're trying to do. It makes for a better film. This is not serious. It is not a good continuation of part 1.
At moments, at times it's serious. I don't know. So my thing was, it was a mid pick for me because it's still a film that is made to a quality. Yeah. Like it still looks like a theatrical film.
Well, this is the first Miramax, I believe, right?
Maybe.
First entry by Miramax and not New World Pictures.
Okay,
so there's some money here.
There's money involved in this picture. Yeah. It looks a hell of a lot better than the later entries in the series, so that gave it bonus points. But then it's so dumb that it made me laugh. So I was like, okay, I'll bring you up a little bit. But it's not. I'm not putting it in the top 5.
Still had a lot of things I didn't like. Like I do not like going into the history of Pinhead. I don't want to know who these things are.
Stop reminding us they're people. I want to forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, of course, like obviously her father was also a soldier in the military, and that becomes it's almost at points it was kind of confusing. I'm like, are you trying to tell me her father's story, or is this Elliot Spencer's story?
There was a moment, they didn't do this, thank God, but there was a moment I thought that they were going to be like, Joey, you're my daughter.
Right, yeah.
And I would have been like, oh,
don't you dare.
Fuck right
don't
off.
you dare.
Yeah, which would have made no sense, but.
I don't know if did you watch the unrated version?
I don't know.
Yeah. Apparently there's an unrated version. I did not see that one. There's 3 more minutes. I don't know if they.
Oh, I think I did. And it's the version where I watched the Arrow video Blu-ray release, and it's like they put in the footage, but it was like, it's so clearly, like it's so obvious when it's cut footage, because it'll be like really nice, pristine HD Blu-ray, and then all of a sudden it cuts and it's like very fuzzy and standard def looking, like from a DVD transfer, and then it'll cut back and it's like, oh, okay, I guess that was a cut scene.
So it obviously didn't add some.
Most of it was just like extra dialogue.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember there being any cut deaths. Like if that's what you're thinking.
No.
Like yeah. So anything else you'd like to say about Hellraiser?
No, I don't think so.
That's a wrap.
Let's move on to our next entry. This is our 4th entry in the Sacred Hellraiser timeline. This is from 1996. We are now late into the 90s.
Yeah. We're past the 80s.
The quality's going to start dipping here real quick.
Yeah.
This is Hellraiser Bloodline. I have this higher than you might think.
Oh, Jesus.
Really? Really? This is my number 5.
Oh.
How low?
This is 11.
This is your least
This is my least favorite. Yep.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't think there was going to be one we're going to debate about. I think it's going to be this.
Nope.
I can't, because there's another one that I think deserves to be 11. And I don't know how you could say this is worse than that one.
I think I know the one you're probably referring to.
We all know the one I'm referring to. I don't know how you could say, it's around somewhere. I don't know which one, yeah. But really?
Come on. Pinhead in space. Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I didn't mind it.
Oh.
I didn't mind it. Interesting trivia. This is the last Hellraiser film to get a theatrical release.
Yep.
They were all direct-to-video after this. So
only 85 minutes and love it.
We open at a space station, and to Mark's point, this is only the 4th entry, and yes, Pinhead is in space.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a pill to swallow. Fair enough. All right, I don't mind the Pinhead in space. It doesn't. I don't think it's as campy as Jason X. Jason X it felt very gimmicky.
Yes,
it didn't feel gimmicky in this. They don't like in this. It was like there's a reason for it to be in the future. We'll get to it, but it has a reason to exist. Like it's not just what if we put him in space? It's like that wasn't really the thing. Jason X, that was very clearly the thing.
Yeah.
So we cut to a space station, and the year is revealed to be 2127. So we're like way off into the future here, and there's this guy monitoring a room where we got a pretty cool looking robot. And the robot is actually holding the Lament puzzle box. And the man puts on these gloves that allow him to like remotely control the robot.
Yep.
And he uses the robot to actually open the puzzle box. And unfortunately, this is where it's like, oh, it's 96. The shots of the robot are cool until it zooms in on its hands manipulating the puzzle box. And it's all CG and it's terrible CG. And you're like, oh, fuck, we're in the 90s now.
Yep.
We're into this era. It's not all going to be practical from here on out. Suddenly, the puzzle box activates, exploding the robot and revealing, who else? Pinhead. Some random soldiers then show up and interrupt this little exchange, and they take the man into custody. They interrogate him, revealing he built the entire space station, and he actually evacuated the rest of the crew. So he was the only one on the station. I can't remember exactly, like they suspect him that some foul play is going on, but they don't actually have him anything to hold him on.
Yeah.
So they're kind of just questioning like, why are you being weird? Like what's going on here? I don't know. That seemed to be the motivation for that interrogation. Because he didn't kill his crew. He basically just was like, all right, everybody off the ship but me. So now the space cops show up and they're like, What are you doing up here? Why are you doing that? That's weird, right? So then the new protagonist reveals that he is the descendant of an artist that was once commissioned centuries ago to build an elaborate puzzle box. And we get a flashback showing the construction of the Lament puzzle box. And I'm assuming this is why you hate it so much, is this shit? Because they get really deep into the...
yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah. I don't particularly like it either. I don't mind it as much. I don't know. I don't mind this as much. It's like some eccentric artist guy from like, Shakespearean time was the originator of this puzzle box. I don't mind that as much. I don't mind that the puzzle box, you don't like that the puzzle box was man-made?
Well, I mean, it had to have been created somehow. Right? I guess I just wish they took that part seriously a little bit more than they did.
I thought they handled it not bad. They handled it with the utmost tact and respect.
Did
they? I don't know. Unfortunately, this isn't just a single scene, and the flashbacks continue, and then that's when you realize, like, oh, this is a big part of the movie. Yeah. So this movie is split into 3 separate timelines.
That I don't like.
So we get, it's like a third of the movie is in the Shakespearean time.
Yeah, 1796.
1796. Yep. A third of the movie is set in like the 90s, right up around like where the other Hellraiser movies would have taken place. It's actually, it basically takes place right after Hellraiser 3.
I imagined it was like present day.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
At the time, present day. And then the last part takes place in the future, 21, 27.
21, 27, yeah.
Yes. So then Adam Scott shows up as a character named Jacques. Adam Scott, who we should know from tons of things. I know him. He was in a lot of comedy movies. He's probably best known now for Severance. I don't know if you've seen that.
For that current show, yep.
But
I know him from Step Brothers.
Yeah, exactly. He's in a lot of comedy.
He's a comedy actor. He's really
also
good.
Parks and Recreation. Yep. He's very good. We like Adam Scott.
You know who he is. Yep.
This is a weird early role for him. And he's like...
Not the weirdest cameo coming up in this franchise, but...
There's some other strange ones, yeah. But like, he's playing a Frenchman. It's not his best performance. He's playing a Frenchman with 0 accent.
Yep.
It's already gone, Toymaker. Demons will walk the earth. And you're responsible. Think of that. You and your bloodline cursed to the end of time because of your little puzzle box.
He's playing Jacques. Jacques brings a young girl to this older man who's like some sort of magician. Like, I don't know who this older guy is. And they tie her up and they kill her. And then the puzzle maker shows up and he delivers the box to Jacques and the perverted old man who I guess commissioned the puzzle maker to build the box. And the 2 men then perform some sort of ritual and cut the dead woman's body apart. And this house somehow opens a magic gateway as the old man speaks some magic words that he somehow knows. This is my problem. I don't mind the puzzle box idea, and I don't even mind the idea of like some eccentric millionaire had someone build him a puzzle box that could open realms. How does he know all this shit, though?
Yeah.
That's the other problem. It's like, it's such a don't think about it. It's like, there's a magic guy, and he somehow knows things, and he has spells for some reason. Sure. The woman is then brought back to life, and the old man names her Angelique.
Angelique, yeah.
Angelique, played by Valentina Vargas. Is she in something, Mark? She in Star Trek?
No, maybe.
She in Dune? Yeah. Does she show up in the David Lynch Dune? Maybe. Anyways, so the puzzle maker Philip goes to his friend. I thought this was like kind of a stupid little scene. So the puzzle maker sees this happen. He's like, oh my God, what have I done? I've done the devil's work. And he like confides in his best friend. We'll call him Mark. And he's like, Mark, I got commissioned to build this box and it summons demons. He's like, what should I do? And then Mark's like, well, if you built the box to summon demons, surely you can build a box that defeats demons. It's like, that's not actually that stupid of advice. It's like, it's a good point. It's like, okay, sure. You build the box that makes them. Why can't you just build a box that like undoes what you just did, right? So then he breaks into the old man's mansion to steal the box back, where he finds the old guy brutally slain and Angelique fucking Jacques, who just knocks out Phillips and tells her to kill him. While this is happening, the way this the narrative structure works is the guy in the present time is giving you all this backstory. So we keep cutting back to him in the interrogation. The descendant in the future.
Not the present, the future.
That's what I said. Yeah. The guy in the future, the descendant in the future, in 20, the bald guy.
Yep.
He is giving you that he's like, it keeps cutting back to him narrating this.
He's telling this story.
He's telling the story that we're seeing. So we keep getting shots of it going back to him. We then cut to another descendant, a man named John
Merchant.
And he's like in the now it's the 90s.
Yep.
And presumably this takes place right after the events of Hellraiser 3 or not long after, because there is a direct connection. And he's played by actor Bruce Ramsey, who I didn't, credit to them, I didn't actually realize it's the same guy.
Same guy all the way through, yeah.
They did a good job changing his makeup up, where like the guy in the future doesn't looks nothing like the other two, and I didn't catch it. I genuinely was like, oh, it's the same dude?
We got the long hair powder, I want to say wig, but not a wig, but
the wig, in
the original one, or the
in
17s,
Shakespearean France, and then you've got like regular hair John, and then he's like he looks like out of Alien 3 with like the prison planet. And actually I think he does a pretty good job portraying the three different versions. They all feel like they have different personalities. That's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be three different people, right? So you could be confused thinking that if you did recognize them, that you might think they're the same person all the way through, which they're not, right?
They just look the same, but they have very different personalities. Like, anyways, his wife, you had to have caught this.
Mm-hmm.
Who plays his wife, Mark? Who plays John's wife?
Kim Myers.
Who are we seen Kim before?
Kim Myers is a friend of the show, or
yes,
we've talked about her before. Lisa from Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
Yeah, she is Jesse's love interest. Jesse's beard in Nightmare on Elm Street 2, if you will.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting because she seems to get typecast as the partner to someone who suffers from nightmares and is running from a demon.
Yeah.
What a weird connection there that both those roles
and then ends up fighting that demon herself in a way as well, right? Like,
So John's suffering from visions of Angelique calling out to him. Cut to Angelique, who takes notice of John from a magazine cover, and Jacques with her. How is Jacques still alive? Did you catch this?
Yeah.
Like Jacques is not a Cenobite.
No. So
Angelique is.
What you're getting at, and I want to tell you, you're doing a great job of explaining the
in
plot
life, or
this
just of this right now?
No, you're doing a terrible job in life.
Right. I mean, I'm on this podcast with you, so it can't be going that well.
We're both. This is a Saturday for both of us, right?
Right. Yeah.
But if you are watching this show and you're finding it difficult to understand the plot of
any of these movies,
this one in particular, though, going across, spanning 3 different timelines, with different things happening in each one. It's not because Justin's doing a pretty good job of explaining it. It's very complicated to the point where it almost doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
right?
we're about to get into that right now. So Jacques tries to like dominate Angelique, and Angelique's finally like, I've had enough of this guy, just kills him. Sure, I guess she could have killed him at any point. Angelique then shows up at John's big reveal party because like John's like an architect.
Yeah.
So he's revealing like but like it's in his new building that he made, and the architecture of the new building is based on the lament box.
Right.
And he seems, and this is actually revealed at the end of 3. At the end of 3, there's like a shot of like this new building, and it's got like lament, like the design work of the lament box in the building. So they do credit to 3. They kind of set this up a little bit. So again, 4 is a direct, we're still in the same timeline. It's still like a direct sequel. And they do in fact confirm it is the same building, because then Angelique, like she goes into the basement and she punches into the brick and she pulls out the lament box. And how did that lament box get in that foundation?
So at the end of part 3, sorry,
Joey.
They bury it in the cement.
Joey throws it in the cement, the foundation of the new building.
Yeah.
So nice little touch. I appreciated that. Then she lures some schlubby guy into the basement. She likes to do some, and she's like, "Here, play with this box, and then I'll let you play with my box."
Yeah.
She doesn't say that, but that would have been a funny line. That was the implication. So then, the of course that immediately you don't have to do anything. You just touch the fucking box and it opens up. But then it opens up and the gates to Hellworld open and Pinhead walks out. And my question is, why was Pinhead alive?
Yeah, I mean, he was destroyed.
Oh, multiple times.
Right?
Multiple times.
you know,
he's destroyed in 3 when his souls fuse, and then he's killed in 2 by Chenard.
Yep.
So what is Pinhead?
I mean, in the first one, I can imagine they just get sent back to where they were. So if this had followed part 1, it would have been okay. But you're right. In 2 and 3, like there's no explanation for how he's returned, right?
Right. It's like, okay, sure. So then Pinhead's back and he starts talking to Angelique like they're old pals.
Yeah.
Which I was like, oh, that's interesting. He like calls her princess.
Things seem to have changed.
Hell is more ordered since your time, princess. And much less amusing.
Princess?
Yeah.
Okay, so she has some sort of role in hell that we're not aware of. Angelique then goes to visit John, who shows her his, so this is the complicated part. For some reason, John has this vision in his head of like a reverse lament box that seals light in it forever.
Yeah.
And that will somehow kill the Cenobites, but he doesn't actually know what he's building. So he's kind of confused on that. Then we get this like goof. So Pinhead's aware of this and Angelique like warns him about it. It's like, this man could destroy us all for good. And then Pinhead's like, well, I can't have that. And then he like kidnaps John's wife and son, which is like, that doesn't feel like something a Cenobite would do. This just feels so slasher villainy bullshit. It's so beneath a Cenobite. We do get introduced to a cool creature though, the Chatterer Beast.
The dog. Is
the
that
dog?
It's
called the Chatterer
dog.
Beast. Yeah, it's really cool actually. That's a cool design.
They didn't do anything with it, but
no, it's just there to be menacing. That's about it. So then Pinhead's got John's family, and he's like, all right, now you work for me, and you're going to build the ultimate puzzle box that is a permanent gateway. It's not one that you can close. Because apparently all the boxes that exist on Earth exist, but they're not permanent. They're not proper. Like they're like half measures. Right. That's why they can be closed again and defeat the Cenobites or something. Yep. I don't know. One of the things I did like in the lore, remember in 2, when in Chenard's office you see all those puzzle boxes, they explain that Angelique had multiple puzzle boxes commissioned that copied the original design. I thought that was a neat little touch. That explains why there was a bunch of them in the world, that she basically copied a bunch of them so that they could, at any point, she made backups.
Yep.
It's like, okay, I'm okay with that. And now, at this point, we are an hour into the film, and we haven't gotten any new plot from the future, which is like, we're an hour in. It's only an hour and a half fucking movie. I'm like, go back to present time, for fuck's sakes. So then Pinhead just kills John anyways, and the last 20 minutes are in the future, and it's just Pinhead and Angelique running around killing innocent space cops before the Descendant, that's the shaved head man, uses the entire station as a trap to once and for all kill Pinhead.
Yeah, the station, I guess, was supposed to be the Elysium configuration that can also be turned into,
I didn't mind that.
Come on.
All right, Mark, why don't you kick it off since you apparently don't like this movie so much. How low was it for you again? Right. This is your last. Yeah. No, that's crazy. But please, I would love to hear the ramblings of a madman.
No, the biggest thing about this one is that it just makes no sense whatsoever. It tries to be so complex and misses the mark on every point. I was watching this movie and I'm like, what is happening here? I don't understand what the motivation is. What are these characters? I mean, I totally understood the idea that, these are descendants of the Marchand family and that they're all ultimately trying to work towards building this Elysium configuration. But I just thought the whole thing was stupid. I didn't enjoy any part of it. It wasn't cheesy, so I didn't have fun with it. But it wasn't really serious enough.
It takes itself serious. Well, it kind of course corrects after 3 where they're like, all right, we're going to try to take this a little more serious.
As someone who, I don't like the history behind the Cenobites. I don't like the history behind the puzzle box. this is just the worst for that because it tries to give you so much
more.
That
yeah,
I was
so
just
much
like,
more. Well, let's talk about the simultaneous timelines.
Yep.
I don't think it works.
Nope.
Because we spend too much time in each one of those. Like, I don't know how you do it though.
Yep.
Like, I guess the answer is just don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, you can do flashbacks, I guess, or maybe even 2 wouldn't have been that bad. You know, like they could have done it like a Godfather 2 kind of idea where you've got half the movie is in the present time and half the movie is the flashback of the previous descendant trying to stop this evil.
Yeah.
But I think the 3 was just a little bit too much.
many.
And
it makes it so you can't connect with any of the characters.
you nailed it. Because I think the only interested character, because that's exactly, who are we supposed to be invested in?
Yeah.
Are you invested in Philip, the first guy?
It's my masterpiece. You simply couldn't understand. I was working to a commission, to very specific requests.
It's almost midnight. Where are you going?
The Chateau de Rêve, to deliver the box.
Now? Why?
Because my work might be appreciated there.
He's hardly in the movie, but they don't give him anything. He's just around. Are we supposed to be invested in John?
Yeah.
I've always thought that the applause from your peers is the best kind of applause, and I am truly touched by your reception and by this award.
I don't know. They don't give him much characterization anyways. The Descendant, I think the future Descendant was the most interesting out of them because I like the idea of this guy that understands his lineage and sees himself as like, this is my purpose. This is what I'm trying to do.
Whatever it takes.
He has the most clear motivation out of all of them. John and Philip are they're agents that are they're responding to shit that's happening to them.
Yep.
They have no agency. They're not, we don't know anything about, like, I don't know what they want.
Yep.
They want to, get away from the Cenobites, I guess? Like, what does Philip want?
Yep.
I have no idea. Like, they're lacking motivation, and you're right, it suffers for it, but we're just not invested in any of these protagonists. I feel like a better way of doing this was the opening of the film should have just been the construction of the puzzle box, and then the whole rest of the movie should have been in the future.
Yeah.
I think it should have just opened with that flashback. And that would have been a cool opening where you just have this like old school toy maker and he's like building this like elaborate, and you're seeing because the shots of that are cool. The little montage of him like assembling this ornate box.
Yeah. It's almost like a really high-end watch, right?
Yes. That's cool.
Yep.
But then just leave it at that. We don't need the jock character. We don't need any other bullshit.
Yep.
And then just time skip ahead. And then we should just follow the guy from the future, whose name I don't even remember. I don't even know if you get
Paul.
Oh, Paul.
Dr. Paul Merchant.
Yeah, that's the guy in the future, the Descendant.
Yep.
He was the most interesting. Let's. I know you want to talk about Angelique. Angelique. I like Angelique.
I don't know what to make of Angelique
because they don't know what to do with her. They don't know what to do with her.
I still now, after having watched the movie, try to like figure out. I don't really know what her role is.
It's like, what are you?
What are you? Yeah.
So they set it up that she's kind of like this Frankenstein creation, like a Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah, she's not a Cenobite.
Well, no, she is
but
a Cenobite.
Is she?
The way I interpret it was she's the original Cenobite.
I guess.
But she's kind of a synthetic Cenobite that was made by people. So like the way I interpret it was she's the original Cenobite and she was forcefully brought into the world, kind of like Bride of Frankenstein, and she kind of resents her own existence. She's kind of like the most neutral because at this point the Cenobites are kind of like slasher villains.
Yeah.
Like Pinhead's just trying to get revenge on people. And,
running around a space station and killing. Yeah.
yeah, but like Angelique feels more like an observer.
Yeah.
So she's kind of playing both sides. So she's intrigued by the puzzle people, the puzzle makers, that bloodline.
Yep.
But she's also like still has her ties to the Hellworld. She's not afraid of Pinhead. The best scenes to me are the exchanges between her and Pinhead. But we don't know what any of it means, though. But I just love the fact that there's this creature that's also from his realm that has disagreements with him about what should the role of them be.
Yep.
I think that's interesting. They just don't do enough with it.
Yeah. I mean, you asked me the question, how do I pick this one to be below some of the other entries that we have? At least with some of those other ones, they try to stay focused on what they're doing, and this one just doesn't. Right? I think this is a mess of a movie. I don't think that if you are trying to learn about Hellraiser and the lore of Hellraiser, this one is supposed to help you, I don't think it does. I think it actually makes it worse for you. Like I would be more inclined to recommend that you skip this one.
None of them give you any answers though.
Yeah.
Like none of them give you any concrete answers of what the fuck any of it is.
One of them gives you some answers.
Maybe a little bit, not a little bit.
In a well-packaged way.
In its own lore, it creates its own lore. That's not. Yeah. Okay. Now I definitely know what your number one is. Yeah. I'm not surprised. But back to this one. I like Angelique. I think her performance is really good. I like her. She should have come back.
Jacques, have I ever disappointed you? Close your eyes. Don't move.
Why?
So you won't bruise.
Is this a new game?
Oh, yes. It might hurt.
I'm shocked of all. Like they never brought Angelique back. It's the only one. It's one
like
and
in another
entry.
Yeah.
I think it would have been cool to have Angelique as like a Cenobite that's almost meant to ground the Cenobites, because it's almost like the way I interpreted her was she's the original Cenobite and she's kind of like keeping the other kids in check.
Yeah.
Like when Pinhead gets a little too big for his britches, she's kind of like there to rein him in. I don't know that she actually does that in this film. I just think that's my interpretation of what she's supposed to be. And I think they should have kept bringing her back. A lot of people like this character. She like Angelique's pretty popular. Yes, she is a figure. Her design is cool too.
Yeah.
I really like her design. The like her skull like is exposed, and she's got like wires down the side of her head connected to her shoulders. I don't know. She's a cool fucking character.
Decent image. Yeah. But
Pinhead's motivation though is just fucking stupid. Pinhead's like, we want you to open a permanent box that'll allow the basically keep the bridge between the Cenobite world and the human world open forever. Why would he want this?
Why do you care about that? Like,
right. Like, why are you trying to now conquer humanity?
Right.
Like the Cenobites never wanted this before, but now your motivations are, we have to kill all of humanity. Yeah. Why?
It goes back to that original question. What are the Cenobites and what's their purpose? What are they trying to do? Right. It has changed dramatically since the first movie, right? Where they simply exist to show you something if you have managed to find them. Right now, they're actively seeking out.
They're trying to
the
invade
world.
Our world.
Yeah. Conquer the world.
Pretty much. Yeah. Do you know the one? Because we're going to compare this to Jason X. You know the one advantage this movie has over Jason X?
I don't.
You know the one thing Jason X didn't have that this film delivers? At no point in Jason X does anyone use a laser gun on Jason. But in this movie,
and that's better.
No, in this movie, one of the space cops has like a laser gun. He fires like the phaser at Pinhead and it like does nothing.
Yes. See, I'm glad you brought up Jason
laser
X,
gun,
because I have some comparisons to that. You know, the difference between this franchise and Friday the 13th is that Friday the 13th kind of always knew what it was going to be. Don't take it too seriously. It's a slasher franchise from start to finish, right? So when you move, and by the time you get to the 10th entry, you've milked it dry. So by all means, do whatever the hell you want, right? So when they send Jason to space, you're always like, it's like, okay, fine.
Stupid.
Right? Yeah, it's stupid, but the movie series has already been stupid, right? But we're at the 4th entry. There's still an opportunity to try to resurrect this and course correct this. No, they don't.
I think it's a mess. I think it's criminal putting it as low as it is because I know what's coming up.
Yeah.
It's still competently well made. It's still like the production value is higher. It's still last time it was in theaters was this movie.
Some of the effects of well, that should tell you something. They're like, oh, we can't put this shit back in the
movies these in theaters
anymore.
Yeah. But like, no, it still looks like a bigger budget film. I don't think it's made cheaply. I think it's competently made. I think like we're gonna get to a point where we're just splitting hairs on the later Dimension films at film like releases, and it's just like, well, this one looks less of a movie. This one looks like a fan film. This one, you know what I mean? Like, so this one still feels very filmic, at least.
I guess
we're not into the 2000s era. We're about to step, like literally the next century, we're stepping into the 2000s.
I guess I just don't feel like this franchise benefits from being overproduced. You know, like there are...
You like them where they're a little bit more reserved?
No, a little bit more raw, I guess.
Sure.
You know, they got lucky with Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The first one was very raw, very independent. But then they did the Jessica Biel remake, which could have really kind of butchered the look, but they steered into it and they did it properly, and I think it worked with that.
Sure.
I don't know if it works with this, giving it. You can spend too much on some of these, and this is an example of that.
Okay.
I also didn't like the idea that at the end, Pinhead gets tricked by a hologram. You're telling me this character that is like, I am forever.
He's omnipotent. And he knows. He's able to know everything about J.P. Monroe, but for some reason he's not aware of what a hologram is.
Yeah, I just thought it was.
It's a little silly.
Yeah,
I kind of like but I like the idea of the. Did you know that at one point this was considered similar to Final Friday? This was going to be considered to be the final. That's it. Pinhead's dead.
This is
because that was that. I mean, and thematically, that I would have liked that so much more. That the descendant of the creator of the puzzle box
kills him.
Had finally been the one to kill Pinhead, and I didn't mind the way. But it also makes no sense because how Pinhead has come back so many times. It's like. I don't know what he is.
Yeah.
He's not human. He's not a demon. He's whatever the fuck the plot needs him to be. That's a huge problem. This is why these movies are never high on my list because they're not. I know you hate the supernatural, so like I think you agree with me. It's just such a easy fucking way of writing of like, well, we don't have to explain it. It's supernatural. It's just it's a get out of jail free card for any plot.
Yeah, but if you're not going to explain it, then don't explain it.
Right.
And now they're starting to try to explain it, which just devalues the whole
Which just
thing.
makes you just go, huh?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He made a light machine that reflects the sun? How does that kill a Cenobite? What?
And I don't dislike the idea of this becoming a generational thing, right? I guess if they were going to, like, yes, these creatures exist for eternity. So obviously, Jim today may not be the one. It might take generations to sort of figure that out, but don't end it in space. I mean,
it serves more of a purpose though.
Yeah, but it always ages poorly. Like I watched this movie, like 2 weeks ago.
Firstly, that's exactly what space stations are going to look like in 2027. What the fuck do you know? I like how you're like, they don't look like that now. It's like, but they're going to look like that.
And our final girl, Rimmer, on the space station.
Oh, she's just the space. You mean space girl? Space cop
does
girl?
Nothing whatsoever. Like, I don't know. This movie is just trash.
That's why they fucked up, and that should have been the majority of the movie.
Yeah.
The majority of the movie should have just been them running around. I think Pinhead running around a space station just like massacring people would have been a more interesting film. We got to give credit to one of the cheesiest scenes in the entire franchise because this becomes a running thing now. Is Pinhead just turns people into Cenobites?
Yeah.
The twins.
Yeah, I haven't known about that.
The two. So in the building, this is when we're in the 90s period in the film, and following John, and like Pinhead and Angelique are just like fucking around in the basement, and like there's these two twin security guards that show up, and what's the line, Mark? What does he say? What's the stupid line?
I didn't make a note of it, but I know what you have.
So like they aim their guns at Pinhead, and one of them's like, "Don't move, man, or I'm going to put you in a world of pain."
Just back it up against the wall. You heard him. Back it up. Don't make us put some pain on you.
Pain? How dare you use that word?
He's got pins in his head.
What you think of as pain is only a shadow. Pain has a face. Allow me to show it to you. Gentlemen, I am pain.
Pain? I am pain.
Yeah.
And then he does like some dumb thing that like corkscrews their two heads
some machine
together.
that,
yeah. Because this is a new thing. This becomes a series thing where it's like, he can just turn people into Cenobites.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to be like the comedy duo for the movie.
I'm just saying you got your goofy moment. You should be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was so bad that it was good.
Yeah. I'm glad that this movie didn't hit 90 minutes.
A lot of these movies, the runtime's pretty low.
Yeah.
Except one.
Yeah.
Except one. Except one. All right. Moving on. We're hitting 2000, baby. We're past Y2K. Thank God the world didn't blow up. We were able to get another Hellraiser entry with our 5th entry, Hellraiser Inferno. This is my number 8.
Number 4.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay, I guess we're both going to be way off on all of our Hellraiser picks.
And I think this is a great example. We'll get to this, but this is a good idea. This movie right here does it goes a long way to tell you what type of Hellraiser movie you like most.
So this, of all, while I was redoing my list, this dropped the most.
Yeah.
At one point, this was like my number 5.
Yeah.
And it just kept going down and down and down, while another one kept going up and up and up. And we're going to get to it. And yeah, I just don't like this movie.
Yeah.
It's kind of, everything's kind of lame. I don't really care for any of it.
Yeah.
I'll explain. This is okay. So I get what you're saying. You're saying you like this type of narrative. I'm saying I hate this formula, because this film establishes a formula that they do for the next like 4 fucking films.
Yep.
And it's the exact same fucking formula, and it's Freddy's Nightmares level of writing.
You either like this idea or you don't.
Right. And I do not.
I kind of do.
Okay.
Right.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, I wrote, "Oh my God, they did it." Behind the white text for the opening credits, they put like a blurry lament box.
Yeah.
So it took 5 entries, but they put something behind that.
Put something.
It's not
there,
just a black background. It opens with a man doing a bump of cocaine from a small device before suiting up for work as a detective. The character's name is Joseph, played by Craig Sheffer.
Yep.
Do you know?
I know him from Nightbreed.
Oh, I didn't know he was in that.
Yeah, he was the main guy in Nightbreed.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I know him from One Tree Hill.
Oh, okay. So,
and
yet I'm awful because I knew that Terry Farrell was in Star Trek.
What's funny is
One Tree Hill.
What's funny is in One Tree Hill, he's playing like he is a piece of shit in this movie. Yeah. And it is so against type from what I'm used to seeing as. He's like the nice guy in One Tree Hill that's like Mr. like he's Mr. Sweetheart. Like
no.
You love his character, but not in this. No, not in this. So he starts narrating the film.
Even as a little kid, I was always one to examine things closely. The world was full of riddles and mysteries and puzzles, and I learned early on that I had a gift for solving them.
Which I thought was an odd choice. It was like, oh, now we're getting like narration. Like, okay, this is very different than the other entries.
I mean, narration for a film noir is fairly common. So if you kind of get the sense that this is a detective.
So Mark has just spoiled that, yes, this is a film noir type of film. It's a very detective or very different type of Hellraiser movie. This is the first time, something I like, stop making sequels because none of them worked.
Yep.
2 doesn't work. I don't give a fuck about Kirsty. 3 doesn't work. I don't give a fuck about Joey. I don't give a fuck about Spencer Elliott or whatever the fuck his name was. 4 doesn't really work either. I don't need to see the origins of everything. I always thought the ending of the first one, when the Cenobites disappear and that fucking creature thing, that bone pterodactyl takes the puzzle box away and it opens like, and with that guy going, "What is your pleasure?" My thought was, oh, the series should just be people running into the Cenobites.
You can make this an anthology. Yeah.
And the next several entries are all anthology picks.
Yeah, and I love that about this.
And I love that in theory. Unfortunately, they're all about the quality of Freddy's Nightmares Season 2. They're all about that quality of story. I think you like the idea of it being an anthology more than the quality of what it actually is.
The movies. I mean,
they're all...
None of these are great.
Yeah,
right?
No, exactly. Yep. So... it starts with Joseph responding to a strange murder scene at like some fancy house where everyone is brutally torn apart, and he finds a child's finger inside a candle. Jesus fuck.
Yeah.
It's pretty dark. They recover a mysterious puzzle box with innate metal patterns on it. In fact, it's this very box right here, the Lament box, the box that recurring item we see throughout the entire series. We then get this bizarre music interlude of the detective returning home, and it's all like dramatic with like noir. Okay, I hate noir shit. So this also was like, this was never going to be really high on my list, but like, I don't know. It's just this lame fucking, like, they're trying. It's like it's 2000. You're trying to make this noir thing, but you don't really have the budget to make it look like a noir thing. So, like, they have this dramatic shots of him, like, you know, kissing his daughter goodnight. And it's like, and he's like this sax playing, and it's trying to be so all heavy. And it's just like, yeah, man, the world's dark, man. Fuck you. I don't want, and then he goes like trolling for hookers.
I was going to say the image doesn't really work because we already know that this guy is a terrible person.
He's a scumbag,
Yeah.
right? So then we get that, and then he goes trolling for hookers. He gets like a young hooker, and he like takes her back to like a hotel room or motel room, and he's just like, he starts doing blow that he found at the crime scene. He like just pocketed some drugs. And then we get like a slow motion softcore sex scene of him railing this poor girl. Cool. Yeah. I really wanted to see that. And it was at this point that I'm like, I don't know if I love or hate this guy. Because I'm like, I kind of like that it's against type that he's a scumbag. Yep. But at the same time, I'm like, oh, you are such a piece of shit. Now I got to follow you the whole fucking movie.
Because the movie's serious, you can't love him in the way that like JP Monroe.
Right.
Is,
where you're not meant to love him. Yeah. He's ironically.
You can laugh at him. You can't really laugh at this guy.
No. So I was torn.
It's too real.
I was torn. Yeah, it was too real. Joseph then goes into the bathroom and begins to play with the puzzle box for seemingly no reason whatsoever. And my first question is, why would he have that at that point? He was going out to bang hookers. Why the fuck did he take the puzzle box with him?
Well, I mean, he has no problem taking evidence, right? He takes cocaine that he finds, right? This guy's got no scruples.
I don't know. It's fucking weird. Yeah. No, I know why, because otherwise we don't have a movie, but plot. It's just like, no, he had to take that. Okay, sure. Yeah. So he fucks around with the puzzle box, activates it, and then he walks out of the bathroom door and into a child's bedroom. And we're going back to Elm Street kind of logic here, where it's like he's in like some sort of a dream world, and we get this odd dream sequence, and he runs into a couple horrific looking Cenobites known as the Wire Twins, is what fans call them. Mm-hmm. And they have a really fucking cool design. I like the Wire Twins. They're like these Cenobites with like stitched over eyes, and they have shaved heads with like long ponytails and like long tongues.
Yeah.
We're a far cry away from Doc and Barbie from part 3. It's like the Cenobite designs are improving again.
They're a little bit more horrifying and less joke.
Yeah. They're more serious again. And they begin to play with them, and it's almost like a Cronenberg-esque moment where like they literally put their hands under his skin.
Yeah.
Like they penetrate his
body
skin.
Horror going on.
Some body horror going on there. That's a pretty cool shot. Then like half of the Chatterer shows up. So the Chatterer's in this, but it's a different version of the Chatterer, and it's like just a torso with arms.
Yeah.
So then Joseph's like, fuck this. And he starts like running away. But then Pinhead shows up, and then the detective just wakes up, and it turns out the whole thing was a dream, because of course it was a fucking dream. He wakes up on the floor, and then later he's at work, and he receives a call from the hooker that he just fucked, and she dies on the phone.
Yeah, she's screaming and making a lot of strange noises.
No, but it sounds like she actually dies on the phone. Like I think she's dying on, like she gets killed on the phone while he's talking to her. My next question, how did she get his number? Why would she have that number? How would she know who he was?
Maybe, he wants a second round.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah?
That's got to be it. Yeah, he was like, I'm a detective, and here's my information, and I'm quite the scumbag. So you can probably I'll be a recurring customer for you. Yeah, that's how that went. Yeah, that makes sense. We see Mark's trying to defend his perfect inferno here.
Was it his cell phone?
No, it was the station.
So maybe she called the police station.
But how the fuck would she know who he was?
I don't know.
Do you think he was like, my name's Detective Burke, and I'm a family man. Here's my home address. You can talk to my wife and blackmail me.
Yes.
Like, no. He's a detective. I don't think he would have done any of that. Yeah, is that what you do, Mark, when you go trolling for hookers?
Yes.
You give them all the information. Yeah. You're like, I'm also in the military, and I work for this company.
Here's all my business cards.
All the credentials.
That's right.
You're like, here's all of my cards.
Right.
Yeah, that's how that works. That's smart. You can't. Hey, they can't trap you if you trap yourself.
Yeah.
Sound logic, buddy.
Sucker.
Joseph then finds another finger at the crime scene and concludes the child is still alive because he finds like another children's finger because the finger isn't stiff. He then gets a match on the fingerprints from the opening crime scene, which leads him to some sketchy looking guy who works at a tattoo parlor. The man reveals that the victim at the beginning paid to use the box from someone named the Engineer.
The Engineer. Yeah.
Could this be Pinhead, perhaps? Maybe. Oh, right. I skipped over something. So after Joseph receives the call, they go to where she called. He go back to the motel room, and the girl's like been massacred.
Yeah.
And then he has to come clean to his partner, and he's just like, yeah, I'm a scumbag. I fucked this hooker, but I swear I didn't kill her. Like, you got to believe me, man. I didn't kill her. Yeah. And then he's basically just like, I don't know. We got to report this, man. I can't. I don't know if I can keep this secret. And he's like, come on, man. Don't be a pussy, man. Like, aren't we partners? So then,
and he also goes as far as, remember some of these evidence
that comes
pieces?
later. That comes later.
Okay?
Yeah, that comes later. A kid then appears out of nowhere when Joseph's like at a restaurant, hands him a tape. He puts the tape on the TV at the bar because, of course, they would just let you do that.
Yep.
And the tape is like footage of one of Joseph's CIs. It's like a snuff film of his CI being like brutally killed. And I love that nobody else in the bar reacts while this shit's on. Joseph's like, oh my God, no. And then like, everyone in the bar is just like,
just going about their day. Yeah.
Like playing darts or whatever the fuck's going on in the background. But then Joe tries to show the tape to his colleagues, and of course the tape's blank.
Yeah.
They're doing this shit. It's like, I'm not crazy. You got to believe me. But it's like, Joseph, we can't find any evidence. And what follows is Joseph trying to solve the mysteries of these strange murders, find out who the Engineer is, this mysterious character, all while having strange visions and the Cenobites randomly showing up before the big twist that Joseph was the Engineer all along, and he's basically been in a dream world the entire film. And this begins the new way of making Hellraiser films, that the Pinheads are to punish people.
Yep.
The Cenobites. Did I say the Pinheads?
The Pinheads.
The Pinheads. Yes. That's their bowling team name. The
With
Pinheads.
a Z on the end.
Right. Yeah. The Pinheads. Yeah. No, the Cenobites now they pass judgment.
Yes.
This is the role of the Cenobites are now there to pass judgment on people.
Yeah.
And this starts the new thing of, we get a character, and by the end of the film, you realize, oh, the character was the bad guy all along.
It was you the whole time.
It was you the whole time.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
You saying that when we did Freddy's Nightmares was burned into my head when I was watching these. I kept hearing you. Every time I'd get to the ending, I'd hear you go, it was you the whole time. And I'm like,
God damn it.
Well, why don't you talk to me about what you do like?
So, after having watched the first, movies that we've already talked about, this was a bit of a breath of fresh air for me. I found that trying to focus on the storylines that they had already built out and having completely messed them all up, I was tired of it. I'm like, please don't do this again. Please don't go down this road. So coming into this movie and getting a whole new set of characters, a completely different storyline, I was just like, at least this is different. It's something new. I can watch. You can watch this movie without having watched any others. It doesn't feel like there's any other connection to any other. Again, the whole idea that now they're leaning into the anthology idea, which would have made sense right after the first one. Why they didn't do that, all right, fair enough. But now it looks like they've kind of learned from their mistakes. I like the idea that it's not, I mean, I'd love to say it was a twist. You kind of see it coming the whole way that it's going to be him, right? But it's not such a huge secret at the end that it was him. I think they kind of allude to that all the way through. Initially, I didn't really like the idea that
it kind of had to be him because otherwise you're like, the guy is this much of a scumbag and we're following him?
Yeah.
So it's like, it kind of had to make him a bad guy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what does that say about you that you're rooting for this dude, right?
You nailed it. They have completely changed the purpose of the Cenobites now. They are now demons from hell whose job it is to, you are now in hell, and they have chosen the most appropriate punishment for you. The idea is he's going to go through this forever.
So okay, I want to touch on a few things because that was several points you made there. So I agree with you. It gets tons of bonus points for me for being different. It doesn't feel like the first 4 Hellraiser movies. It very much feels its own thing.
Yep.
I just hate what it chose to be because it feels so unique. It's so different. It tries to be something different.
Yep.
And I appreciate that. You get points for me for that. But what it is it feels like a very made-for-TV movie.
Yeah, sure.
And it feels very low budget, and it feels kind of crap, and it looks kind of crap, and I fucking can't stand dreamy bullshit, and this whole movie is plagued with it.
Yeah.
The whole movie is just a character having visions because there's nothing to ground you. So this entire movie is pointless. You watch a bunch, you literally are watching a man's torment for an hour and a half.
Yep.
And you know a better way of doing that? A 30-minute episode of Freddy's Nightmares, because at least it's only fucking 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Stretched to an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck me. I'm like, but it's all pointless. Like, you can't get invested in anyone.
It is and it isn't, right? I mean, at least at the end you realize that in his mind, he will be tortured with this for all eternity, right? Like, that's kind of the idea that I took from it. So you're right. As you're watching it, it's hard to watch. You're like, oh, more hallucinations again. You're right. It doesn't actually happen.
Because
mean
nothing's
anything.
happening. That's what I mean. There's no stakes.
Yeah.
It's like he's just asleep the whole time. So I do like I appreciate the time loop ending that it ends with him being like, "Ah!" when he wakes up he wakes up and it's him back to when he's in the bathroom opening the thing.
But now I face the truth about what I've done to hurt those around me, and in hurting them, what I've done to myself. I've confronted my own demons, and now the only thing I know for certain is that I will live with them forever.
Which presumably was when he first opened it, is the way I interpreted
He
it.
starts it again.
Yeah, he just starts the loop. But like, I don't know. There's just so much bullshit in the movie of like, there's all these shots where he's like chasing after this guy, where he's like, oh, there's this killer. I got to get that killer. And then, but you're not actually chasing anyone. He's like, I see things, but nobody else sees things. It's like, because nothing's real anyways.
Yeah.
They're not there. You're not there. You're just in a dream world. I don't know. Nothing's grounded. I hate that kind of shit. I don't mind it for like, it works in Nightmare on Elm Street because it's like, that's 20 minutes of the movie. The characters are stuck in these.
And what happens in their dreams actually happens, right? Or you don't mean the movies, you mean the
No, I do mean the movies. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean the movies. Yeah.
Yeah,
and you're right. And actually, that has weight. You're right. Just another reason Elm Street is so much better than the Hellraiser films. Thank you, Mark.
I will say that this one it's not the best iteration of this type of. I think that they do this better in a future movie.
Oh no! Do
Yeah.
they?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, like I'm just gonna briefly touch on the character for a second, like the detective character. I thought it was kind of a neat idea for a character. Like, I think it would have been cooler to have some sort of, so like a crime scene happens that the Cenobites are. How about this? How about you're following a character? So let's imagine the events of the first movie happened. Everybody ends up dead. We got a girl that's talking nonsense. And then you know that detective at the beginning of part 2? How about you follow him now and he's got to piece together what is actually happening.
Yeah.
And then through that, he bumps into the Cenobites somehow. And he gets a peek behind the veil of some other world, you know? Instead, you get this character that's just a complete scumbag. He's stealing drugs from the crime scene. He's got no morals. He cheats on his wife. There's some stupid thing where like they try to set up. He's like a pseudo genius. Did you catch this? It's so eye rolly. At the beginning, he like defeats a professor at like chess, and then like they keep showing him. He's got like these. I call them the thinking balls. It's like the balls
The metal stress balls.
Yeah, that you rotate
Chinese,
in your hand when he's like thinking.
Yeah.
And he also like creates puzzles for his. He creates like word puzzles for his like partner.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm talking to you. You listening to me? What's the answer? 10-letter word for my name.
You're giving up quicker than usual, Tony.
Just tell me the goddamn word.
Palindrome. Your name's a palindrome.
Palindrome. What's that? Huh? You making fun of me? Is that something bad?
N-E-N-O-N-E-N. Spelled the same way forwards and back. It's like the phrase, Madam and Eden, I met him. It's a palindrome. And it's the same way it begins.
Oh, I get it. So it's like the name Bob. That's one too, right?
I don't know. They're trying to set him up like he's a smart guy, but I'm like, but you're just nothing. You're hilariously like a piece of shit. He plants evidence and tries to and like threatens to frame his partner.
Yeah.
When his partner's like, we gotta, Joseph, we can't, like, come on, this is going too far. And
Yeah,
then he's
but
like, but I planted your shit at the scene, and now it looks like you killed the hooker, so you better play ball while I try to figure this out. And it's like, you're just such a piece of shit. He beats up his CI.
But I think that all plays into the payoff at the end when you realize that, oh, okay, we're watching his punishment. And I wouldn't say that this is like a happy ending, but at least this one resolves, right? Like, we realize why we've been watching this for an hour and a half, and it all pays off with this character getting what's coming to him, right, in the worst possible way. Right? I also like the fact that finally they've stripped back the Cenobites. Again, I think that the Cenobites have always been a matter of less is more. Like, if you use them sparingly, they're more impactful, right? If they're plastered all over the movie, then they lose their impact.
So
right?
here's my biggest problem with the movie. I'm glad you brought this up.
Yeah.
This is the first time the series gets accused of doing a very dirty thing, which is taking a script that was not a Hellraiser movie and putting the Cenobites into a movie to make it a Hellraiser movie. Now, from what I've read, it was not the case for this one. There's a couple coming up that's actually the case. Yep. This was not one of them, but boy, does it feel like it, because the Cenobites, Pinhead has a total runtime of around 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, use them sparingly. That's too sparing. That's almost non-existent to me, where it's like, this feels like a film that should have just been its own noir film where this guy goes after this serial killer called the Engineer.
Yeah.
But then you have the Cenobites showing up, and it's like, they literally show up just so that you have that ending of like, no, the whole thing was your torture the whole time.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we could have just had a straight movie where a noir detective was going after some guy called the Engineer. Also, who is the Engineer? Because they're like, well, you were the Engineer. So what was he being punished for? He was the murderer?
Who, our main
Joseph?
character? Yeah.
He was the one that killed the children?
I don't know if he actually...
Like, that's...
there was no child. The fingers represent like the death of his innocence. That's what that was supposed to be. It's pretty thin, but I think that was what that was supposed to be.
Okay, so that was supposed to be something. It was supposed to represent something.
Yeah, there was no dead child. He was the child, and he, went down the wrong path, and
Who is the king in this game, Joseph? That is the question you must ask yourself. Don't you recognize your own flesh, your own spirit?
I don't understand.
It's stupid. I'll give it some points. The cinematography is like they're trying to they try to make it look like a noir film.
Yeah.
It's like moody and rainy, but it also looks like a straight to video low budget movie. They try, it just doesn't really work.
Yeah.
And so it just comes across as ultimately kind of cheap. And
Yeah, you are right though with respect to the point that this looks like a story that at the last moment had Hellraiser elements
added to
sort
it,
of pinned to
to
it,
try to pinheaded to it.
Yeah, that almost becomes a running theme.
Well, it's about to for these next, because it's literally what they did in the next couple entries. Yeah.
But I mean, there's a way that you can do that, right? Because we both like the anthology idea, and then if you were to create this and make this into an anthology, you'd have that happen a little bit. Like you'd almost be taking other stories,
I get you,
and applying the Hellraiser mythos to it. I think they could have done better with it, but I did appreciate the fact that finally we were getting something else. So this is another thing that I wanted to raise with you, and this is a good time.
You wanted to Hellraise with me?
I want to Hellraise with you. We noticed that there are times in some of these franchises where they just go in a completely opposite direction.
Elm Street 2.
Bride of Chucky, Seed of Chucky, Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is a good example, right?
Texas 2.
Yeah, part 4 of Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Oh, right. Where it's off the rails. And
I think generally we do not like when they do that.
But in this case, it feels like, oh, good, you finally got away from the straight sequels.
And so I have a question for you, and I think I know why we feel this way. Those other franchises, if I take Child's Play for example, I liked what they were doing. So when they go and U-turn all of a sudden in the middle of the franchise, I don't appreciate that because I was okay with what you were doing before.
Right.
I don't mind this because I wasn't liking what they were putting
I wasn't
out.
either. Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
So I feel like your interpretation of whether or not you are okay with these forks in the road with the way that they present these movies, it's going to come down to whether or not you get on board with the franchise as a whole. And overall, I think we've already established like Hellraiser is not going to go down in the history books
for our tops.
That's right.
I'm going to say something. I have a hot take here. Of everything we've watched so far, this is the weakest franchise by far.
Yeah.
The Hellraiser franchise is a weak fucking low bar horror franchise.
And
I know that's going to piss some people off, but it's just my feeling. You often say this series gets by and it coasts off this.
Yep.
This series coasts by off of this right here. The character of Pinhead is so cool and so iconic that it's like if they just put his face, if he's just in the movie, that's enough to satisfy.
Yeah.
And they coast off that so hard because they made such a cool monster, but all these movies suck.
It's a trap because on the one hand, if you do what you should do, which is leave it at this, then it's probably great, but they keep going back to it. And unfortunately, the character of Pinhead isn't served well by repeat entries in the series, right? Like, so yeah, they want to, and you can tell because this franchise is so fragmented. There's so many different things going on. There's no connection between a large number of these movies. They don't make a whole lot of sense. We talked about, I don't know, did you watch these in order?
Oh yeah. I watched them all in chronological order. Yeah. There was a couple that you didn't because of what was on the collections.
But generally speaking,
you watched it pretty much in order.
Yeah. This is the point where
it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah.
From like 1 to from then on.
Yeah.
None of them. Not only. Yeah. No, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
I mean, I see this as a good thing because I wasn't really on board.
Hellseeker's the only one that has a connection.
Goes back.
Yeah.
To,
That's about it.
Yep.
Yeah. I have one last point.
Yep.
James Remar.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, how have you missed this? I have it in my notes, and I figured, I'm like, he's obviously avoided this for a reason. Yeah. Okay.
James Remar's cameo. That's kind of fun. I don't know. We love James Remar. Yeah. James Remar's great. He's kind of funny looking in this. He's wearing like glasses. So James Remar is the police psychologist, and he has a couple scenes with Joseph where Joseph's like going nutty and he's like confiding in him. And then the revelation is that James Remar was just Pinhead all along. Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, he was...
whatever
involved.
But yeah, Remar, he's kind of got a funny look in this. He's got like long hair with like these little glasses, little circle glasses. I don't know. I'm just fun seeing James Remar. He doesn't really add to the movie. It's just
good character actor, James Remar.
Yeah, I like James Remar, but I don't know that he doesn't necessarily add anything to the movie other than just being like, oh, James Remar. His character's kind of pointless because the whole movie's pointless because it's just a bunch of jerking off with running around, seeing things that aren't happening, leading to a scene where Pinhead goes, you were the bad guy all along, and now you're being punished. And that's the movie. Yeah. So upon rewatch, like that punchline only works the first time. Because if you go to rewatch this, how unfun is it to watch a jackass run around and fuck around for no reason?
Yeah.
You know it all ends in nothing anyways.
And that's why I was saying before, it's presented like it's going to be a twist, but it really isn't. Because if you watch a movie that has a great twist to it, you can go back and watch it again.
And appreciate the very subtle things. Not in this movie.
There is no sort of tells that indicate that.
Yeah. Can we move along?
We can.
All right.
Yep.
Speaking of the movie that I just said, coming in from 2002, we are entering a very dark period here now, folks. Inferno dips its toes. Inferno turns the heat up a little bit. Yeah. We're about to dive into the fucking volcano with this next series of entries. 2002, Hellraiser Hellseeker. This is my number 10.
3.
You're out of your fucking mind. This is the same thing as Inferno, but worse because the character's less interesting. Less interesting.
So this is what I was alluding to. This is the better version of the previous entry. Yeah.
In your mind.
In my mind.
Your mind. This is directed by Rick Boda. This is the first of what I will call the Boda trilogy. He directed Hellseeker, Deader, and Hellworld. What a resume, folks. I have a question. What the fuck is a Hellseeker?
He seeks hell.
Right, it's a dumb fucking title. No, they're not all dumb because like Bloodline and Inferno, those are kind of cool titles. Yeah. Hellseeker? Deader is also a dumb title. Hellworld, but like Hellseeker? It's probably I think it's the worst title in the whole series.
Yeah. You think Hellseeker is worse than Hellworld?
Yes. Because Hellseeker's not a word. Hellworld is a word. There is a Hellworld.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's real, Mark.
I mean, if you're looking at the names of any of these movies.
You put this at 3.
Yeah.
So what?
I enjoyed watching this movie.
And your number 2 was the original?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mark put Hellseeker just below the original.
A little heavy on the evil, huh?
Wow. All right. Okay. Yeah. This is where we're at. This is the standards of this one. I didn't think this was going to get as heated as it was, but I'm getting heated now.
Yeah.
I'm not liking these picks, Mark Skews. I was expecting you were going to be like me and just kind of have them all middling and then maybe a few low, but you are weirdly putting these shit 2000s ones higher, and then the early sequels, you're just like dunking on them.
You can watch this and just sit back and watch a movie.
Yeah. And enjoy, too. Yeah. Enjoy a film. All right, let's get into it. It opens with a couple driving down a quiet road. The man is Trevor, our new protagonist, played by...
what's his name? Don't actually have his name, but...
Dean Winters.
That's right.
Character actor. He's in all kinds of shit. He always plays this character.
Yeah, kind
which
of an
is
asshole.
An asshole. He's playing an asshole character.
Oz. He was in Oz.
Sure.
He was. He's the.
I know him from 30 Rock. He's like the douchebag boyfriend of the main female.
He's in all the insurance commercials.
He's in all kinds of shit. He's kind of got a unique voice. Whatever. So Trevor is our main character. Trevor immediately loses control of the vehicle he's driving, and it careens off the side of a bridge into a river. Trevor escapes, but the woman gets stuck inside. He dives back down, but it's too late. The woman's dead. Trevor then wakes up in a hospital where a strange doctor says, "It's nice to see you again." What? See you again? What does that mean? Trevor then asks, where's my wife, Kirsty? Kirsty? Are you referring to Kirsty from Hellraiser Part 1 and 2? Yep.
Yes, we are.
I didn't notice this at first, because she doesn't look the same at all. It looks like
She does.
Come, get out of here. It just didn't look the same. She looked like a grown woman now all of a sudden. The original, she looked pretty young.
Well, because now she's a grown woman.
Grown woman, right. But I didn't quite catch it. I didn't catch it at first. I was like, I think I paused and was like, I wonder if they got the same actress. And it was like, oh, it is actually the same actress. She returned, So Kirsty's back, but she's missing. The doc then instantly sedates him, and he wakes up again in surgery where he's having like open surgery on his brain, which is just like a weird little scene. He then wakes up a third time, and immediately I'm like, oh no, we're in Freddy's Nightmares territory. We're just going to be constantly falling asleep and waking up just like drop of a fucking, what is the expression? Drop of a hat? Yeah, this is this movie. It is constant That's this movie. It is just waking up, falling asleep, waking up, falling asleep, bunch of shit happening around the character.
Yeah, there are things that are happening though, so you don't know whether or not the hallucinations
are
true.
You know it's all bullshit, Mark. You know, I know you know.
Yeah.
You know it's all bullshit. Okay. So then he wakes up a third time, and a female doctor, Allison, why I wrote her name, I have no idea. She's like, don't worry, we're going to help you recover from your severe head trauma. And he's like, what? I've got head trauma. Then Trevor again asks where his wife, Kirsty, is, and the detective shows up, and he's like, I'm wondering the same thing. And he informs Trevor that she's been missing for over a month. Because it's been over a month since the car accident. So I guess he was in the hospital the whole time?
He was in a coma. Yeah.
Was he in a coma though?
And the reason why they were drilling his head is they're trying to trigger memories to help him remember what happened.
That's how that works. Yeah. You just take a drill to a man's brain. Yeah. This is Freddy's Nightmares logic here. Trevor then returns to his apartment and reminisces about his missing wife, Kirsty. The next day at work, he finds a card that says all problems solved, which triggers a memory of him going to some sweatshop. Then his female boss sexually assaults him, and it triggers another memory of him having an affair with this woman. And this is another recurring thing. Again, it's like he's constantly waking up and falling asleep, but then he's also like, he'll touch something and it triggers a memory. Because the whole movie is about Trevor trying to get his memory back for the most part. Yeah. He is, maybe they should have called it Hellraiser Memory Seeker. Maybe that would have been good. Yeah.
Remembery or
something. Yes, Remembery. Hellraiser Remembery rolls right off the tongue. It's better than Hellseeker. Yeah. Then Trevor goes to see the detective who points out that there's no... The detective is basically just like trying to implicate that Trevor was involved with Kirsty's disappearance. And he's like, we didn't find any foul play at the crime scene where the car went off the road. Kind of strange that happens.
Yep.
And then that triggers more memories. More pointless shit happens as women try to throw themselves at Trevor. Trevor starts seeing things that aren't really there. Like he sees the Cenobites killing Gwen on a home video. I wrote down Gwen. I don't even remember which character Gwen was. One of the women. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So he starts seeing the Cenobites, much like Joseph in Inferno. He starts having visions of the Cenobites appearing and doing things. And he keeps waking up and teleporting around. Now he's at home. Now he's at work. Now he's at the police station.
Gwen's the woman he works with. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
He has a memory of being given a circular lament box, which I thought was kind of cool. I was like, it's the first time they actually tried to deviate from the basic design of the lament box. I was like, oh, it's a circle this time.
Yep.
Yeah. But that's not saying much. That doesn't save this movie. It's like, oh, you made a circle box.
That justifies everything.
Cool. Yeah. That gets you a number 3 spot. Then Pinhead shows up at the 35-minute mark and stabs Trevor. But of course, that's not real because nothing's real. And this goes on and on and on until finally it all ends the exact same way Inferno does, with the revelation that the character has been in the Cenobite Hellworld the whole time to answer for his crimes. What? Who cares? Did you like my plot summary?
It is the plot summary of a man who does not enjoy this movie whatsoever. Yeah.
Take it away, Mark. Why is it number 3?
So again, I thought that this one is just a good standalone story. If you are okay with the idea of the Cenobites transitioning to sort of Hell's torturers, then this, I think, does a good job of it.
This isn't the one that does it. There's a later one that they basically say, oh, the Hellworld is actually Hell.
Yeah.
It's not this one, but you're right. They're turning the Cenobites into Hell's minions?
Yeah, like the people who execute your damnation, right? Yeah. I like the idea of bringing Kirsty back. I think.
Okay, no, let's talk about Kirsty. Yeah. I got a lot to say about Kirsty. Why bring her back at all?
You don't have to.
She's hardly in the fucking movie. You bring back a legacy protagonist in the series, one of the only at this point, and then you just sideline her. She shows up at the beginning and the end, and that's it.
Yeah, but I mean, she drives the whole plot, right? Because you realize at the end that she's the one that's alive and he's been dead the whole time.
But it's such a waste of a legacy character. To, like, shouldn't she have been the main protagonist?
Well, it's also the fact, too, that
it's so minor.
She knows that she can make a deal with Pinhead, right? Because what happens is...
Which we'll get to that, but I also think that's stupid.
Yeah. I think the whole point of the Hellseeker name is that our character, Trevor, is trying to... He's dissatisfied with his marriage, and he wants to get out. So he gets Kirsty to open the puzzle box so that Hell will come and claim her.
What have you done?
It's just a puzzle. Open it up.
I trusted you. God damn it! How could you do this to us? You told me you loved me.
Let's open the fucking box.
We were uninvited guests at your little celebration.
Right? Except that he doesn't factor in on the fact that she knows what she's doing. She's dealt with the Pinhead and the Cenobites before, and she's better at this than he is. Right? That's when she makes the deal. I'll give you 5 in exchange for 1. Right?
Mark is making this sound so much cooler than it actually is in the movie. So, like, most of the movie, Kirsty, you just see her in flashbacks and, like, little snippets of, like, Trevor, like, reminiscing.
She's not in the movie with him anyway. Yeah.
There it is, Mark. She's not in the movie. Yeah. Right. She's really not in the movie until the end, because they reveal that Trevor was actually planning to kill Kirsty the whole time.
Right. Tonight was supposed to be the night, Trev, remember? Oh, right. You don't remember anything. Well, let me remind you about your plan. We'd kill Kirsty, make it look like a suicide, you get all our money, and we'd split it 50-50. Huh? But none of that's gonna happen now, is it? You had to go solo with your little car accident bit, and then you fucked it all up. What were you thinking, Trev?
So it turns out he had some thing where he was going to kill Kirsty, which was his wife, and he was planning this with, like, his coworker, and they were going to, like, split the insurance money. They had some, like, skeevy plan.
Well, she's getting the inheritance from the house, from the big house in the first one, and they want it.
Oh, okay, that's why. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So her first line of dialogue is in the last 15 minutes of the film.
Well, but again, she's not the main character of the
Well, then
the
why
movie.
have it be her?
Yeah, you don't have to.
So that's it, right? Like, why was it her? And like, and like a point. Okay, so then she shows up at the end, and it turns out that, like, so she shows up, and then it's showing you this through flashbacks, and it's like, at this point, Trevor knows he's fucked, and Pinhead's like, well, this is what actually happened, and it shows, like, when Kirsty opened the box, Pinhead's like, now I've got you, which I also hate this version of Pinhead, because why is he trying to, like, we're such a far cry away from the neutral beings trying to explore the reaches of a sensation. Yeah, like, so now it's just like, that dastardly Pinhead, he's after Kirsty again. Like, are you Michael fucking Myers? And you just keep going after Laurie? Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
But then he's trying to get revenge on her. And then she's like, oh, well, I got a deal for you, buddy. Here you go. You ready? I'm going to give you 5 whole souls instead of my 1 measly soul.
Wait. What if I make you a deal?
Interesting.
I will bring you 5 souls in exchange for mine.
You would bring them to me yourself?
You'll get your 5.
And I'm like, are you fucking Freddy Krueger? What do you care? What does the amount of souls matter? What do souls matter? What does that mean?
Right, but we're at this point we're well past the what the Cenobites were in the first one, right? So, all right, if they're gonna start making up new canon for these characters, then go ahead, like, you know.
But like, why does so Pinhead wants souls? But then that's my next point. So then Kirsty's like, all right, I'm gonna give you 5 scumbaggy people that are, who is she to pass judgment?
Yeah.
Okay, the one guy I get, the boss. Okay, I guess she was having an affair. I don't know that that's a fucking hanging
one of them's a
sentence,
prostitute as well. Yeah. Well, no,
it's a bit. So then Kirsty's also a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like Kirsty's not good. Like you don't get to just decide who lives and dies.
So that's why I was saying in the first one she's presented as an innocent victim, but by this point she's definitely involved, and she's a part of this. Like, she knows how to play this game, and she is by no means innocent anymore.
Then they're like, but speaking of that, Kirsty, like, how does this work? Kirsty, so normally if you want someone to be fucked over by the Cenobites, you're like, here, play with this cube.
That's right.
But Kirsty doesn't do that. She just murders them. How does that send their soul to Pinhead? How does that work?
Well, okay, so
she goes around and murders people, and then that somehow sends them to the Hellworld? To Pinhead?
Sure. I mean,
again, like, how does Mark explain?
None of this is going to make
Mark,
sense.
explain your tightly written film to me. I want you to explain this.
Oh no, let's not go that far. I mean, if I compare the plot of this one to, say, Le Marchand and Bloodlines, right?
Way more practical. Made more sense.
It doesn't. Neither one of them makes sense. But at least this one you can kind of follow along, like what they're trying to do, right? Like, it doesn't connect very well.
No.
But yeah.
Apparently there was a scene that that was supposed to be in the film. I don't know what it was going to be, that was going to connect this more to 1 and 2.
Yeah, they cut it out.
So of course they cut that scene out, right? Because we don't need that shit.
Yeah.
Get that shit out of here. Yeah. Another thing I want to dunk on, the early 2000s editing. So this movie's 2002.
Yep.
Oh, you're really starting to suck shit now. And this is why I can't in good conscience put these films above 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
Because 2 and 3 and 4 still look like films, and most of it's practical. Early 2000s, they're such ugly fucking movies. We've got terrible editing. Like, they start doing these like effects to try to enhance the editing. You know what I'm talking about?
Like the like
and they'll do like a quick like zoom in to the character and shit like that. We also get like CG, but like really bad CGI. So there's like the CGI eel that comes out of his mouth. He spits out. And then at one point, like the detective morphs into a guy and he's like a second head, and it's this shitty CGI head that's like attached to the other guy.
Yeah.
And like it's really showing its age. I had a funny thought about this. I think you'll appreciate this. So there is a documentary series called In Search of Darkness. We are both huge fans of this series. Yes. It was a 3-part series. Each like documentary is like 4 to 5 hours.
Yep.
It's like 15 plus hours of total screen time to watch all 3 parts of this. And it covers like every major horror film from the 1980s. And that's the whole thing. It's like that documentary is just it's almost like a video encyclopedia of these films, right? Yep. And it specifically tackles the 80s. And I just thought to myself, I'm like, are we ever going to get to a point where people are going to be nostalgic for this era of horror films, this early 2000s, literally the worst sequels in all of the major franchises? Like, what would an In Search of Darkness be for the 2000s?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, is this going to happen? Like, are people going to go like, oh, remember how bad these plots were? And remember how bad the effects were? And everything was early CG. And remember they started doing the shitty editing and everything was color corrected? Like, are we going to get nostalgic for this?
For that? I don't know. I mean, like, When was like Urban Legend? That's like late 90s, early 2000s.
Maybe early 2000s. I don't know. That's probably from the same era.
Yeah. Like, do people look back on that? And I Know What You Did Last Summer.
I know that there's beginning to be a little nostalgia. So I know that In Search of Darkness is doing a sequel about the 90s.
Yeah.
But so I know that there's a nostalgia for the 90s is beginning.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's some good movies in the early 90s because they basically feel like 80s movies. Child's Play. Child's Play. Well, first one's first one's 1990, I think. I forget.
Child's Play?
Yeah.
No, it caught it just at the end of the 80s.
88, 89, yeah. But Child's Play 2. I mean,
Definitely
the best one. But I mean, you have good horror films in the early 90s, but by the late 90s, they started feeling like you could see the quality dipping. And I just think it's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
Like, is this going to happen?
Is this going to be somebody's go-to
passion project,
nostalgia?
Like, think about the entries you're going to have to talk about.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be talking about, the Halloween Resurrections and H2Os and the Hellraiser Hellseeker, like all this shit from that early 2000s period. Jason X. Like, it's such a dark period of horror where it was the worst entries in really all of these series. And
not
also
fun anymore.
And also bad filmmaking.
Yeah.
Just like the decline of filmmaking as an art in this period, right? So, do you want to kickstart my new one? What would we call it? In Search of Darkness. In search of what? In search of garbage.
Search of grunge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In search of garbage. Instead of darkness, kind of sounds similar. Yeah. That's my idea. What else would you like to give, Mark? Because I mean, you love this movie.
Oh, love.
This is your Curse of Chucky for this franchise.
No, again, I just I would never recommend any of these.
But like, what makes this better than Inferno, I guess is my question. Because it's very similar. Like what?
I liked what they did with the character. I liked the punishment. Felt a little bit more...
deserved?
Yeah. I liked how they kind of wrapped up his story, that he was trying to do something terrible, and in doing so, he got bested by the person he was trying to kill off. I found like in the previous entry, the punishment I didn't really get the sense that it kind of came around full circle. Whereas with this one, he's a terrible person, and we get to see the people that have been close to him getting killed off over and over again. And those are the 5 victims that ultimately she trades for herself. I don't know. I just thought it kind of wrapped up a little bit better. They're very similar movies. I just felt like this one was a little bit more effective at what it was trying to do. Like if you're going to watch a movie and you just want to watch a bit of a psychological thriller. I know you don't like psychological thrillers very much. You can kind of sit down and watch this. It's not going to blow your socks off, but at least you can watch it and be like, okay, like I got something out of that.
I just hate it for the same reason I hate Inferno, because it's just a pointless movie where it's you the whole time. So you're just watching an hour and a half of a guy running around, things happening to him, but none of it's real anyways until it is real in the last couple minutes. And it's like, there's just so much shots of just like, you're seeing all these weird things, but none of it's real. You know, none of it's actually happening. Everyone's acting like an alien. Like no one, like he's the only one acting normal. Everyone's acting just cartoonish and over the top. No one's acting like normal. Like everyone, the women are all throwing themselves at him. And it's like, it's hard to invest my time into this. So it's like, this would work. The whole movie, same thing with Inferno. It feels like a really long version of a Freddy's Nightmares episode.
Yeah.
And it's like, this works as like a 30-minute short film kind of thing, but like as a long fucking whole feature-length film, it's like everything's just pointless anyways. So it's like, it makes me hate it.
Remember, it's not necessarily so much that this one is the third best. It's just that sometimes there are others that are even worse. And I think this one gets propped up simply because I didn't find it as awful as some of the other ones. I mean, that's...
yeah, I mean, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. I just feel like you put it very, very high.
Yeah.
That's like criminally so.
I wouldn't watch this and Inferno. You can get away with watching one or the other. I think that between the two, this one is probably
I
the
don't
better.
like either of them, but I would take Inferno over this.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think, because Inferno, the Cenobite, so like, let's get back to the Cenobites here. This is once again is a film that was accused of taking a script that had nothing to do with the Cenobites and then injecting them. Cenobites have less than 5 minutes of screen time total.
Yeah, but
they're hardly in this.
How much are
movie
they
at
in the
all.
first one though?
Oh, like 30 minutes.
Get out.
Well, they're in there like more than they're in there. No, because they're in there for sure like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
The last 20 minutes of the movie. They're in the movie like 45 minutes. It's like half the movie.
They start and finish that thing.
Yeah, they show them playing chess and
right.
other things. It keeps cutting back to the Hellworld, and they're like, "So what are you up to?"
Yep. No, again, like I said at the start, I think your opinion on these two in particular is going to come down to whether or not you needed something else from this franchise. And at this point, I was very happy to have. You accused me of this with. Curse of Chucky. Like,
rightfully so.
You only like it because of what came before it. In that particular instance, I would say I did like that movie. In this particular instance, you might be right. It might be just the fact that by this point, I'm like, I just need something else.
It put a different taste
else.
in your mouth. Yeah. I think if you watch these on their own, you'd be like, oh, these suck.
I don't know whether I would say that either of these two would be the first one I would go back to if I was going to watch another one again.
I should fucking hope not.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's other entries that are better for varying reasons.
Getting halfway into this franchise, I needed this to be different because I was not buying where this was going.
Did you like the detective character that's in the movie just to pad out the runtime? Because there's like some stupid subplot where the detective's like, we're supposed to feel tension, right? Because nothing's real anyways, but we're supposed to feel tension. So Trevor's like, oh no, I got to watch out for the detective guy. And the detective guy the entire time is like, I got my eye on you. I think you murdered Kirsty. But then it just turns out he's just like a juba.
He's just a Cenobite. He's the two-headed one? That guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like he's nothing anyways.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, so you just exist to pad out the runtime. So again, on rewatch, these would be painful to rewatch. Because it's like there's nothing really. What are you getting out of it?
That's Hellraiser.
Maybe that's true of the entire series. This podcast is sponsored by the fine folks at Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys. Fly By Night Movies, Games, and Toys is your one-stop shop for everything cool and collectible. We are located in the heart of downtown Oshawa. That is Oshawa, Ontario, Canada. If you're looking for movies, video games, and toys, check us out. We are worth the drive. And we're back. We took a little break and got us some Frosties, and we braved the cold Canadian winter that awaited us outside. Yep. We are filming this kind of mid snowstorm actually right now, which is kind of cool.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of neat. We're much like James Caan in Misery.
Right.
I have trapped you in.
I was going to say I might be living here now against my will.
Yes, and I'm like, Mark, let's do the podcast, you know? Oh, look at all this equipment.
You didn't like the one I thought you would like.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically what I'm saying is I've hobbled Mark and he can't get up from that chair.
Yeah, there's a reason why you only see us from.
Yeah, correct. You never see us get up and get off frame. Let's get back into it.
Yep.
Mark Skews, are you ready for our next entry?
I am.
From 2005. This is our 7th entry in the Hellraiser franchise. This is Hellraiser Deader. What a fucking stupid title. If you thought Hellseeker was a bad title, Deader?
Yeah, I can't believe that you complained about that so much knowing that this was coming up.
They all suck.
I mean, at least those are words. Hellseeker.
Deader is a word. Hellseeker's not a word.
Deader.
Deader is a word. Yeah. I'm deader than. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, is he right?
This franchise is deader than all the other franchises
that is
we've
true.
watched
I'll
up to
give you
this
that.
point. Yeah. This film is produced by.
Where did you have it? Where did you rank it?
No, we're not doing rankings anymore.
You have to guess. You have to guess what
after
number.
listening to the bullshit numbers that you've been coming up with, I don't know that I want to know where you have it. Okay. Hellraiser Deader is my number 9.
Yeah. Number 6 for me.
You have it higher than me, but
smack in the middle.
Yeah, but you gotta have it a little bit lower. So that's okay. Sure. I've accepted at this point that anything that you say is going to be complete nonsense, and I'm kind of just like feigning interest. I'm kind of like, okay, interesting. Well, let's get to our next point. So, I'm not really taking the numbers that you're given, I'm not really taking them seriously.
He says that about this episode, but really that's how he
That's the
is
format of
with
the
me
show.
in life, right? Like, I'm not really interested in anything that you have to, just getting through until we can talk about me again. That's basically-
If I could get away with it, I would clone myself and I'd be
Just-
sitting
right,
in that chair
yeah,
over there. Yeah.
yeah.
And we'd just be talking about Halloween 3.
I'm just here until he can figure out some AI way of putting himself in your
Getting
twice.
myself in it. Yeah. No, Mark, your opinions they're appreciated.
They are opinions.
Yeah, because you know how they have like those when they do scientific research, right? They always have the control study.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, this is what the dum-dums thought. And it's like, oh, okay, this is what somebody with like actual critical background and reflection and analysis, that's what he thought.
Yeah.
So we have that good,
Yeah.
it gives the audience a real scientific comparison.
Yeah.
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 Do you know which one you are out of those examples?
Folks at home, which one do you think I belong to? Yeah.
Is Mark a dum-dum or is
Yeah.
Mark...
Am I the smart one?
Is Mark the critical thinker?
The joke's on both of us because we're sitting here. This is our Saturday. It's now 2:00 in the afternoon.
We are snowstormed in. We're filming the next. We're gonna finish this podcast. Then we're gonna start filming the next couple podcasts. Yeah.
This is our Hellworld.
All right. Hellraiser Deader.
Yep.
Do you know who produced this? Might shock you.
I don't.
Produced by Stan Winston.
Oh yeah, his his effect, Stan Winston effects as well. Yep.
What?
Yeah.
What? Wow, Stan Winston's involved. It's got to be good, right? Let's find out together. It opens in a crack house. We're in like a trap house of some sort. It's like a crack den. There's like all these like, there's people getting high, people passed out, people doing like random drugs. And then this one woman who doesn't seem to be under the influence of anything, she starts like snapping photos. And then she's like, thanks. And then she walks out. And this is our new protagonist, Amy. What is Amy's occupation?
Reporter.
Yay. We haven't seen this before. Haven't we already done the reporter angle? It's like, we already had. So we had Amy. Didn't we have Joey?
Yeah, from part
3.
Yep.
So it's like, we've already had the fucking. All right, whatever. Amy is working for she's working for like a foreign paper or something. I didn't quite get that. It doesn't seem to be like a US print.
No, she's in London.
Yes.
Yep, it's the London Underground.
I can't believe you have
That's
that
the name of
noted
it,
there.
yeah.
Sure. Her editor or somebody who runs the place tells her about this he basically like tempts her with this neat stories. Like there's this underground culture of people called Deaders.
Yep.
That's
Deaders,
that's where you get the title. Which when I heard that, I was like, okay, the title's not as dumb as I thought it was. Like Deaders, it's like, yeah, that's kind of a dumb underground term that morons would come up with. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm not against it.
It's a noun, not an adjective, which makes it a little bit easier to.
Yeah. So he shows her a tape. I've already forgotten her name. What was the fucking name? Amy. So he shows Amy a tape, and it's like this footage of these cultists conducting some sort of ritual, and they like kill a woman, but then the cult leader like sucks the death out of the woman, and she comes back to life. And of course, Amy's like, "What the fuck?" And the editor's like, "Well, are you interested
What do
in
you
the
think?"
story?"
Yeah.
So of course she's on board, and he's like, "Well, if you're gonna chase the story, you're gonna have to travel to Romania."
Yes.
So off Amy goes to filthy Romania. When she gets there, she bribes a sleazy landlord to get into the apartment of a woman named Marla, and it's the woman on the tape.
Yeah.
So she goes into that woman's apartment. She looks obviously to investigate, and there she discovers the dead woman, which I'm assuming is Marla's corpse. I think that's what it was supposed to be.
I think so.
This movie,
corpse of Marla. Yeah.
This movie, much like the previous two entries, has a lot of bullshit in it and a lot of, is that actually happening? Is that not happening? There's a lot of that shit. So the plot details for me are
Prepare
little...
for another hallucination-filled
entry.
Yeah.
So she discovers Marla's corpse, and then so Marla's like dead in the washroom, and she's like, she hung herself, but she's like propped up sitting on like the toilet. And then Amy sees around her, she sees like the puzzle cube of course. And there's like some sort of envelope that says like help us or something.
Yep.
And Amy's like, oh shit, this is gonna be weird. And she's gotta like awkwardly reach around the corpse. And to the filmmaker's credit, they actually resisted the urge to put a jump scare in here.
Yeah. Which makes it's a good scene. I will say, like it builds tension, and I was kind of watching a little bit on the edge of my seat.
Oh, I was just kidding because no, they totally have a jump scare in here.
No, I mean,
that was a joke.
A little bit.
Oh, a little bit. It's like happens right after that scene. Oh no, they have a jump scare. They get their stupid jump scare in there.
She kind of comes to life, but then immediately dies back off again.
Yeah. But did that happen? Maybe she was just hallucinating at that point.
I thought the scene was pretty good.
I gave them credit first, but then they did the jump scare, and I was like, oh, you couldn't resist.
Yeah.
Eh? It's like, you still put it in there. Yeah. Inside the package that Amy finds, she finds a key and another tape. On the tape is the dead woman Marla from the apartment, warning others not to join the cult, and above all else, don't open the box.
Yep.
She's very clear about this. So what does Amy do? Well, of course, Amy, my first thought, if I watched that, I'd be like, box? What box? Well, there's only one fucking box in Amy's possession, so what does she do? She starts playing with the box. Yeah. And then it activates and chains shoot out, and she has a vision of Pinhead. And then the phone rings, and Ghost Amy says, oh, wait, I said Ghost Amy. Ghost Marla says, help us, Amy. So now Amy starts having visions and hallucinations. Her search leads her to this underground club on a train car, which is actually pretty cool and inventive. It reminded me of a show and a movie that I jerk off about all the time. What's it called? Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
Snowpiercer is awesome. And Snowpiercer, the sets just need to be analyzed and appreciated. They're so creative and inventive because they have to try to build these miniature little worlds in the confines of a train car. This reminded me of that. The set dressing for this was pretty good. This like little club that's on a train car in like Euro trash. Like that was cool.
I don't know how they got away with setting this up in a train that is picking up passengers and driving around.
Oh, well, none of this is happening anyway.
Yeah.
So what does it matter? I mean, maybe. I actually think that was happening, though. I think that was a thing.
Yep.
But I mean, we're in Romania, Mark. This is a lawless land.
Is it?
This is... I don't even know if you can travel to Romania. I'm not even sure if that's a real place. I don't even know if they acknowledge that on maps anymore. You know?
It's another one of those... I mean, I'm sure Bucharest, Romania is a wonderful place, but like at any movie where they send their characters off to like the other,
like Hostel,
right? It has to
Tourist
be
trap.
just lawless land.
No, it is. It's a shithole like Eurotrash hellscape. Yeah. So there she meets the guy who's like the head of the club, and she grills him for info. And he reveals where the cult's hideout is. So Amy goes there and finds that the key she got from earlier opens a padlock. This is quite the little trek. She gets a key, which opens a padlock to a gate. And then that leads to a path, which connects to like underground tunnels.
Yeah.
Like it's quite the little adventure she goes on just to get into where the cult people are. She finds the cult and meets the eccentric cult leader who... I wrote down, is he ever named?
He is, actually. Winter.
I don't remember.
Winter LaMarshall.
I never... Oh, Lamar. Well, I mean, I know, but he's connected to the lineage, but I never caught his name. Yeah. They don't really give him much characterization, unfortunately. Like, he could have been a cool character.
Yep.
He's not really a cool character. And he knows her name somehow, and he's acting all aloof and kind of annoying. And then he grabs her hand, and she starts having like flashes of repressed memories of being abused as a child.
Yep.
It's like, okay, what's going on there? She's about to be killed by the cult, and then she just wakes up in a bathtub. What?
Yeah.
Like, What happened? I wrote down, please, for the love of God, Hellraiser, enough of this. Did it happen? Did it not happen? Bullshit. Can we just have reality? Right. Is that asking too much? Right. Mark, is that asking too much?
Apparently it is for this franchise.
Am I asking the world? Yeah. I feel like these are very like reasonable requests. She then finds a knife in her back. So obviously this isn't happening, except it is happening. Yeah. And she pulls the knife out and she's fine. And then Pinhead shows up and he's like, the Deaders. I got to do a better Pinhead. Doug Bradley's voice is hard to emulate, right? But he's like, I can't do Doug Bradley.
The
whatever.
Deaders.
Yeah. He's like, the Deaders found a way into my world, but they can only complete it through you, and you can only be saved through me. What the fuck are you talking about, Pinhead? I have no... What was he talking about?
You opened the box, and your soul belongs to me. As does his. The Deaders have discovered an entry into my world, my domain. But they can only complete their journey through you, Amy Klein. And your only way back is through me now. I am your redeemer. I am the way.
It reminded me, there's so many times in this franchise where it's just like, there's a thing and it does a thing. Why does it do that thing? I don't know. Like, John, build the ultimate box that kills the Cenobites. How does that work? I don't know. So many times in the franchise, we have this thing happening, but we don't know why it's doing it.
No explanation.
No, right. And what we end up is Amy running around shithole Romania, losing her mind, chasing the truth behind the Deader cult, all while Pinhead randomly appears to drop some cryptic bullshit.
Yeah.
That's the plot of Hellraiser Deader. I mean, you don't like it very much either.
I think that the ranking that I have for this is on point because it's literally right in the middle. Because even to this day, I can't tell whether I like this movie or I hate this movie. I think I like it. I'm not convinced that I like it, but I got a question for you because you used the term earlier. I think this is the Cocaine Bear entry of this franchise. I don't think that.
No, I don't think this is the crazy one.
No, this is wild.
No.
Like
the next one is the crazy one. No, I think the next one's the crazy one.
No,
I don't think it's this one. I don't think this is that wild. I think it's just kind of bland.
She goes off and like just wild stuff happens.
But does wild stuff really happen?
This like weird train that she gets on, and then she's going down this like weird alley that's like really thin and tight, and she gets stabbed, but then she doesn't, and then she gets stabbed in the back, but then she doesn't, but she does.
But this sounds exactly like Hellraiser Inferno and Hellraiser Hellseeker. You're just describing those movies.
See, I don't put those three together the way that I think you do. I think they're
all the same.
No.
Yeah.
No. This one, would you recommend somebody watch this?
Don't watch any of these movies. They're not particularly good. Watch the first one and maybe one other one that I'm going to get to later. And then just move on with your life. Be happy. Don't be us.
Enjoy your life.
Yeah. Don't be us.
No, but this was just so strange. I have to kind of recommend that you check it out.
It's a mess. I don't even remember where I had it ranked because they all blur together. It's just a pile of shit. Like, I can't really decipher these movies. They blur, man.
Yeah.
They blur. There's nothing really that stands out. I don't know. I'm surprised you're like, oh, this wild shit happens. What wild shit? It's just her walking around Romania doing nothing. Let's talk about Amy.
Yep.
Dude, Amy sucks. She's less interesting maybe than Jamie or whatever the hell that character, Joey.
I have not used my once per episode montage request, so I'm going to use it now. Insert Amy smokes in every single scene that she's in right here.
Don't be frightened. Says they happen there.
Might you, by some chance, be interested in pursuing this?
You wouldn't be here if you didn't belong here too.
Like me. Once again, I have saved your small but relatively shapely behind.
I didn't catch this. This is
Every
this is
scene.
her trope.
There is unless she's being attacked, she is going through packs of cigarettes, which is crazy because this is 2005, and at this point,
we all knew it was poison,
right? She smokes the whole time. I just thought it was.
But that's to her character though. It makes sense because so they go with this angle that she has some traumatic background.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have a lot of self-love. And because of that, she's very self-destructive.
Yep.
She's pursuing journalism, but to a point where she doesn't care about what happens to herself. Because she even has a line where the guy who's I thought the most interesting character was the guy that ran that club, who you think is just this deviant fucking scumbag, but then he's like, look, don't pursue this.
Don't do this.
Don't do this. And she's like, I can't help it. I got this fucked up self-destructive thing going on.
Yeah.
Amy Klein. Don't do it. Don't go there. Change your name. Go somewhere else. Become something else.
Can't do that. I got that fucked up self-destructive thing going on.
Yes, you do.
And I'm just kind of fucking edgelord asshole. Fuck you. I don't know. It's okay, sure. I guess we're giving her a little bit of edge as a character.
Yeah.
There's a reveal, it's an obvious reveal that she had an abusive father as a child, and she's running away from her past.
Though, right?
Yeah. So that's the whole. Sorry, I forgot. What was your point about this? You said you made a point about Amy something because I said, oh yeah, that she smokes all the time. It's
she's just edgelord.
Right,
yeah.
But she's smoking all the time because she's self-destructive.
Yeah.
So it does actually make sense.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to give you your montage.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that, but it's just kind of I guess because it fit the character. Also, I didn't care about this movie. So, I was probably watching, I was probably reading Cobra Kai fanfics on my phone. Fan theories.
A much better series than this. Yeah.
So I don't know. She's just not interesting. The cult is cool. I like the idea of a cult. I'm a big fan of cults. So I'll tell you why I like the cults. It's not that far-fetched. I'm always about I know we're talking about fantastical elements and things like that. We're talking about demons from another world that come out of a puzzle box you solve and all this shit, right? But I the detective thing. It's if there was actually a crime that involved some magic cube, there would be some detective that would be troubled by this, and this would lead to his own little thing, right? So if you did a detective storyline that branched off of that, makes sense. A cult? It's not that crazy because through history, there would be records of people rumors and things about some weird puzzle box that it somehow brings forth these demons, and maybe some people survived Kirsty and saw them firsthand. So I don't think it's that crazy that there would be this cult that worships the cube and the Cenobites. So I think that's kind of a neat angle. I don't like how they use them because that's not actually really what they do. They more worship the dude who's using the power of the puzzle box. Which I didn't understand that either.
Well, the whole idea is that he is a descendant of the guy that created it, right? Le Marchand. He realizes this, and he feels like this gives him the ability to control the Cenobites. But for some reason, he needs Amy he has to kill somebody who has this nihilistic opinion of themselves. Otherwise, it doesn't work. It doesn't bring the Cenobites out correctly, or he can't control them correctly. But that's why Amy gets pulled into this and why she becomes important to the story. And that's why Winter is ultimately, he's going through people trying to find someone who has this characteristic that when he kills them, is enough to sort of trigger this plot point, right?
I just thought this could have been so good in that I think the idea of a reporter trying to follow this story of this weird underground cult, that could have been so interesting.
You're in a foreign land. You don't know where you are.
But instead, it's they just couldn't help themselves, and they had to make another one of these dreamy bullshit. We're going to show you shit, and maybe it's happening, maybe it's not happening. And for the love of fuck, can we just get another grounded Hellraiser film?
Yeah.
I know you don't like Bloodline, but Bloodline was that's fourth entry, right? Because now we're on the seventh. It's it was 3 movies ago where the film was a film. Everything you were seeing was actually happening.
Yep.
And I hate dreamy movies. And I love the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, but those aren't dreamy movies. You know when the character's awake and they're not.
Right.
And when they're not awake and it's left vague, they very quickly reveal it's like, oh, she was actually dreaming and now Freddy's about to kill her. It's like, I hate this type of movie because it's all pointless.
They wake up and then there was no consequence.
Yeah, so
right?
like a perfect example of like, there's a whole sequence where like Amy ends up in an insane asylum and she's like talking to the one girl, I think Marla, who's like now not dead or she's a ghost or something. It's like a 15-minute sequence. Who cares? Yeah. What is the point of this scene? You're just padding out your fucking runtime. Nothing comes of it. It's like, that didn't happen. It was all in her mind, right? Or was it?
Yeah.
Fuck. Mark, give me something to
make it make sense.
Yeah, give me something to talk about. What do you got? I only have 2 more points. I don't have a lot to say.
Again, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. It goes right in the middle for me.
How do you feel about the Euro trash setting, like the Eastern Blocker?
Again, I feel like it does a disservice to the actual region.
Well, that's what those places are actually like.
Yeah. Yes. Our North American view that if it isn't Canada or the U.S., that it must be just this lawless hellhole.
Yeah.
Where,
it's basically the Cenobite world.
Right.
Yeah.
Every train is basically.
So I actually have a gripe with it. I don't like it because a lot of films now film in like Eastern Europe because it's cheap.
Yep.
They film these shit low budget direct-to-video things because it's cheap to film overseas. Lazy.
And didn't they shoot another one of the movies with this one? So it was this one and I think
Hellworld?
Well, the one that came just before it.
Hellseeker?
Hellseeker, I think they were both filmed back to back.
So maybe they filmed overseas and it was cheap. And so this leads into another point. This is clearly a reworked script that they just added the Cenobites to, and it's very obvious in this because like the cult leader guy was like, they clearly just made him a descendant of the puzzle box guy. It's like, I don't know that was what he was meant to be. They're just like, oh, we'll make him, he's a Le Machin or whatever. Yep. Now that makes sense. And then the Cenobites will just show up at the end and, they're there. They do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, in this one, they really don't
do
like
nothing.
They do anything.
Like,
right?
I don't know what the hell their purpose in the movie was.
Well, I think they all get destroyed. They get destroyed along with Winter, right?
What, do they though? I know the place crumbles apart. I don't know that they die. Like Pinhead shows up with like 2 goons, and then he just kills everyone.
Yeah,
and then the place crumbles apart.
Allow me to finish what he started.
For fuck's sake.
The one saving grace, Mark, Stan Winston's involved. We got some really good practical effects.
That
I was being facetious. That was a joke. I don't know what you're talking about. You said yes. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I thought the bathroom scene was pretty good. Like where she gets stabbed in the back.
Okay, it's like one shot.
Well,
but then you got shitty CGI chains.
Yeah.
We've got CGI bugs. We've got more CGI chains. And the final kill is all CGI shit. What the fuck? Why even have his name on it? It's like, I guess that name didn't mean much by that point, I guess.
Can you Alan Smithy a special effects credit?
Sure, why not? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, why the fuck not? Just be like Alan Smithy FX.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I was joking because the effects are trash.
When I'm watching a movie like this and I start to kind of lose touch with it, I start to criticize little things that happen that seem like they don't make a whole lot of sense. There was a scene where Amy gets arrested. She's in the police station and her editor has to come out to
bail
her out.
Yeah.
Except he's in London. She's in Romania.
And he's not in the rest of the movie.
Right. I took a look and I think it's like a 3-hour flight but it's like a 27-hour drive, and he comes out literally to bail her out and then drives off again. And the car that he has does not look like a rental.
Well, he was driving to the airport.
I honestly believe he like drove from London to Bucharest.
He did.
Bailed her out,
Yeah, he
said,
did.
hey, and then drove away. I'm like, what is happening?
Well, that's
here?
because that didn't happen, Mark. That was a dream.
It's all just
that
a
was
dream.
a dream car. Yeah. That was actually Pinhead.
Yeah.
Pinhead was behind the wheel. He's got the chain mobile that goes fast.
Chain mobile. You're driving down the street, just the hook chains coming through that.
I have nothing else to say.
Yep. Yeah, I still.
You don't really like this movie. I don't know. Like you don't have to dunk at it like I do, but it's very clear. Like
I if I was going to go and watch another one of these again, it might be this one because
But you don't know why.
I don't know why. Like that's the thing, people. Like
you can't name one thing that's particularly good.
No, there's nothing good about it. Right. But at the same time,
it's worth rewatching.
It doesn't suck. Like something about it, you're gonna watch it and you'll be like, it. Surprisingly, it kind of draws you in like a way that like a car accident that you see on the side of the road. Like you don't want to see it, but you kind of have to watch. Like I don't know, Hellraiser Deader.
Fascinating take, Mark. So my last thing I will mention, IMDb. So I like looking at the IMDb trivia for these movies. Okay. IMDb only had 4 pieces of trivia for this film. Allow me to add another because I have a piece of trivia. This is a notoriously expensive Blu-ray movie.
Oh, right. Yes. We had this difficulty, right?
So, for all the, for Slash Cinema, I cut to clips, and what I do is I will actually go out and I will buy the Blu-rays and I will physically rip them.
Yeah.
As we're starting to get into more obscure franchises, some of them don't have Blu-ray entries, so I'll be ripping DVDs. And in this case, all the clips you're going to see from all the other Hellraiser movies, they're all going to be in HD, except Hellraiser Deader, because this is a $400 Blu-ray. That's what people ask for this piece of shit. $400 fucking dollars. It's not in any of the collections. You have to get it on its own, and it's a notoriously rare and out of print. They only put it on Blu-ray once, and it's impossible to get. And the price is super high because anyone that's like, well, I got to have them all.
I got to complete the Hellraiser series.
Imagine spending...
You don't have to finish it.
No, just have the DVD. So all the clips from this were ripped from the DVD because the DVD is like $10.
Yeah.
By the way, we're talking Canadian. I know a lot of our listeners are American, so we're referring to Canadian dollars. Yeah. So, can we please move on from Hellraiser?
I think so.
Deader, Mark.
I don't think it's going to get much better for you, though.
Maybe. Okay. Coming up, our number 8th entry.
Yep.
From 2005. Ooh, what a good year, Mark. This is Hellraiser Hellworld. So remember I said that Inferno went down the most? This entry went up the most. It's not high. This is my number 7.
7.
Whoa!
Yeah. So we agree on this one.
Dude, we did it. Yeah. We did it. We
crossover once.
We managed to get one crossover. Yeah, this is probably the one and only crossover. Yeah. No, it's not good.
No.
But it's Hellraiser 3. It's so bad that it's fun. This is the Halloween resurrection of the series, where it's goofy.
Yep.
It didn't take itself too seriously. It's more tongue in cheek than like any of the other entries have been, and it's like turn your brain off and you're gonna laugh at it.
It is very much a 2000s slasher with rock music in the background.
Yes. Yeah. Let's get into the plot. Yeah. It opens with a funeral for a young guy. His friends are all in attendance, and we have some notable actors here as in his friend group. We've got Mike, played by Mr. Henry fucking Cavill. What? Superman is in this movie?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
I mean, everybody's got to start somewhere. It's so weird to find those starts in the wild like this, right?
Yeah.
Like normally you know where they started. I did not know that he was in this. So when I turned the movie on and started watching, I'm like,
Henry Cavill.
Yeah, and as we're going to get into, he plays a kind of like sturdy character
Yeah,
as well.
he's playing against type.
Right. So to see him go on to become, the hero of heroes.
Right. The golden boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very stark.
Very
It's a contrast.
interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, very interesting. We also have of note, Derek is played by Carrie Payton. That he's mostly known from being Ezekiel on The Walking Dead, and he's also a pretty prominent voice actor as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty well known.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been at a few cons that he's actually been at as a guest. Speaking of that, you made the point of like it's interesting to see who shows up in these franchises. One of the things that excites me the most about watching these horror franchises is when I didn't watch a lot of them, I always wonder, I'm like, who did they get? Like, because horror movies notoriously get people at the beginning of their career. Right?
Yeah.
Johnny Depp, Kevin Bacon, on and on and on. A million different people you can mention that it's like, Jennifer Aniston in Leprechaun. So I'm always fascinated by shit like this, where it's like, way before what they would become, seeing them in these little piece of shit horror films is fascinating. So, and there's a couple of franchises we have coming up that I'm like, that ran for like 2 decades, and it's like, they had to have grabbed some people of interest, right?
Well, we'll see some people that would never acknowledge that movie. Because I wonder, like, does Henry Cavill like talk about this when he goes to cons now?
I don't know.
Would he sign a Hellworld poster for you?
Or maybe a Hellworld shirt?
Yeah.
We should actually draw attention to this. The story of this is interesting. In case you're thinking like, oh, Justin just owned a Hellworld shirt.
Yeah.
I'm not ironically wearing this. I was not even going to wear I didn't have any Hellraiser merchandise. Mark found this for me.
Yeah.
It almost like the shirt called to you.
Yeah.
It's kind of random that you happen to. I just think it's so funny that it's Hellworld.
I found it on Facebook Marketplace like
and
a week ago.
This is a real one.
Yep.
Someone didn't make this. This is an original Hellraiser 8 Hellworld shirt.
Yep. Here I am, like spending real money to have a shirt made because I couldn't find any Hellraiser stuff.
Right.
Yep.
I just think it's funny.
There we go.
Yeah. Look at this green.
Evil goes online.
Yeah. Evil goes online.
Yep.
That's a rough tagline.
Yep.
Evil goes online. Okay, so back to the plot. So they're at this funeral for their one friend that died, and they all start bickering about like whether or not they're guilty of like not helping him, and like some of them feel guilty. It's like, oh, we could have done more. We should have saw the signs, because like they kind of imply he killed himself, but I don't think that's actually what happened. I mean, the movie doesn't really answer any of these questions, anyways. But whatever. But he tragically died, and they all start talking about a game they're all addicted to called Hellworld. Hellworld is this some sort of online multiplayer game. This is early 2000s now, so we're getting into the tech age. We then get a dream sequence where the blonde girl Chelsea, for literally no reason, opens the coffin and the corpse grabs her, and we get a stupid jump scare. Because, of course, they have to put in jump scares, right?
Yep.
This is the era of useless jump scares. She wakes up, and Mike, Henry Cavill, shows up, and he's wearing a Chatterer mask. And it's like, what? And it turns out it's merchandise from the video game called Hellworld, which is a Hellraiser-themed video game.
Yeah.
We'll get into that later. We'll analyze that more. The friends who all play the game receive a special invitation to an exclusive Hellworld event. So they all pack into a car and head off to said event. They arrive at like this huge gothic mansion, which is actually a pretty cool fucking set. Do you remember the name of the house? It's a reference.
I don't.
Leviathan House.
Oh, okay.
Leviathan House is the name of the mansion.
Just to hit you on the head in case you missed it.
Yeah. The one creepy. There's this one guy in the group that's like the creepy outcast guy. He's a former friend of the group named Jake, and he was also at the funeral, but like he after I guess the one guy died, he is now like ostracized himself from the group, and he's going through some shit.
He's the one that would blame the group for not having supported their friend.
They're failing. Yeah. Then the host of the party reveals himself, played by
Lance Henriksen.
Lance fucking Henriksen of Pumpkinhead fame.
That's right.
That's
that
what
would
he's
be-
most well known
That's right.
for is his role in Pumpkinhead.
That's
1.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? What were you gonna mention?
That
was it.
Did he ever do anything else? I mean, that was.
No, I think Pumpkinhead. I think it was a Pumpkinhead in this.
Yeah.
I think he was a two and done. No, Lance Henriksen is the man, and I love him in everything he's in. It was fun to see him. He's kind of playing against type in this. He's playing a little bit different.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
he's playing kind of a fun character.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like him in this.
Yeah, I don't want to sound nosy, but what's a guy like you do with a big house like this anyhow?
I love to party.
He introduces himself and he shows them his personal collection of Hellworld merchandise. But it's all just like lament boxes. It's all like clearly like actual Hellraiser stuff, like artifacts, but he calls it Hellworld merchandise. So that's interesting. He then takes them on a tour of the mansion and shows them this like sub-basement level and starts dropping like lore of the house and all this shit. And there's like an underground lab with like jars of preserved like fetuses and body parts.
Yeah. For whatever reason, right? I guess the whole thing is just to try to scare people.
Well, because Chelsea isn't impressed and she thinks it's all like a fake. She thinks it's like, oh, well, they're just doing this for the game or whatever. It's not actually real. And she even says like, it's a myth. It's just a game, like that kind of thing. So then Lance Henriksen stabs her with a Pinhead pin, but of course that didn't happen, and it was just a vision, and she passed out for some reason. And this is one of the funniest exchanges, I think, in the movie, is just the line delivery here is so good. She like wakes up and she's like confused. You know, like when you wake up from a dream, you're confused, and she like thinks Lance Henriksen attacked her, and then she's like, "You stay away from me." And then he's just like standing there, like, "What the fuck?"
Okay.
And he goes, "I'll try and contain myself."
Chelsea, hey, take it easy. You all right?
You stay away from me.
I'll try to contain myself.
It's such a good line delivery. Yeah, only Lance could deliver it.
You can kind of imagine him saying this in his like toned down.
Yeah. It's so good. They all then get masks with 4-digit codes on them and cutting-edge Nokia cell phones.
Those phones, man. They are the star of this movie.
Hell yeah, man. The edgy Jake, who's like the outcast, it turns out he's there to meet a girl that he met in a chat room. And while he's looking for her, the rest of the group disperses and they just start like enjoying themselves and mingling and enjoying the party. Allison wanders off and finds like a Saw type murder chair, which she sits in and it activates. And then Lance Henriksen shows up and is like, "This chair is quite the exquisite killing device." And then he just like lets her get like brutally killed by the device. And he doesn't even like blood hits his face. He doesn't even flinch. And you're like, oh, okay. So Lance Henriksen's evil in this movie. Then Jake finds a computer with a photo of his dead friend Adam on it. Lance Henriksen appears and hands him a lament puzzle box. And he's like, "Adam made this. Open it." And it springs to life and summons Pinhead. Oh, but that was just a vision. We're still, unfortunately, we're still doing this. Yeah. There is an incredible shot in the movie. My favorite shot in the movie comes next. Henry Cavill is kind of a scumbag in this movie, and I love him. He is a JP Monroe.
Yeah.
He's not our protagonist, so you can love him ironically. There's a shot of like he's openly getting a blowjob. He's getting his dick sucked in the middle of the room, sitting on a chair by some random woman at the party.
At a party.
Oh, it's right out in the open. And he literally smiles at the camera.
Yeah.
I swear to God. Did you catch this?
Oh, yes.
He literally looks at the camera. He looks at the camera and he's like, "Yeah, I'm getting my dick sucked." And then Chelsea calls him and she's like, "I need your help." And he has a pun. Did you catch what his pun is?
Gotta support my fans. Hey, baby, what's your name?
Mike, it's Chelsea. Listen, I am locked inside a room on the 2nd floor, and I need you to come up and help me.
Oh, so now you want me, huh?
Mike, look, I'm not messing around here. There's something really strange going on in this house.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have blown me off.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have blown me off.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was trying to hook up with her at the party.
Yeah, Chelsea.
initially,
Mike had a thing for Chelsea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike's the man in this movie. This movie should have just been the Mike project. It would have been so much better. Pinhead then kills Derek by chopping his head off with a cleaver. Why? Which is so weird. It's like Pinhead wouldn't do that.
Yep.
That's strange. But the ending will make that make sense. And this is about the point in the film where they clearly ran out of material for a feature-length film, because they then have to stretch the fuck out of every scene from this point on. There's just random bullshit scenes of characters wandering around and having their own little ventures, and they each get picked off one by one. Chelsea and Jake keep having visions and like hallucinations, and all while this is going on, Lance Henriksen is like scuttling around in the background doing things.
Yeah.
That's the plot of Hellraiser Hellworld.
Yeah. It really is the Halloween Resurrection entry where they made a movie. They're like, all right, we're not even going to pretend like any of this makes sense. We're just going to throw some sexy teens into a house, and then we're going to hunt them down and, kill them. You might see a boob here or there, and then it's going to be over. And, and we have to, you want us to make this a Hellraiser? Okay. All right.
Yeah, like let's compare it to Resurrection for a second, because they both are so similar. Both take place in a single location, an old creepy house. Both use like cutting edge tech.
Yep.
So this one's all about like the online video game. Resurrection is about the like live stream.
Yep.
Same kind of idea. We have a party environment with a bunch of young people. We've got killers running around picking them all off one by one. It's so fucking similar to Resurrection. And I think they're both made by, I think Dimension. Is it Dimension? I think is this production company.
Yep.
And I think they did both of these fucking movies. Their Dimension was like an offshoot of Miramax or whatever.
Yep.
So it's like they made both the movies. They feel the same fucking thing. And I like this one more than I liked Resurrection. Because this is the only time in the entry, I think this is the only entry where they got goofy with it.
Yeah, I mean, more so than number
I guess same in Halloween,
3.
though. Halloween never really, that was kind of the only entry that got goofy with it, really.
This is a full-blown slasher.
Yeah, but it's also full-blown tongue-in-cheek. Like, we're not taking any of this shit seriously, right? Like, we're fucking around. So go ahead.
I was going to say, more than any of the other, because we're kind of we're still in that sort of block in the middle where you've got scripts that were produced into movies, but then they tacked on the Hellraiser notion at the end. I would say, and I'm interested on your opinion on this, out of all of those, this one to me feels like it's been tacked on the most. This one actually should not have been a Hellraiser movie. The Hellraiser part does not have any connection to this. We're going to talk a bit.
Let's get into the meta part of it. So like how did you feel about that? This movie, this is the only time in the series they got meta, where they were like aware of the Hellraiser shit. Again, similar to Halloween Resurrection, where they're like, they all know the Michael Myers lore and they treat it like it's a boogeyman story. Yeah. Same kind of idea here.
It's just so cheap. I don't know.
It can work.
They're playing a video game where there's Cenobites in there. Like, come on.
Yeah, and Pinhead even says like, I will tear your soul apart. But he's like a digitized.
Come to Papa. Hell yeah!
Like the one thing I was disappointed in is this whole movie is based around this video game that we don't even see.
Well, they didn't have the money to show you what the game was like.
Come on, man!
I
want to go to Hellworld.
Yeah, did you want to see? You want like a Freddy's Dead scene where like Pinhead's playing the controller and the character's like,
great graphics.
Now you're playing with power.
Yeah.
Trademark Nintendo. Yeah. Like, do you want like that? That's what you wanted?
Yeah. But they never. I think you see them playing it for a moment when they get the invite.
Yeah. What were they gonna? Yeah. I didn't mind that. Yeah. There's a lot of meta shit in this. So the film's very somehow Hellraiser exists. So Pinhead exists in this movie, but he also exists in the game. But like it's actually him. Yeah. So like Mike has a chatterer mask, but there's actually a chatterer.
Just remember, subtlety.
So
subtlety.
You're right. So like, how does that make any sense? There's a guy like wearing at one point a Pinhead shirt, and then they've got like the lament cube. There's like it's like decorations at the party. I do like this. The fan base for Hellworld, they're called Hellraisers.
Welcome, Hellraisers. I take it this is your first time at a Hellworld party. Invitations. Outstanding.
I actually like that. I didn't mind that. I was like, that's kind of clever. I'm like, I don't mind that because like the fan base would come up with their own neat little term.
Sure,
like, I don't mind that. That's kind of
the
cool.
whole idea that like you shouldn't know who these Cenobites are. Like again, but obviously they've blown that all up.
Well, so the real issue is who made this game.
Yeah.
Because at first I was like, oh, Lance Henriksen made the game, but no, he didn't make the game. The game already existed. So did the Cenobites make the game?
Yeah. And the game is real.
The game is 100% real. Yeah.
Like,
but for some reason has all the elements of like the Cenobites, like actual lore. But like, who made this game? It doesn't, that they never answer that question.
Like unless
it
it's
just
Kirsty
exists.
Cotton. There's nobody that would know.
She trying to profit. She became a game designer. At one point, Chelsea actually like breaks down the series formula. She's like, first I open the box, then Pinhead appears, then the hooks and chains.
Get your mythology right, buddy. First, I have to open the box. Then Pinhead appears, the hooks and chains. But none of that's happened. Why? Because none of it's real.
Fuck you. How do you know? Yeah, like you only know this because they wrote you to say that. Your character shouldn't know this, right? Like, how do you have this knowledge? What do you're talking about like slashers. It's the first time we get a cast of teenagers as the protagonists. This is partly why I like this movie. It's so dumb.
No.
This movie's so stupid that I like it. Like it earns points because it's so dumb. It's not really taking itself seriously. We got these group of teenagers and they're all like the archetypes of a slasher film. There's like the hot chick, Cavill is like the jock douchebag, Jake's the creepy outcast guy. And then we've got like the Derek and the other girl whose name I forget. They're like the party boy and girl. They're like the stoners kind of characters. And in the movie, the Cenobites are actually killing them like they would a slasher.
Right. Butcher knives and
which is so strange. It's like the Cenobites never did that shit before. Like at one point, Chelsea's actually like running from Pinhead like through the woods in one sequence. You want to talk about the Nokia product placement?
It's so weird for a movie like this.
No, it's not. It's such a product of its time.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
This is an era of shamelessness and low morals. And so it was like, I'm sure Dimension was like, how do we fund this 8th Hellraiser movie? Oh, I know. We'll just sell half the movie to Nokia and we'll make it integral to the plot.
Yeah, like everything is driven by these cell phones within this house.
Yeah, so the whole thing is like when they're at the party, they all wear masks, and on your mask it has 4 digits, and everybody's given a Nokia cell phone. And they show you this fucking phone so many goddamn times in this movie. They must have had like a contract of like, the Nokia phone must be seen in full frame this many. Like there had to have been a set amount they had to hit because you get so many shots of the goddamn cell phone. And I have a good question. How does that work? So like, okay, they're all given cell phones, right? That's okay. Okay, sure, fair enough. All of their masks have 4 digits, and it's like if you want to contact somebody, because the whole point is it's kind of like a swingers party-esque.
Yeah, I said it's anonymous debauchery is like the
theme of the party.
This,
But how do you contact someone with only 4 digits?
I don't know.
How do you call someone with only 4 digits? Is this some weird Nokia feature they had back then where it's like, we have a mode for swingers parties that you can set up? Is that an app you can download now, Mark?
And is that still easier than just walking over to because you could still talk to these people. They just have masks on.
Nope. You have to use you have to, in the middle of a crowded party with live music playing, you need to awkwardly call someone and somehow they're able to perfectly hear you during all of this.
As they bring their Nokia cell phone up to their,
the reception is so good. The clarity is so good that even during that cacophony of noise, you can hear the person that's calling perfectly.
Well, it speaks to the quality of the fine products of Nokia.
I mean, I still have a Nokia right here. This is an Android Nokia
Right.
phone.
Yeah.
I only have one other thing to say. What do you want to jump in, Mark?
Yeah, there's a few things about this movie that kind of just bother me and I shouldn't let it bother me because I know what this is, right? Why are these kids still playing Hellworld after their friend basically killed himself over it? And
I don't know if you died over like Mario Kart, I'd probably still be ripping that with John. I don't know that we would be that heartbroken over it.
Fair enough.
Like, is that good enough answer? Or do you want?
They get invited to some random Hellworld party. I don't know. The whole thing. Hey, are you gonna go? I don't know. Are you gonna go? Well, let's go to a Hellworld party. And then the whole thing is it's basically just gonorrhea in a house, right? Like the whole idea.
Sounds like a good time to me.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the end?
Yeah, that's the last one I have is the ending. Okay. So the big reveal is that, like Chelsea and Jake somehow like end up in some limbo dimension and now like the entire house is empty except them. And then their friends show up as like, they're Cenobites, but they're not. They're just like undead versions of themselves. And it's very stupid and like jokey. And this drags on and on and on until finally, like, literally out of nowhere, Jake like puts it all together like a Usual Suspects, and he's like, we were set up from the beginning. And it's like he remembers when they all got there, and somehow he's able to put this together. I'm like, how are you figuring this out? Like, it's such a jump of what a person would be able to figure out. But he figures out that like Lance Henriksen drugged them when they all got there. That's right. He marked them. They all like touched something.
One of them breathes in like some perfume. Another one gets like the ink from a postcard or something on
and
their
that
finger.
has some psychoactive drug in it that goes into their bloodstream. And the entire movie, they have actually been tripping out. And then also Chelsea like figures out, she's like, Lance Henriksen is Adam's dad. Yeah. It's like, I don't even, they somehow come to these conclusions. And the big reveal is that Lance Henriksen is Adam's dad, the guy that died from the game. He wants revenge on the friend group because he feels they let his son down. And the way he's going to do this is, I've listed his whole plan. Are you ready, Mark? This is his master stroke. Here we go. So he's trying to kill the friend group who he holds accountable for his son's death. He was chatting with Jake online and posing as a girl. So that was the online girl that Jake was talking to. And through Jake, he learned everything about the Hellworld lore. And that gave him enough knowledge to, I guess, bring them all to this mansion and throw this party where he could lure them so that he could then expose them to some psychoactive drug, which he perfectly has knowledge of how to induce people into. And the entire film, after the point of them entering the party, they have in fact been buried in graves. Yep. That at one point they show Lance Henriksen digging a grave, and it turns out that the graves are what they've actually been sitting in the whole time, and then they've just been tripping out in the graves on some crazy psycho like DMT or something.
The whole movie has essentially been a hallucination for all of them.
For all of them. And he also put in cell phones in each one of their graves so that not just any cell phones.
Nokia cell phones,
because that's the only cell phone that actually works underground.
Apparently.
No other cell phone works, just these. And he's been like fucking with them and putting mental suggestions into their minds through the cell phones. And that resulted in them killing themselves. So Allison tears her own throat open. Yeah. So like, even though she died in the chair, that's not actually what happened. In reality, she tore her own throat out. Derek died of an asthma attack, which that was the most plausible. It was like
she had asthma. So
he it was the black guy.
Yeah, he had asthma.
You said she had asthma.
I don't think I did. Did I?
Derek died of an asthma attack, which that was the most plausible. It was
she had asthma. So
she
had asthma. So
she had asthma. So
you did. You did. You were like, she had asthma. Yeah. I don't know why you did, but yeah. Mark,
I don't believe that happened.
Do you think
but-
Derek is a girl's
Yeah.
name?
No, especially since I could see him in my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet, Freudian slip. Maybe you want him to be.
I guess. Yeah.
So, Mike dies of fear.
Yeah, he just gets pushed over the edge and has like a heart attack.
Okay, Freddy
Yeah.
Krueger. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And then the next day, Chelsea and Jake are dug up and rescued by the police from a 911 call that was placed by Adam's ghost.
Yeah. Yeah. So
fuck off.
There's a point where they could have ended this movie that would have made it much better, but it went on probably about 10 minutes too long, right? I think once you realize that, okay, they've been buried in the back 40 of this guy's house for the weekend, and that these two kids somehow managed to survive, the police find them, they rescue them. The other friends unfortunately die, but at least these two get saved. That would have been a good spot, right? There was no actual Hellraiser. There was no Cenobites. It was just the poison that was making these kids hallucinate, seeing something that they were familiar with, these characters from this video game that they play.
Nope.
Unfortunately.
Then the last 5 minutes, Pinhead and the real Cenobites show up, and they're like, they show up, and I guess they can just make themselves appear because they show up in front of Lance Henriksen,
like in some
a hotel room, and then they're just like, all right, fuck you, and then they just kill Lance Henriksen, and then Pinhead's like, how's that for a wake up call?
I gotta wake up. How's that for a wake-up call?
Since when did Pinhead give one-liners? He never did
he
one-liners.
witty? Right.
Why is he one-liner?
Yeah. And you're right, like the 911 call made by, was it Adam's ghost? Yeah. Like, come on.
This is the best the series ever was.
Yeah.
Was Hellworld. You can watch this and have fun.
I was just
at
gonna
least
ask you, like-
Deader and Deader, Inferno, and Hellseeker are just so, they're so nothing to me. They're so soulless. At least this one is just so stupid that I have fun with it.
This would have been a good one to see in a packed theater of other like-minded individuals.
Or
who
you
were
and I
just-
watching
right.
it together.
Yeah.
Like the joy you got out of Resurrection, I got out of this.
Yeah.
Where it was like, I still have it low. But I kept originally I had this super low. And then the more it kept going up because I'm just like, Inferno, the more I kept thinking about it, I'm like, man, fuck Inferno. It's fucking dreamy ass bullshit. And I just kept lowering it. And then Hellworld, I was like, yeah, Henry Cavill getting a blowjob. Like, yeah. I just kept putting it up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with this one the reason why I like those other ones better is that they still tried to have a connection to Hellraiser, right? This one just doesn't. It's the only real. It's
yes, it does. There's an entire video game about it. What are you talking about?
Sure.
The entire movie's Hellraiser.
Yeah, right. Let me ask you.
How funny it would have been if Pinhead was like the game designer.
Yeah.
This is how I get new souls.
Yeah. Your friend Kevin. Have you met his parents?
Our mutual friend Kevin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I've met his parents a couple times. Yeah.
I've met your mom.
Yeah.
She's been at some of your shows before,
Yeah.
right? And generally speaking, like we are later in life, we're not in high school.
Yeah.
Right? Would you say for the most part you knew the parents of your friends in high school?
Some maybe.
Would you say that
the
out
close
of
friends,
out of your group of friends,
right?
Do you think that any one of your friends would have had parents that no one in your friends group had ever not met before?
Sorry, say it again.
So what I'm getting at is how in the hell are we able to he gives himself a name in this movie?
Lance Henriksen? Just say Lance Henriksen.
Lance Henriksen. But what does he call himself?
The engineer?
The engineer.
No, he doesn't.
No, it's not. I don't know. It'll come to me. But basically, like he's putting this all together, right? He's luring the friends of his son into this, and nobody's ever met this man before. Like I just found it kind of strange.
I get what you're saying. So it's like none of them knew who Adam's dad was.
Yeah, like none of them ever like went over to Adam's house. and like met his dad.
Okay,
or-
so I have a counter to that. The way my interpretation is that they all met each other and like because they were all university. Like, they seemed like they were college kids. I got the impression that they weren't childhood friends. I got the impression they kind of like met in college. That's possible.
Yeah, I guess. I got the sense that they were high school.
Maybe.
Friends, yeah.
I doubt she'll be going anywhere for a while.
What about his dad?
South America, South Africa, I can never remember which.
I don't think he's got a dad. I think he was making it all up.
I don't know. I just thought it was strange that like this guy can invite a whole bunch of his son's friends over
None
to
of them
this like
recognize
rando house that no one has ever like. And the police that show up are just like the dumbest cops.
Yeah,
ever.
but that didn't
That's-
actually happen, though, right? That scene didn't actually happen.
Nope, the cops drove by
They did.
numerous times.
That didn't actually happen, though. True to form, Mark. You have to find the nitpick, and there it is. That's very nitpicky of you to be like, why don't they know what this dude's dad looks like? I don't know what your dad looks like. It's probably some elongated, pale-bodied alienoid, much like what I'm seeing in front of me.
So you have met him. Yeah. I don't know. It just seems strange for high school friends to not have.
If they were high school friends.
I don't know.
You're assuming. You're putting lore that the film doesn't outwardly give us.
Well, I feel like if these kids had graduated from university, they wouldn't be so stupid as to go in for all this.
We have 3 other entries to talk about. I don't know that this is worth dedicating time to. Is there something else you'd like to say about Hellraiser Hellworld, the 8th entry?
I would say go watch this one, though.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's fun. Yeah.
Yep.
I will say I will be proudly keeping this shirt from now on.
Good stuff.
And I'm going to wear this at work so that people are like, Hellworld?
What?
Why Hellworld?
Yeah.
And only I will know.
Yep.
Yeah, only I will know. Moving on to our 9th entry from 2011. We're getting further on.
Yeah.
This is Hellraiser Revelations. Unsurprisingly, this is my number 11.
Number 10.
This should have been your number
Yeah.
11, though. This should have been your number 11. What did you put below it again?
Number 3. Or no, sorry, number 4. Bloodlines. I can't get over
That's
Bloodlines.
crazy, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No.
Revelations. I put it over beside me, ironically. I wanted to display it.
Yeah.
This is... So the story behind this film, I think, is more interesting than the film itself. This is a case, and actually this entry and the next entry is same scenario.
Yeah.
So Dimension Films was going to lose the rights because they have this weird thing when you have the rights to like properties to like to produce like film and media and shit. You have a time period that you have to do that in.
Yep.
You can't just buy the rights and then do nothing with it. You can't just sit on them, right? You can for a little bit, but after a while, if you don't do anything with it, you lose the rights.
When you option something, you've got to produce on that thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So Dimension was basically like, fuck, we're going to lose the rights. We got to quickly cobble together. They thought they had more time than they did. Realized they did. And they're like, we got to cobble together a fucking Hellraiser movie and we got to do that shit now. So this film was produced in just 3 weeks. 3 weeks of production. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And it shows.
Yeah.
It is awful. Let's get into it. Yeah. It opens with some handheld video footage of a couple of teenage boys on a road trip. Their names, Nico Bradley, which is a reference to actor Bradley Cooper, and Stephen Craven, which is a reference to Craven the Hunter from Spider-Man.
Really? I didn't. No, you're making all this up. Get out of here. You're such a loser. The funny thing is that it's his podcast, right? So if he wants to say this stupid shit, like it just gets immortalized forever on his channel. So I mean, let him have his time, but he's over here like dunking on himself, basically. Like,
your genuine reaction. Really? Craven the Hunter? No, Mark. Obviously, it was Nico Bradley off of Doug Bradley and Stephen Craven off of Wes Craven.
Well, see, now I don't know what to believe
I was
anymore.
just being a shithead. Why would it be based
I don't know. It's an awful movie, so like anything is possible.
Oh, that tickled me in ways that you wouldn't appreciate.
Yeah, that I never have. Yeah.
That tickled me in ways that only your reaction can. So there's just a couple of average teenage boys talking about getting fucked and getting laid.
The plan is to get your dick wet. All right. Is that okay with you?
Fuck yeah.
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 I swear I won't tell your mother. Or Emma. Won't tell her.
That's their goal. They're just like on this road trip, and they're headed to Mexico for some debauchery and drug use and all this shit. And the footage randomly cuts to them now in Mexico, and then like it chops up, and there's a shot of like Nico freaking out that his car is missing. And then it cuts to like footage of Nico like crouched down like Frank in Hellraiser 1. He's got like no shirt on and he's like playing with the lament cube. And then Pinhead appears and they're like, get away from us, man. And then just like the footage cuts. And then it cuts to Steven's mom who's watching the footage on her son's camera. Yeah. So the two fuckboys are missing at this point. So we don't know where they are. And their family they've been like missing for months.
Yeah, I think it's been like a year at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nico's parents come over for dinner where Steven's sister Emma starts making a scene being like, why did you guys just give up looking for them? And she's like, because I guess basically the families want to move on, but the one sister is just like, no, I can't give up on my brother Steven.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, yada, yada. We then get flashbacks of the two party boys in Mexico and they're harassing some girl at a bar before one of them fucks her in the bathroom and they wake up the next day, and which I found funny because I'm like, they wake up the next day in the bathroom? The staff just let them sleep it off in the bathroom? What bar does this?
Lawless land.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Exactly. Romania isn't this bad.
No.
Only Mexico. Mexico. This is a new low for the series. Yeah. So they wake up and I guess one of them killed the girl because the girl's dead. And they're like, oh no, what do we do? And they start arguing about it. And Steven's like, let's erase the footage. Steven's kind of like the good boy. But Nico's like, no way. Because then you could just blame it all on me.
Yeah.
Which is implied, because like he wants the footage to implicate them both so that it's not all on him. Because I think Nico was the one that was fucking her in the bathroom stall. Yeah. And I think it's implied Nico killed her. Like actually killed her.
Like intentionally?
Or somehow, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
she's a bloody mess.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say.
Whatever happened to her
was a pretty rough
was
sex.
not an accident.
Yeah, it was pretty rough sex.
Yeah.
But Emma then finds the lament cube among Steven's stuff. She fucks around with it, and Steven randomly appears at the house. Her brother Steven comes back. The parents start freaking out and realize that the phones aren't working.
Yeah.
And they're also in a no reception zone.
Those Nokia phones aren't working now.
Well, they didn't have Nokias in this. That's the problem with Revelations. Had they had Nokias, this would have instantly been solved. Yep. We wouldn't even have a movie.
Yep.
So then they're like, the phone lines aren't working. All right, let's get out of here. And they go to their cars and their cars are missing, which is like, I guess, so did the Cenobites just jack their shit? Why? I don't know. They never did that before. Yeah. Okay, that's a new trick for the Cenobites. Then they try to get answers from Steven, but he's all messed up and like talking nonsense. Almost like he's been through hell or something. I don't know. And now the parents become our protagonists.
Kind of. I mean, you don't root for them.
No, but we start following them more than the other characters. And they're like, someone is doing this. We need to barricade ourselves in until the morning. Let's stay in this single location to save the production, millions on the film's budget.
That's right. Yeah.
They come up with a reason for them all to stay in this one house. And the almost 90% of this movie is in this one location. And it's not an interesting location. It's not a Hellworld, the Lament house or whatever.
It's not like they're running around in the dark either. It's
Leviathan house. Yeah.
Nope.
Cut to Pinhead for the first time in the franchise, not played by Doug Bradley, played by Stephen Smith Collins. Well, hold your
My grimace?
grimace, Mark. Hold your grimace. We'll talk about my boy Stevie.
Okay.
We'll talk about Mr. Collins.
Stay puffed.
And he's like turning Nico into a type of like Pinhead Cenobite. Like there's like a proto Pinhead. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Emma then plays with the puzzle box more, and it triggers the room to shake and the lights flickering, and Steven vanishes. Well, no, actually, he's just outside now. And he then drops some backstory, and we get this lame scene of Nico and Steven drunk in a bar, and then the Vagrant from the series, the recurring Vagrant, shows up, and he offers them the lament box. And of course, they can't refuse, they accept, and then instantly Nico starts acting like a junkie and like starts playing with the box. Like, it somehow has some psychic link with him, and Steven gets a prostitute, and I skipped a part here. So Nico accidentally summons Pinhead. Then later, Steven gets a prostitute and kills her because he can hear Nico's voice in his head.
Kill her, Steven. I need blood. Help me.
Stop.
Help me, Steven. It's the only way. Kill her.
Get the fuck off!
The fuck is going on?
Yeah, telling him like, get me more. Like, how do they know? Yeah,
it's like, but so like, I guess Pinhead showed up, took Nico, and then Steven was like, well, I'm gotta get laid, and then he like gets a prostitute, and then like he's having sex with her, and then he just hears Nico's voice being like, kill her, and then he like brains her with the fucking lament box, and then that the blood then is like, it's like the Frank shit that like brings Nico back to life. Sure.
Yep.
So then cut back to normal time, or for the current timeline, and Steven gives a prophetic warning to the group, and it is a horrible delivery.
They're coming.
They?
The Cenobites. They don't like to lose souls.
They're coming. The Cenobites. And I didn't even do it as well as he does it. He does it. He does the real acting.
It's what you would expect from a movie that's going to allow one cut, one take,
and that's it.
That's what you
and
get.
Zero interpretation of anything. It's just whatever you think the dialogue means. That's what it means. Run with it. Emma looks up the word Cenobite in a laughable moment, and she just finds that in the dictionary. Why would that be in the dictionary? Cenobite. Why is that there, Mark?
I mean, there actually is a word, Cenobite.
Oh, is there actually?
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe it's this definition? A member of a religious group living together in a monastic community. Is that the actual definition?
Right, but that doesn't tell you anything about our Cenobites, like the Hellraiser Cenobites. Like, because that doesn't... So she reads that out. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, we know nothing now.
It's like, oh, it's just a bunch of people in a monastic community.
Yeah.
It tells us nothing. Then in the most heinous of scenes... This is a violent, messed up, gory series, and yet this scene stands alone for being the most vile, without a doubt. So Steven starts making sexual advances towards his sister, and she's into it. And they start making out.
Almost.
They make out and then they stop, but he starts grabbing tit.
Yeah.
They're heavy making out.
Yeah.
What the actual fuck?
And if it weren't for the fact that she gets like a flash of like a vision.
Oh, she would have fucked her brother. I'm positive they were about to fuck.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why? So some pervert wrote this script and for some reason had some incestuous desires that he lived out through this scene, because it serves no, I mean, okay, there's a reason for why that happened, but it's still like, you didn't need to do that.
Yeah. That doesn't, you could have done that a different way.
Well,
And,
the weird part of it is like the way to do it. So the reveal is that it was Nico is actually in Steven's skin.
Yeah.
So it's like the final phase.
We've seen this happen.
Yeah, they always had to wear somebody's skin. So Nico is actually Steven the whole time. And that's why, so Nico, who's a deviant, is basically just like, yeah, I'm going to try to fuck like Emma, right?
Yeah.
But why is Emma into it? That's the part that's like haunting.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is she into this?
And there's some allusion to the
It's like,
fact that
that's your brother.
The Cenobites are interested in her because of her deviant sexual desires. Like, they don't go into too much detail about that, but that's kind of part of the story, right? That they show an interest in her because she has some sick
incestuous thoughts. Yeah. Good for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for her.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, like women are very sex positive these days, and like slut shaming is very big online. That's frowned upon, right? Do you think we should give it up for these women that are into incest? Is this a thing that should this be a new movement?
Hey, let her seek her truth.
Yeah. We are not getting monetized again. Oh, I would like to make just a little bit of money.
They're going to be paying money.
Yeah, to keep it on YouTube. Yep. What follows is all the actors wandering around this mansion doing random things, all to pad out the very lengthy runtime of 75 minutes.
This is a short one. Yeah.
75 minutes. You and I have looked this up before. What is the bare minimum of to be called a feature-length film and not a short film? We looked this up, and I can't exactly remember, but this is cutting it close. Yeah. It's right on the line of like, it's barely a feature film.
I feel like it's 75 minutes for a reason. Like it had to hit 75 minutes in order to qualify, right? But you're right. They do this with comic books as well. They're called ashcan versions, ashcan editions, where you basically just have to print and produce something with the trademark in order to keep the trademark. Otherwise, you lose it, right? And that's an example here, right? That, you know, if you want to continue to hold the rights, you've got to put something out there. But man, that doesn't mean that the quality of that something has to meet any kind of rigorous standard, right? And this movie definitely demonstrates that. The funny thing about it is, I don't actually mind the scenes of them in Mexico. I feel like there could have been something there.
You think that should have been the movie?
Yeah.
The movie shouldn't have been just a bunch of jackasses in a producer's mansion.
That's right. Yeah. Once it's all the parents. And then there was like some secondary story about two of the parents like having an affair with each other. And that's why the boys went on their road trip initially, because they just needed to get away. And, I think like Nico is dating the sister, right? Like they're together. And so she has to watch the video of her boyfriend.
I don't even remember this.
Yeah, her boyfriend and her brother basically like going out
banging
hookers, right?
Yeah.
Like, and the mom has to watch this too. Like it was just,
there's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah. Like
let's break it down a little bit. The protagonists suck. All of them suck.
Yeah.
Like Nico and Steven, they're just like obnoxious fuckboys.
Yeah,
I mean, neither one of them is a good character. Neither one of them are
good.
No
redeeming qualities. Yeah.
Like Nico has a line where he's like, he doesn't want to report the girl he killed in the bathroom. He's just like, we don't need to report that. Life's cheap here, man.
What if they find her fingerprints?
When you think that shithole was last cleaned, trust me, things got prints dating back to the last ice age. Besides, life's cheap down here. It's probably something like 100 killings a week. She's already just a number.
Like, it's just like, he's just such a piece of shit. There's a lame scene where like Nico stands up, because like what happens is like, Steven stands up. So Nico's just like turns his friend into the Julia character of like, bring me victims, start bringing me Mexican prostitutes, and I'll just start killing and absorbing them. Yep. And Nico Steven finally like stands up to Nico, and he's like, no, I'm not doing this shit anymore. There is one dark thing that I was like, ooh, that was actually pretty like jarring. They kill a baby.
Yes. Yeah. The prostitute has a baby. And
it's kind of disturbing the way they do it.
Yeah, and they don't leave it to your interpretation either.
No, you hear the neck break.
Yeah, and like the baby's crying, baby's crying, baby's crying, baby's not crying.
No, you literally hear a snap.
Yeah.
So like Nico like kills and absorbs a baby.
Yeah.
It's like that was the only thing that in this movie that made me go like, woo.
Yeah.
That was something.
Again, like all of the Mexico scenes were pretty. It's got a very found footage movie.
Well, it's first it does, and they drop
Yeah,
that
then they
immediately.
just
At
gotta
first,
get rid
I
of
was like, "Oh, is the whole thing gonna be found footage?" And then it's like, no, it's like a couple shots.
Yeah,
they drop that pretty quickly. I mean, let's talk about the production level. It looks like a high quality fan film.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. It doesn't look like a movie. It doesn't even look like a direct-to-video quality movie. It looks like a fan film.
Yeah,
like a high quality fan film, but a fan film. Like you can see it, just in the way it's shot.
And I kind of wish that they had let it become a fan film. Like if you know you got to make something like this, can you not give some kid, $300,000 and say, go nuts, just make us something. You got 3 weeks and see what they come up with. I don't know. Maybe they can't take that risk. They need to go with somebody that they know can put film in the can. But, sometimes the greatest movies come out of those low budget opportunities to give someone the opportunity to be creative. And I just felt like they missed the opportunity to do that, right? Like you could make this a great opportunity for someone to go and, hey, go make me a Hellraiser movie.
Yeah, you can do it.
All bets are off.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you like that, the entire film is just at this one mansion location?
Yeah. I think they go outside.
So bland.
They go outside twice.
Yeah.
We're going to go check things out. Which
Maybe 3
basically
times
means-
because they check the cars.
Yeah.
Then Steven's like dicking around at the pool, and then they go out one other time.
And the guy gets
they get, like,
shredded.
attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like the entire movie's just in this mansion location,
Yeah.
and it's so bland.
Yeah.
It's just some rich guy's house.
Yeah.
There's no character to it. It doesn't add anything. It's just so clearly we didn't have the money and we had to film this really quick.
Yeah.
So we just filmed in this house. So we had access to.
I was watching this at the airport, waiting to come back from vacation, and I found myself looking out the window watching the airplanes at night. That's how exciting this was.
They were more interested.
That's right.
How did you watch this? You watched this on your laptop?
Yeah. It's on Tubi.
Oh.
So I just put it on.
You were able to- okay, yeah, cool. That's where streaming.
It's not cool. Yeah.
There's a reason it's on Tubi,
Yeah.
of all things.
Yeah.
You didn't. This wasn't behind a paywall on HBO Max.
Can you believe it? Yeah.
This should be free on YouTube. You should. No one should ever have to pay to watch this. Back to the protagonist for a second. You touched on this. In case you're wondering, the revelations. Oh, the big thing.
Yeah.
So the revelation is like, the reason Nico and Steven like went on a road trip is like they were miserable with their life.
Yeah.
They like had this boring life and they were just like dying to get away. And they both kind of they found out that Steven's dad, who was like Mr. Morality, was fucking Nico's mom.
Yeah.
And this like twisted the two boys. But like I can't feel sympathy for you because Nico's just like a little psychopath, but also you're clearly like rich little shits.
Right.
So like they're because they like Steven has this if Nico in Steven's body has this rant who's like, we felt trapped. We couldn't, this was a prison for us. We couldn't get away. And I'm like, how? You're rich kids. You probably were gifted like fucking Range Rovers. It's like drive wherever you want.
Yeah.
Mommy and daddy would probably buy you plane tickets to fucking go to Aspen. Like fuck off with this. Oh, we were trapped in our boring lives. Like, no, you weren't.
Why are you doing this?
Because I hate this shithole. Nowhere town. We both hated it. That's why we left. We simply had to get the fuck out of this bullshit Generica. We wanted something else. Anything else.
Like this, we're supposed to feel something for you?
Yeah.
No. And I mean, Pinhead agrees with me because Pinhead just ends up killing them all anyways. Fucking stupid ending. Pinhead shows up. That's it. Like Pinhead literally shows up at the end. Again, it's like this last minute. Pinhead shows up, and then like Nico wants to trade Emma. So this is funny because like I never understood why Pinhead agrees to any trades.
Yeah.
So even in the original, he's like, Kirsty's like, I'll get you Frank, spare my soul. Right? And the Cenobites agree, but they don't actually agree because then they end up going after Kirsty anyways.
Yeah.
But then in Hellseeker, Pinhead's like, get me 5 for 1.
Sure.
I like that.
Yeah.
I can do that math.
That's a good deal.
Right. But and so then in this one, Nico tries to trade Emma for himself, and Steven has been turned into that like proto Pinhead fucking look. That's what the actual Steven is in the Hellworld.
Yeah.
It's not Nico. He's the one that looks like the meat Pinhead. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So then he's like, oh, and Nico's like, oh, don't leave me alone. Take the sister. And Pinhead's like, no, fuck you. I'm not doing that. And then Steven, he's like, I'm taking you anyways. But then Steven's dad shoots Nico. And then Pinhead's like, you idiot. Now I'm taking your wife. I got to take somebody.
Yeah. He drags her off in behind the wall.
And that's it. That's the ending. Why? Yeah. What the fuck? I know what you want to talk about. Let's get to it.
The Blu-ray?
No, the Pinhead. You want to talk about...
you mean the portrayal.
The real Pinhead.
Yeah.
So this is the first time Doug Bradley was not involved. It's played by Stephen Smith Collins. Where do we know him, Mark?
I don't recognize this guy.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I was just trying to... Sometimes I throw it out there and sometimes you come up with like Night Court.
Tony Dow.
Leave It to Beaver. Like you pull these... DS9. So I was kind of curious, but I don't know him from anything.
No.
He gets a lot of shit. I don't know that his performance is bad.
Well, he doesn't have a whole lot of time to do much.
Right.
But
they give him no time to do anything. I'll say the voice sounds off.
Yeah.
You opened it, summoned us, and we came.
Came for what? Who the fuck are you?
We came for you, Nico. Human memories, they have no place nor meaning in our existence. This trinket of sensation you feel now will be a delight compared to the onslaught of agony that awaits at our hands.
But also, like, of course the voice sounds off because you just heard Doug Bradley's version. So it's like no one, unless someone's impersonating Doug Bradley, the voice is going to be off.
Yep.
Because we're going to think it's off, right? Like, but I don't know that it actually was. It feels like he's trying to do a Doug Bradley impersonation.
Yeah.
But it's not that bad. I don't know. I think he's fine. I think the problem is he looks like shit.
It's like the Michelin Man.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fat, dumpy looking Pinhead.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really work.
I originally had this on my short list of least favorite. I took it off eventually because like it didn't make the cut for my least favorite, only because I was like, it's inconsequential. This movie doesn't matter anyway. Even the producers, the filmmakers knew it didn't matter, right? So could they have done better? Yeah. But I think they also knew we're not going to put a whole lot of effort into this because this movie isn't really going to be seen by anybody. So
we saw it, Mark.
We saw it.
We saw it. Decades later, we saw it. Anything else you'd like to say about Revelations?
No, don't watch this one.
If you're going to watch one, it's not this one.
Don't watch this one.
Yeah, it's not this one. All right, moving on. We're jumping ahead a lot now. From 2018.
Yep.
Hellraiser Judgment. Mark Skews, where's Hellraiser Judgment?
Number 8. Number 4. Wow.
I kind of like this one.
Yeah?
I like it. This would be my Hellraiser Inferno.
Yeah. It's definitely in that group.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's very...
Yeah.
Remember what you said? So you said if they just done Hellraiser Revelations and just been like, let's take this and just give it to some film student and whatever he comes up with, let's see what that is.
Yeah.
That's what this feels like.
Yeah.
So this is another example where they had to maintain the rights. Yeah. So they're like, we got to put out a movie. And it feels like they gave it to some director that had a vision.
Yeah.
He had a vision. It wasn't... They didn't give him the resources to fully do that, unfortunately. He couldn't pull off his full vision.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of neat things in it, and I kind of really like it. Like, I like the concepts in it. Let's get into it.
Yep.
So, it opens with something new to the franchise. Pinhead having a conversation with another Cenobite. This is interesting. So, like, we got the scene with him and Angelique in Hellraiser Bloodline. But this is a different. This is kind of like a curtain pull. We're kind of in the hell world.
Yeah, it's like a business meeting almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's different. I don't know. I liked it. It was kind of refreshing. So he's talking to presumably another Cenobite, and they're talking about basically like, what should the role of the Cenobites be in the age of modern technology? We're in 2018 now, right? We have smartphones and shit. So
Puzzle boxes just aren't attracting attention anymore. How do we advertise ourselves better?
Right. Yeah. It was interesting. That's how it opens. Then we cut to this man hiding out from something. A mysterious letter shows up, and it says that how does he word it? Somehow it's basically just like he gets the letter, and it's like, go to the address and something like your redemption is here or something. It's some guy hiding out. You don't really know what's going on, but he receives a letter, and it's basically like, go to this address to be saved or some shit. For some reason, he does that. He goes to the place, and the door opens up, and we hear a voice say, "So good of you to come. We have such sights to show you."
Ah, Mr. Watkins, so good of you to come. We have such sights to show you. Please, step inside.
But it's not Pinhead's voice, which is interesting. It's somebody else's voice. He's then yanked inside, and a humanoid-looking creature with large black glasses covered in deep cuts, a Cenobite perhaps, begins to talk to him casually and wants to interview him. The Cenobite creature, known as the Auditor, begins to ask him questions that reveal the man is some sort of a child murderer, and basically he's like interrogating him, and the guy's like professing his sins, and the Auditor is then typing up the man's sins onto like an old-fashioned typewriter.
Yeah.
After the interview is over, another creature shows up, but it's like actually just a man. It's like this big, fat, schlubby, gross-looking guy, and he's called the Assessor.
Yeah.
And then the Assessor takes the pages that the Auditor typed out, puts them on a plate, and then he takes out a bottle of, what does he use for seasoning, Mark? Do you remember?
I don't.
He takes out a bottle of children's tears.
Oh, is that what it was?
And that's what he uses to flavor the pages. He then begins like eating the pages, but he's like joyously eating the pages. He then pukes up whatever he just ate into a funnel, which then feeds into a trough where 3 half-naked women with mutilated faces stick their hands into the mush before judging the man guilty.
Yep.
What is happening? This movie does shit. Either you're on board for this or you're not. And I can totally see why somebody would just absolutely hate this movie and I should hate this movie because I hate artsy fartsy shit. This is the David Lynch entry in the series.
This evolution in particular is way out of left field. Like especially since there has been no reference to the Stygian Inquisition up until this point. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying that in a Hellraiser movie, it feels a little out of place at this point because we've never seen anything like this, and we didn't know that this sort of sect of hell existed, right?
Right.
So,
but this is a very different interpretation.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't even know if this, so I said the series really only has one reboot/remake, and that's the next entry we're about to talk about, which is the 2022 remake. You almost could consider Judgment a remake. It's almost a reboot. It doesn't tie to any of the other entries.
Yeah.
It kind of is its own where is it? It's right here. It's kind of its own standalone thing. I didn't call it a reboot, but it kind of is. Like you could say this is the first time the series rebooted into something new. Because it is very new. This has a very specific take on what the Cenobites are.
Yeah. Pinhead has a much smaller importance in this one.
But kind yes and no. Yes and no. The Cenobites play an important role in something, in a larger thing, which this is the first time this franchise really went this far.
Yeah.
So the man who's judged guilty is then torn apart by a creature wearing spandex and a gas mask. And we cut to the opening credits, which is like this slick credit roll of like paper burning and the auditor like typing on the typewriter, and we get like flashes of the kill room. And I wrote down, yeah, bro, get wrecked. Finally got some good opening credits.
That's why you rated it so high.
Just
right?
the opening credits alone.
Yep.
It could almost was number one just on these opening credits.
Just on that.
The opening credits are superior to the
They're pretty
original.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're quite good. So we then cut to some trashy drunk chick returning home to find a bunch of candles and her light's not working. A masked man then attacks and kills her, and we cut to two detective characters, our main protagonists, brothers Sean and David Carter.
Yep.
They head to the scene where the woman was just killed, and they investigate this like artsy crime scene that like it's laid out like something out of like Seven. It's like clearly from like a serial killer. Yeah. It's like there's like messages and clues and everything all over the place. It's like an art scene, you know.
I have it in here. Reminds me of Seven. This is just a murder mystery detective story.
There's a reason that reminds you of Seven. Yeah. We're about to get to that. Then something heinous happens, which I was like, oh, that's heinous. They start hearing this weird noise, and they find inside the woman's stomach, someone sewed her dog.
Yeah.
The dog is still alive inside her stomach cavity.
She's dead. But the dog is still alive. Yeah.
That's pretty vile. Yeah, that's something, man. That's some stomach churning shit. The brother detectives then meet Christine, who is like this third detective that's been assigned to work with them. And the brothers are kind of like, we have our own way. We don't need your help.
Yeah, they're not really sure why she's been assigned to their case.
Yeah.
And she doesn't clarify.
Oh, the film doesn't really make that clear either. The brothers then have a theory that this latest killing is the work of a killer they're calling the Perceptor, whose killings are all based on, you just mentioned Seven.
7 Deadly Sins?
It's the 10 Commandments in this one, but it's the same shit, which, why? Yeah. Why use the biblical thing? Seven already did this. 7 came out 20 years before this film, if you can believe that.
Guess they figured you wouldn't notice.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I did, filmmakers. I noticed. No, but it's like 7 already did. Like, you just can't do that anymore. 7 has it. Yeah. The film about someone killing based on biblical shit, it's like, it's been done. Yeah. You don't get to do that anymore now. You have to come up with something else.
And they did it so much better. Whereas, like, I think if this movie had come first and it sucked, then like 7 could come in and be like, all right.
Yeah, but 7's so competent and so well made that, Oh, I am a little disappointed that we're having detective characters again. It was a little disappointing. I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only explanation for that is you got to have somebody. It's either going to be a detective or a reporter, but it's got to be somebody that's looking into something, right? Because it's not going to be Jim, the guy that bags groceries down at the local grocery store, that's going out of his way. Like, there's got to be some kind of driving force that's pushing them to know more.
I just want to follow a Frank character. I just want to follow a J.P. Monroe character. Right. Like, I don't. Like, is that? Right. I think following a Frank character would have been so. I think like talk about Kirsty in the original. Like, I would just want to follow a Frank character, someone that's like he's looking for something, and then he gets in over his head, and that could be the film. Or you do the film that Kirsty runs into the Cenobites and trying to get away from it. It's like there's two different ways to do that movie, and the original kind of fucks it up by like mixing those two. Yeah. By the way, have you said your number one yet?
Nope. No.
I knew. I figured before. Yeah. We'll get to that in a minute. First, we got to talk about Hellraiser Judgment. Yeah.
Do we have to?
We got to talk about your number 4 pick, Mark. Yeah. Your number 4 and my number 4. We tied again.
That's it.
How low did you have it? This is my number 4. I think you had 8.
8.
Pretty harsh. Meanwhile, while the investigation's going on, they like find more fucked up crime scenes. There's like they find like all these severed arms in a playground. Near like jars of blood. I'll give them some credit. They had like no budget
written on the fence or something.
Yeah. I mean, they had like no budget for this movie. It's very clear. So like they're trying to give you these elaborate crime scenes, but they don't really have the money to do it. Meanwhile, we keep getting cuts to Pinhead in the Hellworld, and it's almost like he's like sitting on a throne, and he's like watching all of this play out like some kind of overseer.
Yeah.
He's like an omnipotent being. So first time we saw Pinhead in this style.
Almost like a god.
Yeah.
Rather than
they're somehow like 3 kind of established this, that the Cenobites somehow know things about us that they shouldn't really know. This is the first film where we really get to see that. Where it's like, oh, Pinhead they can observe us.
They're watching.
They're watching us. Yeah. They're on the edge of our reality, but they're able to peek into our reality. We can't see into theirs, but they can see into ours. And yeah, Pinhead is almost like this omnipotent force watching everything play out. So the detectives chase down leads, one of which takes them to a child predator's apartment. We get a cameo. I'm curious if you caught this.
Oh, Heather Langenkamp.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a blink and you'll miss it cameo by Heather Langenkamp of Nightmare on Elm Street fame. She's like the landlady.
He's not in. That cocksucker owes me 2 months' rent. He hasn't been here for a couple of days.
Think he'll be hiding out inside?
If he is, he's freezing his ass off in the dark. I cut his power yesterday.
Seriously? No windows?
Honey, with what those boys are doing in there, no windows ain't a bad thing.
It's like a 30-second cameo, and she's got like heavy makeup on. Why?
I don't know.
Why even do it?
Yeah.
I was very disappointed. I was like, that's such a waste.
I mean, I would have thought, because I knew that she was in this. And
How did you know that?
I don't know. I was, I saw somewhere. And I guess when I saw her name attached to this, I figured she would have more of a leading role in the movie. She doesn't. It's very much like you said, a blink and you'll miss it.
It's nothing. It doesn't even look like her.
Yeah.
I didn't. Okay, so the only reason I found out, IMDb trivia. I didn't recognize her. She doesn't look like anything.
I mean, if you've watched some of the Never Sleep Again documentaries, I have seen what she looks like after.
Now.
Yeah. So it wasn't such a. It wasn't like I didn't recognize.
You mean
her,
where
but-
she actually looks like aged Nancy from Part 3,
That's right.
where they gave her like the white streak?
Right.
It's like now she actually has that white hair. Yeah. She grew into her Elm Street 3
right.
look. She
So-
very much so did,
Yeah,
actually.
she can go
looked-
back and make that movie now.
Yeah. Can we just talk about those movies? Do we really got to keep talking
Hey,
about it?
just go watch our Nightmare one instead.
Yeah.
It's better.
So then Sean Carter, one of the brother detectives, he finds his way to I called it the Hell House, where the auditor operates. And the auditor begins questioning him and opening him up, like through interrogation. Then the assessor shows up and tries to do his thing, but something goes wrong, and the assessor's like choking on the confessions. And then an angel shows up, and where it's like, what is happening? And the angel's like tells the auditor, release that man.
You can't have him.
You can't have him. Let him go. The auditor then goes to Pinhead and is like, I need your help, man. And Pinhead's like, cool, bro. I'll help you out. So then, well, I don't know that's exactly what they said, but that's what I wrote. So it must have been something similar.
Dramatization may not have happened.
Yeah. Actual scenes may not have occurred. Yeah. So then Sean escapes the house and he takes with him one of the lament boxes. Sean then starts having visions and freaking out, and his brother David and Christine are concerned. And there is a speaking of the low budget, there is a comically badly, like it's so bad how they shot this scene. There's a dialogue exchange between David and Christine in the car, and it's nothing but extreme close-ups. It is so close to it's not even like their face. It's like parts of their face in this dialogue exchange in the car. And the only reason I can think of that they did it was either an inexperienced cinematographer, like camera guy, or they didn't want to show you what was in the background.
Yeah, they weren't moving.
It's not. They're parked.
Yeah.
I think the problem was they were probably in an area where like they didn't want, maybe they didn't have the rights to film there or something.
Permit, yeah.
So they didn't want to show what was in the background. Like maybe they were parked in front of a Chuck E. Cheese or something. But it's like, it's so extreme close-ups on their face that it's,
I didn't notice that, but
I thought it was just so
I might have
funny.
to go check for that now. Yep.
So David is concerned that maybe Sean is somehow involved in the killings, and what follows is the three detectives going to simple locations where almost nothing happens because that's all they could afford, unfortunately, before Sean is revealed as the killer in an obvious and lame twist. The Cenobites show up, and Sean's like, take them instead of me, and they're like, no deal, and then everyone dies. Haven't we seen this ending already?
Yeah.
I still think.
So what do you like about this?
Yeah, let's get into what I like. Okay. I've got actually quite a few positives. I like the new Pinhead. I like this version of Pinhead. It's the closest to Bradley again, where it's like Bradley Part 1. Like Pinhead Part 1, where he's just this neutral being. He doesn't really take sides.
Yeah.
There's an order to things, and he follows that. The new actor who plays Pinhead in this is Paul T. Taylor. He's fine. He's got a cool voice.
Yeah.
How dare you use such a word? You know nothing of suffering. I welcome its warm embrace. I exist only to share its meaning. Sin and suffering are my dominion. Perhaps it's time you learned a little of the matters you seek to manage.
I think he has a distinct voice like Doug Bradley. You don't see much of him in the movie, but when he shows up, he's got a presence.
Yeah.
Like when the auditor goes to Pinhead, it's like he's going to his big brother. Like he's going to somebody that has more power. They're showing you a hierarchy of hell. And I like I just like the idea of like Pinhead as like an overseer. I don't know. How did you feel about this interpretation at all? Like
yeah, I kind of felt like they were a little bit more like equals. Like they are seeking different things, right? The auditor and his troop they're more passing judgment, whereas because you have that group, it allows Pinhead and his group of Cenobites to go back to what they originally were, right? Like just finding those who want to experience sensation, right? Up until this point, those two things had kind of started to mesh together. So now that you've got the Stygian Inquisition separating off, it allows Pinhead to go back to his roots, right? So I just kind of felt like they're both seeking willing participants, but for different things.
Oh, you
right?
interpreted it as that?
Yeah.
No, I just interpreted the Pinhead was overseeing the hell operations.
No,
I think he's just the big boss. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think the Franks and shit were showing up in hell. I don't think it works like that.
No.
That's why I said I think this is kind of a reboot.
Yeah.
I think the whole structure is different. So I like this. So we get a whole new hierarchy to hell. Hell has order all of a sudden. So the biggest thing is this is the first time the series, they kind of hinted this like in Inferno and all those ones where it's like, oh, it's your punishment. This is the first film where they're like, no, the Cenobites' hell world is actually hell. That's our hell. Like we're talking biblical heaven and hell. We have an angel in this movie. She answers to God.
I guess so.
Pinhead is not Lucifer, but he answers to like, he is a higher up in hell. So it's the first time in the series we're getting like this is the most religious of them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's an inch. I like this take because it's different.
And then when you find out what happens to his brother and his wife, and that they do get dragged off basically to hell, chain hooked to hell, then yes, that would make sense that they are Pinhead and
they're agents of hell.
Yeah.
So the whole auditor process, that my interpretation was that's supposed to judge somebody's soul.
Yeah.
In this weird artsy fartsy way, but that's the way. So like, let's talk about the new creatures we get. The auditor. It's actually played by the director.
Yeah.
Gary J. Tunnicliffe.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
He is.
I fucking love this character. This was almost my favorite Cenobite.
Yeah.
But he's not. I don't know that he is a Cenobite. That's the thing. But he is so cool.
It definitely has some Mary Sue going on here. Like he's creating this movie and he wants to put himself in it. And
I don't mind it if he does a really good job, and he does a really good job.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you know that I love his look? his design is awesome. He's like all scarred up and he's got like these big thick glasses and you can't see his eyes.
Yeah.
Did you know that this was an alternate design for Pinhead they originally considered?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they decided to. So there's a universe where this is what Pinhead would have looked like. It's interesting, and I think it works. It's very striking.
Yeah,
it's different to the Pinhead look, but it still kind of has that bald, scarred up look. Like you can totally see this as an alternate design. He also acts like Pinhead.
Clearly, this is a place where the rules of your world do not apply. And obviously, I am a man for whom pain is nothing more than a common currency. I will spend some on you, if you like. Death, love, hate, all manner of emotions. They are a conduit to the unimaginable.
In a wooden box.
You'd be amazed what they can do when opened.
A little bit. He's a bit more talky, but he's
very well spoken. Yeah. He's very well spoken. He's not like one of the things I forgot to mention. One of the reasons I like Angelique as a character. It's the first time since Pinhead that we had another Cenobite that could talk. Really, like a lot of with the exception of Angelique and maybe some like the Cenobites in the first one. The female Cenobite talks, but
very little.
Right, but generally it's Pinhead talks, and then the other ones just stand there going. Bleh.
They're just kind of there to be
intimidating,
to be there. Yeah,
right. But like, so now we're going back. With the exception of Angelique, now we got the Auditor, who's like well spoken, and he can like talk in full sentences, and like he has his own agency, and I find that so interesting. All his dialogue is great. The way he talks is great.
I don't know if you caught this. When he's typing out the story of this person's life, did you notice that he has, whoever this person is, he's hooked up and the ink for his typewriter is the blood coming out of...
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that detail. That's really cool.
And if you notice, I think the ink is red and it's just lines coming into the typewriter that he's typing.
That's fucking clever. Yeah. That's clever. You're making me like this movie more now. Yeah. That's cool. The Assessor, it's just like some fat schlubby creature, but he's like eating
he eats your words.
He eats like your sins. He like eats your sins and then pukes that up somehow. I don't know what's going on there.
Did you figure out why he throws up?
Yeah, because the angels stopped it from going.
Yeah, because his sins are so bad that he can't even he can't stomach.
Yeah. So then we have So the first time now we have angels. So the Cenobites are demons. Now we have the angels. What does Pinhead originally say the Cenobites are?
Angels to some, demons to others.
So they literally do that now. Yep. And the angel character, she shows up just to like the first time you see her, she shows up to like take charge and like speak down to the Auditor, and she basically is like, remember who you answer to.
Yeah, you feel like in their hierarchy, she's still at the top.
Well, God.
Yeah.
I think she's referring to God is at the top. So God is in this world now. So and they're not talking about Leviathan God. My interpretation was Leviathan is like Satan, but then there's an actual God that's like the heaven God.
Yeah. Yeah, she might be the most evil character of all, though, which is interesting.
Yeah, I don't really like the ending, but it's okay. So what happens is like, basically, Sean is a horrible serial killer who's been killing people based on the 10 Commandments, and heaven wants him alive.
Yeah.
They don't want the Cenobites to take him because heaven likes that he's spreading religious fear amongst people. So they want him active killing people to basically instill fear in the masses.
Yeah. And because like his victims, based on the 10 Commandments, are people who have sinned. So in the eyes of, the lords above, these people aren't good. They deserve to be sort of sent down. Their idea is that we would rather have control over him. So keep him doing what he's doing, right? You can't take him. Interesting.
It's interesting interpretation. I like that. So then she shows up and she's like, you can't have him. And then Pinhead's like, all right, fine, I will send him back. And then in probably the most comical scene in the movie, he gets sent back and then he just gets instantly shot and killed by the female detective.
Yep.
So then he died anyways.
Then the angel gets pissed off, like, you knew that was going to happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then Pinhead tears her apart.
Yep.
And basically starts a war with heaven, and then he gets immediately punished for that.
Yeah.
And this is the first time where we see Pinhead get fucked up. Do you remember what happens? It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, he gets basically sent back to Earth as a homeless man.
As a human.
Yeah.
He is immortal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the auditor kind of warns him, like, do you realize what you just did?
Yep.
And at Pinhead's punishment, this is how the film ends. It ends with him as a vagrant on the street, and he's stripped of all of his powers, and he's just a mortal man. And he's
still scarred.
Yeah, and he's
but,
like,
yeah.
no!
Yeah.
And that's how the film ends.
Yeah.
I didn't mind that.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know,
okay.
It's kind of clever. Yeah. Let's talk about some shit that sucks. The characters. They all suck. Like, literally, other than, like, the Auditor is awesome. Pinhead's awesome. Like, they're all kind of interesting. The main protagonists suck shit.
Yeah, in a movie franchise where your human characters should be the focus, they kind of let us down.
They have, like, no development.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about these people at all. There's, like, some little thing where it's like Sean has PTSD from the war or something.
Yep.
Which, you know, every time I hear, like, from the war, I'm like, what war? Like, there's always a war.
Well, they don't
apparently.
mention it, so it's timeless.
Yeah, exactly. There's a very funny scene in this movie where there's, like, it's Christine and I don't think it's Sean. It's the other brother whose name I've already forgotten. Oh, we forgot to mention this too. It's like, it turns out that Sean's, I forget, who are the fucking, it's like Sean and David? Who the hell was the other guy's name? Is it David?
I'll look
They're
it up
so
here.
bland and generic.
Yeah, Sean and David.
Okay.
Yep.
So it turns out that, like, so Sean's the killer, right? Sean's the one that's like, yeah. David, it turns out, was having an affair with his wife.
His wife, Allison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were also bad people. They weren't good people either.
Well, which is part of the reason why at the end, because the whole idea is that Sean finds out that his brother and his wife have been having an affair. So he wants to bring them together, get them to open the box and have the two of them get taken away, right? And then there's like this part at the end where essentially the plan kind of backfires because it's like, oh, they're still going to get taken because they opened the box and they're terrible people. So they both get chain hooked out of there. But, you know, Sean, you're still an awful person. You can't, you know, you're still going to get subjected to this as well because you're the worst of them all, right? So
the funny scene I'm talking about was it's like halfway through the movie. It's David and Christine, I believe, and they go to like the forensic guy, and he's like this short, like Shelby-looking little funny guy, and he's like the pathologist, right? And they're asking him questions, and the pathologist guy, like, he starts coming on to Christine, and he's like, "Are you single?" And she's like, "You're kidding, right?"
Yeah.
You know, I haven't seen you around here before.
Yeah, I was just assigned to the case.
Yeah. Single?
You're kidding, right?
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah. Where do you get off thinking you're... Yeah.
You are a character in the 10th Hellraiser movie. Who the fuck are you to think you are better than this man?
You just spent your morning fishing a dog out of a woman's guts. All right. This guy has a 9-to-5 job that probably pays more than yours.
Right.
So,
I just thought that was so funny. I'm like, you're in the 10th Hellraiser movie. You ain't turning down anybody. You should be giving this George Costanza looking fucking guy a chance. Give this fucking Wayne Knight guy a shot, okay? You are not in a position to be turning anybody down, all right,
You're not
honey?
getting that kind of action.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably one of my... This is a reason you would think I would hate this movie, but it works for me. This also works. It's a short film. It's like 80 minutes.
Yeah.
It's also very short. There's a bunch of random weird shit that makes sense to someone. And normally I would hate this shit because I'd say it serves no purpose. The purpose here is that it's really cool to watch visually. There's some really striking imagery in this movie. Again, it feels like they gave the movie to a film student, and he got very creative with some of the ideas. Like, there's some cool visuals in this. If I was to rank this as an art film, it's like a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I got a line in here in my notes. This movie is going to be a spectacle for the sake of being a spectacle, isn't it? Yeah.
But it's got, I don't know it was for the sake of it, but like, it's definitely it's captivating to watch.
Yep.
So like, the whole audit process is so interesting.
Yeah.
You know, like typing out someone's sins and then a creature literally tries to digest it to come up with a judgment on you.
Yeah.
And then you've got these weird angel-esque creature, demon things.
Yeah, I think they don't have eyes, so they can't see.
And they
as
feel
judge.
your sins. And then you've got like a guy in like a gimp suit wearing a gas mask, and he's got like a metal apron, and he has like Klingon style blades.
Yeah.
And
Just
he like
eviscerates you.
slices you up. And then there's like a shot of like blood fountains pouring out onto the demon chick's tits.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's some wild shit going on in this. The tongue bath scene where like they clean
Oh,
Sean
yeah.
and they're
the
like
old ladies. Yeah.
and they're like licking his body.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's some really neat stuff. I think all the prosthetic work is great too.
Yep.
I think everybody looks good. Pinhead looks great. The Auditor looks fucking awesome. The Angel chicks look good. Some really cool visuals, really solid. Okay, you look at this and you look at this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's definitely,
yeah. So it ranks high for me because I appreciate the amount of effort that it went into it. It's its own unique creature. It really feels different from the rest of the series. It goes for an interesting approach of like, what if this hell world that the Cenobites were in was actually our hell?
Yeah.
That's actually the hell. And heaven actually exists in this. And that's kind of a neat idea. We get new creatures in this we got a new hierarchy. It's very unique.
It's just the third time that we've seen it was you the whole time trope, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay.
I totally hear you.
Yeah.
But what gets past it for me is rather than the bullshit dream sequence shit, we get the trippy shit. And I like the trippy shit better because that's actually happening.
Yeah.
He's not imagining that's happening. That's actually happening.
Yeah.
The Auditor is real, right? It's not like, oh, I went to a place and I saw this thing. It's like, no, that actually happened. Dude. Yeah, that's really happening. Yeah. A fat guy actually came in and ate a pancake stack of your sins.
And I mean, it takes a little while before you start to realize what's happening because the movie pretty much, like you said, starts off with one of these judgment scenes. And it very much is spectacle for the sake of spectacle at that point because you don't know what is happening in this scene, right? So you just suddenly see this guy, I think his name was Mr. Wilson, gets the letter in the mail and then he's whisked off to some rando address. And now he's being asked a whole bunch of questions while some dude is vomiting into a trough. And then these three no-eyed things are like sticking their hands in it.
Mush.
And then the guy gets sliced to death.
It definitely gets your attention.
Yeah. And it's very much like a, what?
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I like this one.
Yeah.
I like this one a lot. I think there's cool things in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would you tell people to watch that one?
Judgment? I would.
Yeah,
I would.
watch
Watch Judgment for the visuals.
Yep.
But also see what you think about this interpretation of the Cenobites.
I personally didn't like the connection to heaven and hell as much as I think you did.
I can totally see that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's my favorite. It's my number 4. The better version of the Cenobites is they're just some other realm.
Yeah.
Not it's actually hell.
Yeah.
But I mean, the movie, the entries that you like, those weird punishment entries, they don't outwardly say it, but they're basically
They
acting.
are torturing you in your hell, right? Yeah.
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 So it's kind of like they're acting like it. This is the most blatant, though. This is the first time they're just like, no, it's actually.
It brings the guy upstairs into play.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
So, yeah. It's good. Can we move along?
We can.
The big one.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
From 2022, this only came out a couple years ago. This is, once again, Hellraiser. This is Mark's number 1.
It's my number 1. Yeah.
I'm right up there with you, buddy.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
And
This is an excellent remake.
So
you could have gone either way.
Yeah.
You could have agreed with me.
I had the original as my number 1 up until I watched this one last, which was like a week ago.
Right.
And then I just had to.
And
shift it
I
up a
had
bit.
said to you, I knew you would like it.
Yeah.
I had said to you, do you remember what I said? Because you're like, I only got like 1 or 2 left. And I was like, last one's not bad.
Yeah.
Like you're going to end strong. It does end strong. This is a high point.
Yep.
Like This should have breathed new life into the franchise.
I wish this came earlier.
Yeah,
Like,
I wish that like 3 movies ago.
Yeah.
Like 3 movies ago.
Even like first or second. Like there. Anyway, go into the.
We'll get into the plot.
and then we'll
It's
take
good.
it.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's a solid remake. It does the original justice. It's its own, but it also has its own identity, which is good. It's solid. All right. Here's the plot. It's the 11th entry. The 11th entry. Oh, I didn't mention. So why isn't this my number one? I really like this movie, but I gotta go with the 87 original because that 80s feel you can't replicate in a digital made film.
Yeah.
And there is a feel and look to the original that you just can't replicate. So this is a polished version, and I'd rather have the dirty original.
The raw version.
Yeah.
Yep.
But both are comparable.
Yeah.
And there was a point where I considered this as my number one. So I'm right up there with you, buddy.
Yep.
I agree. Yeah. So this is our first official remake. It uses the same title, Hellraiser. It opens with a business-looking woman exchanging a large sum of money with a mysterious man for a mysterious box.
Yes.
We've seen something like this before.
10 times before.
Cut to a lavish mansion where the woman, Serena, meets a young man. She reveals she works for the eccentric billionaire Voight.
Roland Voight.
Roland Voight. Played by Goran Vishnik. Hopefully I said that decently. She sends the young guy to this huge room where he sees several lament configurations. So it's not just the box; they're in weird shapes.
Yeah. They're actually in configurations.
They're in actual configurations. Enter Voight, who's like, "They're cool, right? Go ahead, solve it." He then hands one of the boxes to the young man. The young man does, and it stabs his hand. Voight then flips a switch, which activates a metal gate, locking the young man in the room with him. There's some flashing lights, and chains appear that string the young guy up, and we cut to the title card. Interesting introduction. Quite solid. We're building up to something here. We skip ahead 6 years later to our new protagonist, Riley, who's getting banged out by some dude. I mean, that's literally her introduction, is her getting banged out.
Yep.
After an awkward moment where the guy says that he loves her, they then stumble into the kitchen post coitus, where we're introduced to her brother Matt, his boyfriend Colin, and her roommate Nora.
Yeah.
Matt starts an argument with Riley about how her life is not in a good spot and she's still acting like a fuck up, and he doesn't like that. So the guy she's fucking with, I think his name is Tyler. Trevor. So she's fucking Trevor, and she met him in the 12 steps.
Yeah,
so
they're both sort of recovering.
Yes, Riley's a recovering drug addict, and her brother Matt is also look, you're also short on the rent again. So they're immediately setting up. Riley's a bit of a fuck up.
Yeah,
she's not a responsible person.
She's made some bad choices.
Yes.
Yeah.
She then goes and sees the dude in question, Trevor, and he reveals that they can make some quick cash if they burgle this rich guy's storage unit he does deliveries to. They do it and find a single safe. They break in and find inside the safe a single wooden box. I wonder what's inside.
Yep.
What else? The lament box, which has gotten a slight redesign. Did you notice this? The original.
It's a little bit more wooden and a little bit less sort of metallic and ornate.
Actually, I would say the opposite. The original is more wooden. It's more mechanical in this one.
Okay, yeah.
It's more mechanical. In the original one, it's more like a wooden box
Yeah.
that somehow is able to move around. But
The
in this
original
one,
has basically 2 moving parts. This one has many.
yeah, this one is like an intricate, mechanical metal thing. Yeah, it's a good redesign actually. I like the new look of it. It's clever.
You immediately recognize what it is,
Right.
So it's not like they've changed it enough to remove the function of what it is and the recognition of it, but It's definitely a modernized upgrade on the original design.
They should have brought back that circle design from fucking Hellseeker. I don't know. What does that do? I just want to. Why don't they ever bring that back, Mark? Why not the circle one? Actually, it does turn into a circle at one point in this movie, I think. So Riley returns home intoxicated, and her brother tells her that he's had enough and wants her out. Upset and stressed out, she relapses and starts popping some pills and heads to the park at night with the lament box in hand. She plays around with the box, as one does, as every other character in the series has done up to this point, and solves it. I'll put in quote. This is the one where it actually feels more like you have to move shit around.
Yes.
Yeah, the other ones are just like, you just touch the thing and then it basically solves itself.
For the first time in the franchise, it feels like there's an actual puzzle to solve.
Yes.
And you might not figure it out if you're like an idiot and can't figure it out.
And the way she figures it out, it actually caused, the way she's holding it, a blade shoots out. This is very important. The blade does not cut her.
No.
So she solves it, and a blade shoots out, but it doesn't get her. Doesn't get her. It doesn't slice her. And she's kind of like, what the fuck? Just then, the drugs start kicking in, and Riley starts peeking just in time to see the Cenobites slowly phasing into our reality. Her brother Matt then has a strange dream, and he gets like this bad feeling. And so he runs off and looks for Riley's car and finds Riley all fucked up, like not far away in the park, all fucked up on drugs. He grabs the box out of her hands and accidentally cuts himself. He then runs into the washroom to wash, there's like a park bathroom, runs into the park bathroom to clean up, and a gateway to the Cenobite Hellworld opens. Riley hears Matt scream and runs in, but he's nowhere to be found.
Matt is gone. Yep.
She goes to see fuckboy Trevor and tries to figure out what's happening. They track down the shipping container. They track down where the shipping container came from and find out that it belonged to Voight, the eccentric Voight, and through that information they're able to find Serena, his old assistant, who's now in an assistant living facility. She's like dying of I interpreted as she was dying from lung cancer.
Yeah.
She had like an oxygen tank, and she was kind of wheezing.
And I think they find her name attached to the rental of the warehouse where the box is. So they go and seek her out.
Oh, I had it backwards? Okay, I had it backwards.
It's her first, and then...
So then they find her, and then through the employer, that's right, they learn about Roland Voight, her former employer. And I thought this was a little goofy the way this happened, but Serena sees that Riley has the box, and then she's just like, give me that box. And they have this awkward struggle, and I'm like, this woman's dying. I don't know that she would just pop out of her seat and try to do this.
Hey, why don't you put that down?
I'm locking it up. I'm sorry, I've got nothing else for you.
What? Come on, give it to me. Give it to me, Serena.
No.
Serena.
No.
Please give it back.
Let go, you don't know what you're doing.
Give it back.
No. Ah!
I know why they do it.
Yeah.
They do it so that Serena gets sliced by the box. So now Serena's marked. So of course she's fucked.
She's next.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's next. And this is my biggest complaint of this movie. This is dumb lore. You just get cut by the box now. You don't even have to solve it. If you get cut by the box, the Cenobites take you. I don't like this.
Well, every time they change it to the next configuration.
Right. The blade comes out. Right. But then you just have to stab somebody random, and then they take that person.
It's
a different... I'm not a fan of this, because I like the idea of you are seeking out something on the edge of reality.
Yeah.
But I don't like the idea that you could just be like, I could just be like, hey, Mark, check this out, dude. And then I poke you, and then fucking Pinhead shows up and is like, Mark, come with us. And you're like, no. And I was like, that's not fun.
I find it's an effective blending of two lores that we've kind of seen so far.
Yeah, because the idea is that you're sacrificing other people.
That's right.
Yeah, which they
So you've
they
got the
set that
soul
up.
piece on the
Yes.
one side
Yeah.
combined with the sort of suffering and fiscal. Yeah.
Sure. Riley then looks up info on Roland Voight and finds where his estate is. And she's like, okay, you, me, and everyone else, we need to go there. And Trevor's like, fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. So she goes alone, and the gate to the driveway mysteriously opens, letting her in. She finds the place seemingly abandoned, and there's like this metal grid around the entire mansion.
Yeah.
Some sort of strange architectural design. We don't reveal what it means just yet. She finds a way in and explores the creepy mansion, and it's exactly what you would expect a mad genius's lair to be like. It's basically Chennard's. Is it Chennard? Channard's?
Dr. Chennard.
Yeah, Chennard's like layout in his mansion where it's like there's drawings and journal entries and then like information on the Cenobites and like the puzzle box. Out of nowhere, Trevor, Nora, and Colin show up and they're like, we were worried about you. They kind of just appear.
Yeah,
it's
the
like
Scooby Gang.
The Scooby Gang just appears. Yeah, it's like, okay, sure, whatever. Riley delivers some lore from one of Voight's journals stating the box has several configurations and whoever possesses the final form is granted an audience with God and granted one wish.
Yep.
So according to Voight, the puzzle box, it has 6 sides, 6 configurations. There are 3 left. And then it says whoever possesses the final configuration is granted a passage to another realm, to an audience with God.
Riley, since when do you believe in God?
What I'm trying to get to is that this God, whatever it is, offers choices to whoever holds the final configuration. You get there, then you choose your ultimate desire. Life, knowledge, love, sensation, power, resurrection.
So I actually did this, and my wish was that we wouldn't have to review the Hellraiser franchise.
So you chose
But the
Lament.
Cenobites lied to me, much like they do. Nora finds a secret passage in the wall where she's attacked and stabbed by someone wielding a lament box. Who could this be? They try to get her out and drive off, but the road starts changing. Ooh. There's actually a really cool visual shot here where they're like, they've got Nora in the back and she's like all fucked up and like tripping out. And they're like, all right, we're gunning it. We're getting out of here. And the back of the van starts like sinking away from the front of the van.
It's like a pull away shot. but
It's a really cool looking shot.
Interesting way of doing that.
It
in
was.
a fixed environment that wouldn't move. Right?
Because normally when the Cenobites come into our world, it's like a wall opens up or something like that.
You stay where you are and things sort of move around you. Right?
Yeah, this is different where it's like they almost suck her into their world out of the back of the van. That was cool. It was a very cool visual shot. And Nora comes face to face with our brand new female Pinhead. Not called Pinhead in this movie.
Yeah.
I know. We'll get to that. But pretty cool.
Yeah.
So we got another. This is another.
I like it. I like it.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Well, Trevor and Colin debate what to do. Riley runs off to throw the box into a pond, but then the new female Pinhead shows up and is like, feed us 2 more souls or we'll take yours.
Yeah.
Which I never like this version of the Cenobites where they're just like, we're all about souls. Nom, 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 nom. It's like Freddy Krueger. It's like, add to my soul wall. Add to my soul chest. I don't like, I'm not into that version. I prefer where they're all about sensation.
Yeah.
You know? I don't like when the Cenobites have a goal. I don't feel like they should have a goal.
Yeah, I felt like it was more of a, if you want the power that we're going to grant you, you've got to trade it for something.
You got to pay the price.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then a new version of the Chatterer shows up and just attacks them, which I also thought was strange because I'm like, the Cenobites never really just attacked you per se, but like, sure. Riley stabs Chatterer with the box, and apparently that counts, which is odd. I also found, I think this was a bit of a mistake in the movie. I didn't get the purpose of this because it's like, he's already a Cenobite. What are you taking?
Yeah.
Because then Pinhead's like, all right, that counts. And they just tear apart the Chatterer.
Yeah.
Like, okay. But you already took that soul. That was odd. It was odd.
I mean, they have to make up the 5 somehow, right? So, and they don't have enough characters.
Oh, they should have had like the mailman show up or something. You're like, they could have had anything. It's like some little boy could have snuck in. He's like, I heard there was gold in this basement or some shit like
that.
But
I do think that it was an intentional choice.
Oh, they had a reason for it. I just think it was odd choice. The group then runs back to the mansion to hide from the Cenobites who are now pursuing them. The Cenobites are all they've all now appeared. The whole group can see the Cenobites. Riley activates a switch which closes the metal grid around the mansion, and that somehow repels the Cenobites. So the mansion has somehow been set up as some sort of thing.
They don't have the ability to phase through walls or anything. You can block them out.
Well, yeah, but they have ability. I know. I don't. I think I interpreted. Oh, you thought it was just like a defense.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that was it. I interpreted it as that there was some sort of magic to because the metal workings are done in the style of the lament box. So I interpreted it as that it was some sort of
maybe
power to it, right? Because otherwise, why wouldn't you just have blast doors?
Sure.
Why have a elaborate cube around?
Yeah, there's probably some kind of
they don't explain
arcane
it.
something.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. So then Roland Voight appears, revealing that Trevor is secretly working for him. Oh, that dastardly.
You bastard.
You scumbag, Trevor. Yep. Matt was right about you. Riley then lures one of the Cenobites in to stab it to try to redo the same plan. It starts chasing her around like a jackass, and that was kind of stupid because, again, I think the Cenobites work better when they're smarter and more interesting, not just like,
yeah, they don't pursue
around.
You. They just,
they don't need to run after you. They can teleport to you, right? So that was a little stupid. And then they trapped the Cenobite in one of the metal gates that's set up from the switches that Voight has.
Yep.
And then Voight shows up and he just stabs Colin, and he also blows up Trevor's spot with Riley and reveals that Trevor's working for him. This triggers the god Leviathan to appear in a very cool shot. I really like the way they did that shot of it, descending from the sky, and the whole area starts morphing into the labyrinth Hellworld. Roland demands Leviathan remove the device from him or he'll hold the Cenobites hostage. So Roland has this weird metal thing inside him, and we're going to explain it in a bit.
Yeah.
But he made a previous deal with the Cenobites that didn't go the way he wanted. Yeah. We're basically getting Frank if Frank didn't die at the end of his first encounter with the Cenobites.
Yeah.
And so he demands that they remove it, but that he's like, tell your god to remove this device from me, or I won't release his Cenobites. And then Riley just opens the gates anyways, so the Cenobites are free. And then he begs for the Cenobites. He basically is just like, all right, fuck, well then I have no leverage here, but please just remove this from me or just kill me. Do one of the two. They then remove the device before turning him into a brand new Cenobite.
Yeah, do you remember the line, gifts cannot be ungiven, only exchanges can be made. So once a gift has been given, you can't get rid of it, but they will give you another one in exchange, right?
So,
the
end.
Yeah,
that's the end of
this movie. Is not perfect. You noted a few points.
There's some problems, yeah,
but it's pretty close. It's a little longer than it needed to be. I think this one's over 2 hours.
That was your biggest fear.
I don't think it needed to be 2 hours.
No,
but I will say though that the final.
There's about 15 minutes of dicking around in the third act that needs to be trimmed.
But of that third act, so much good stuff gets done here. The lore that is built up in this movie, particularly the final half hour, so great. There's a lot of good stuff here. They established some rules that would have been really beneficial to have, for the first or even second entry in the series. I guess my biggest disappointment is that this entry comes so late in the franchise. We had to wait 11 movies to find this one. But man, this is a good one. There's a reason why it's number one. I really like the first one. I feel like what separates this remake from the first one, though, is that it actually does a good job of explaining a lot of why this happens. Explanations that would have made so much sense and helped out so many of the previous movies that we had to suffer through, that without that level of explanation, they just suffer.
I think what separates this one, and I still prefer the original, because I like the interpretation better and I like the look better. The characters are better in this one, I think. They have more agency. They're more interesting to follow. Roland Voight is awesome.
Yep.
I love Roland Voigt as a character. He's sympathetic in a way that Frank never really was.
Well, because we get to see what happens next.
Right.
Right.
So like they set up early in the movie like that he's basically he's filling the Frank role, right?
Yep.
Like they set up early on where he lets that poor young kid like play with the box, even knowing that he's about to just get shredded by the fucking Cenobites, right? And the kid's like, what happens if I solve it? Do I get a prize? And then like hauntingly, Roland's like, I do.
So if I solve it, do I get a prize?
I do.
And just lets him get like torn apart.
Roland is our quintessential, I want more. I want everything.
Yes. We see him, at one point he's like worshiping the Leviathan.
Yeah.
There's a shot of that. The great callback. How does Pinhead describe what the Cenobites are? They are...
Like in the original movie?
Yeah. What's the description? They are, to some...
Oh, angels to some and demons to others. Yeah.
Serena drops a line. She says, angels, he called them.
This is not the first configuration. Who touched it? My brother. And now he's gone, isn't he? So you've seen them. Roland used to see them too. People thought he was crazy. Angels, he called them.
So to him, we're getting a character that see that
in his mind. That's how he interprets
and in the first movie, you go, well, who the fuck would see these creatures as angels? We're now getting a character that actually sees them as that. He doesn't see them as monsters. He sees them as angels. So we didn't see this, but in the 6-year time gap, Roland seemingly solved the box 5 times, did the different configurations, sacrificed 5 people, and then, because isn't that the way the lore is set up in this one? It's like, there's 5, is it 5?
You got to hit each one of the 5 configurations.
And then every time you solve the configuration, a blade shoots out, and then you have to stab
Kill
somebody
else,
and then that sacrifices their soul.
Yep.
And then when it gets to the final form, you get an audience with Leviathan, and then you get a wish.
They ask you, what would you ask of us?
And they have, I didn't write it down.
I did.
Oh yeah. What are the things, the options?
Lament, lore, lauderant, I've never heard that word before, liminal, Lazarus, and Leviathan. And then each one has like a subsequent word that kind of indicates what you get.
Some of it means something, but they don't. So off camera, Voight had done this, right? So when we see him, he chose, he says he chose sensation as his gift, which I don't remember which one of those things it translated to.
Yeah.
And the result was Leviathan put this mechanical contraption inside his body that's like wound into his nerves.
Yes.
And it just like, it's so haunting. So it basically like he's perpetually he can never get numb or used to the pain because it randomly will pull on his nerve endings.
It stops and then it starts just randomly. And
It's all random. So it's equivalent of someone randomly just pulling on different pain receptors in your body at random times.
I would say, imagine like,
it's like the ultimate torture device.
Bumping your funny bone over and over and over again, all throughout your whole body, endlessly, nonstop. Like it's just, and again, it's perfect for this though, because it is true pain to the highest extent. You will be subjected to pains that you've could never fathom, right? And he's constantly being put through this, right? Oh,
he's given the gift he asked for. It's the careful what you wish for.
That's right. It's the monkey's paw.
He's Frank. He's looking for the ultimate sensation. That's what they give him. It's just not what it's not what he wanted.
It's what he asked for. It's not what he expected.
It's not the pleasure he thought it would be.
I also like the fact that because we've had a bit of a time gap, he's been able to document some of this, right? So we get that notebook that she finds, right? And it's got all of the different configurations, how this works, right? So it's not like they're idiots that just stumble upon how this, and make it up as they go along. No, he's been spending time documenting this, and they find that which is a little bit more organic than just, oh, there's a little hook that popped out of this thing. I guess I need to stab somebody with it and then change the configuration. And no. They don't know that, but they learn it.
Yeah,
right?
they learn it through Voight.
Yeah. So I found like that made a little bit more sense as to why, okay, now they know how this works without having some stupid explanation as to how they figured it out.
But it also the whole thing gives Voight so much more depth than Frank ever had.
Yeah.
Because Frank, I wanted to root for Frank. Because again, it's exactly what I said from part 1. I'm like, I wish we had a thing where this character just got in over his head.
Yeah.
And now we're like, okay, you're human. You were looking for a thing. It was more than you anticipated, and now you have to get out of this horrible situation you're in.
Yeah.
That's relatable as a human being. You know, people make stupid decisions, right? But with Frank, it never comes across that way. It just kind of feels like he's a selfish scumbag, and he never actually, like, at no point does Frank, like, the most human Frank is when he initially comes back and he's like, Julia, help me. That's his most vulnerable. But as soon as he gets what he needs at her, he just kills her.
He's just a jerk again.
That's what I mean. And he's just a piece of shit. It's like he could have turned into someone that was sympathetic and we would have rooted for Frank. With Voight, I root for Voight more because I'm like, okay, you acknowledge this thing you were in over your head, right? You toyed with things that were, beyond what humans should be toying with, kind of idea.
I don't know what they promised you. Knowledge, love. I saw pleasure. But all they have to give is pain. It's a trick. All of it.
My only beef with it is, why is he alive? Like, you wouldn't be able to eat. You wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't be able to sleep. Like, if this thing just randomly goes off, you'd never sleep, so you'd just die.
Yeah, I think you can kind of incorporate all of that into it as well. Like, imagine how torturous that would be as well. Like, not only are you subjected to this awful pain all the time, but you also can't sleep as a result of it.
No, but that's what I think it's a little bit of a plot hole, but I think the idea is, like, again, the Cenobites have powers that, because the other thing is, like, why would he survive with an open wound in his chest?
He's going to get infected and just die anyway.
So my thought is, like, he's not actually human at that point. They have taken his soul. He's like a living corpse on our planet, but I don't think I interpret it as that he was not human at that point.
See, this relates back to when they were able to stab one of the Cenobites and claim one of them as the victim. I don't know if they have taken his soul. And I think that part of why I think that is when I don't know if you want to talk about this now, but he essentially trades in his pain for, you mentioned it.
Yeah, he turns into a Cenobite.
They turn him into
That's
a Cenobite.
the ending of the movie. The ending of the movie is he awakens as a new Cenobite.
Right. It would not make sense if ultimately he gets what he wants, which is, please just remove this. It's like, no, you're going to get something even worse. So, like, he still has his soul, but now he's got to spend the rest of eternity no longer as a human, but as this, like, being that is still very much aware of who he is, what he was, but now he doesn't even have the opportunity to be a person anymore. He's still,
well, maybe their minds get wiped, like Elliot Spencer got his mind wiped.
Maybe, except I feel like it still would make more sense if he could remember everything. Like, because the punishment is he has to know, right? If he doesn't, then he kind of wins.
But
right?
I don't think it's a punishment. I think it's a gift. I didn't.
Oh yes, but
see, no,
it's a gift.
No, but
right?
see, I didn't interpret the ending. I actually interpreted the ending as Roland was enlightened. I interpret that ending as he saw the light. Like, if you look at his face in that scene, it's not really horror. It's almost like he's peeking into infinity. It just feels, I didn't interpret that ending. This speaks to the quality of the movie.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're actually having this debate tells you it's like, there's layers to this.
Yeah.
But I interpret that ending as they actually did give him what he wanted, which was, he didn't know he wanted it, but it was almost like eternal knowledge. So he is now a Cenobite. So he had this torture device that was in a human body, but now he's in a Cenobite body. So it's like pain is now exactly like the auditor said. It's like a currency to him. The ending feels very much like he's touching the face of God and he's now awoken. And you see that his eyes go black at the end. So I interpret it as that as he is now reborn. I don't think it was a punishment. I didn't see it as that.
I think that's a good interpretation. I saw it the opposite. Like,
You thought it was an eternal punishment.
You don't want this. You always trade up, right?
But I don't think. But see, here's the thing: is these aren't the punishing Cenobites. We've returned back to the neutral Cenobites.
Right.
These aren't. They're not there to judge your soul. They're not there for that.
Yeah, but remember, they are claiming victims, right? Like they.
Yeah,
so they're not
that's
as
stupid. Yeah,
I would not say that these ones are as neutral as the ones
the
in the
original.
first one.
Yeah. Okay,
So again,
fair enough. Yeah, but see, I don't like that. The whole trading soul shit.
Yeah, again, that's why I think that this movie does do a decent job of blending the lore from all of the different movies, right? You've got a little bit of everything, and it brings it together nicely and explains it in a way, or, in your case, leaves it ambiguous enough that maybe that's right, maybe it's not.
Yeah.
You're never going to know, right?
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I know.
What it is.
Yes. Yeah.
Something you want to talk about, Mark? You got excited there for a second. He's got a point, folks. What's it going to be?
Just,
I have a couple points.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll read through.
Let's talk about Riley.
Yep.
I like her as a protagonist.
Yep.
I like her.
There's an arc.
I like
there.
flawed characters as protagonists. And this is the difference. We've got Hellseeker and we've got Inferno, and they're just these piece of shit scumbag people.
Just bad people.
Right.
Yeah.
You got Riley. It's like she's a fuck up, but she's not necessarily a bad person. She just made bad choices.
She's not malicious, but she's the one thing that she doesn't do, and this comes into play at the end, is that throughout the movie, it's hinted that she doesn't take responsibility for how her actions have negatively impacted other people.
God, no one takes me seriously here.
That's because you do it enough for everyone.
Yeah, well, someone's got to. The first of the month is coming up real fast. I can't keep covering you.
I know that nobody is asking you to. Tits have been shit lately. I'm trying.
Right? So like she's this burden on her brother Matt, but she doesn't think she is.
Right.
She thinks she's fine and that her brother's being a jerk, right? So do you want to talk about her fate at the end of this?
I love the ending.
Yeah.
I love the ending.
It's incredible.
The ending's awesome. So the Cenobites, she gets visions of Matt. So Cenobites have Matt. Matt is in like the Hellworld, her brother. And there's like, Matt is like kind of whispers to her a few times where he's kind of like, because one of the gifts is resurrection.
Yep.
Resurrection. But here's the thing. You don't know what that means.
Yeah.
They have a word for it, but what does that actually mean? What are you actually going to do when I pick that, right?
You'll get him back.
Maybe?
But not the way that you expect to get him back. Right?
Maybe. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
So it ends where Riley ends up being the last one who solves the box. She's holding the final form. So then the female Pinhead is basically just like, okay, what's your choice?
Yeah.
And she chooses nothing.
No. I've seen your rewards. I know my brother's gone. I don't want anything from you. Nothing.
Then you have chosen
a life of regret. Knowing everything you've done, everyone you've hurt and lost.
Your suffering has barely begun.
You choose to live, to carry that weight, bitter and brief. You have chosen the lament configuration.
But the twist is
that is a choice.
That is a choice. And the choice is
lament. Yeah.
Lament.
Yeah.
And the Cenobites in this awesome shot, the female Pinhead is just like, you have chosen lament. You will now live with the grief of losing your brother for the rest of your life. That is your fate.
Yeah, I got a note. By choosing nothing, she essentially chooses the lament configuration, a life of regret. Her suffering to carry that weight of bitterness and grief has barely begun. I love the analogy of the drug user having to accept how their actions have negatively impacted others. She finally now has to, that is the burden that
she has
must
to
carry.
Reconcile with her past.
Yeah.
She has to finally accept that she lived a piece of shit lifestyle. It caught up to her, and now she has to carry that weight. It doesn't mean she's doomed to have a bad life. It just means that you own your shit.
Yeah.
And that's such a good fucking character
and
arc.
even if you go on to lead a good life, you can't fix those things that you did, right?
But that's a good message.
Yeah.
See, to me, it's not really a punishment. It's just more of that's being an adult.
Or on the flip side, it is the most punishing of all.
In a
right?
sense, I guess. But
yeah.
see, again, I didn't get the sense they were trying to punish Riley.
Yeah.
I got the sense of Riley is now growing up.
Yeah.
Like that is being a mature adult is facing your past and making peace with it, right?
Yeah.
And the coolest shot in this is Riley after the Cenobite says that she chose lament. She looks down at her hand. The box has returned to normal. She looks up. Cenobites are just gone.
Yep. Starts again.
It's just such a cool visual of just like, they're gone. They're just they're just nothing. There's no trace of them
Their
whatsoever.
business is complete, right?
It's great.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Cenobites.
Yep.
I got a lot to say. I really like the Cenobites in this. They do something really neat. It was a good smart choice update. So when the original came out, it was 1987. The S&M underground spandex culture wasn't really a thing. So at the time where you had these guys in spandex and S&M outfits in the 80s, it would have been very shocking. It would have been very visually like, oh my God. But now we're in 2022 and it's like, there's so much sex positivity. Like you can go on Amazon and buy butt plugs and whips and chains and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like that's not shocking anymore. So a very wise decision was they updated their look. What is their outfits, Mark? What are they made out of? Do you remember this? What is the Cenobites' clothes?
I want to say plastic, but I don't know.
It's their flesh.
Is that what it is?
It's their flesh. Okay. The Cenobites' outfits is their own mutilated flesh. Yeah. So Pinhead's, like, they redo the Pinhead, the priest, which she's referred to, she goes back to the priest. So the priest look it's made out of her flesh. So all of their skin is their clothing, which is a very clever redesign.
But it's not in a way that is shocking or horrifying. It's almost kind of beautiful. Like I would say that's one thing about the Cenobites there. You know, they still have piercings and things going through them, but it's not horrifying.
I disagree. I think it's pretty horrific.
Like
I don't know. I disagree.
In a way, it's kind of like, their look kind of felt calming in a way that. Yeah.
Mark's a bit of a sick fuck.
Don't need to check my hard drive.
Remember you were thinking, you're like, oh wow, the real friend, the JP Monroe's sitting over here. I don't know. It calmed you down, did it, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah. You liked seeing women torn up and their skin peeled back and revealing their organs.
Correct. Yeah,
yes.
No, I just felt like it
calmed me.
Yeah.
You did it. Wow. Tell me more. Do go on.
911.
Yeah. No, I think they had a really cool look.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the female Pinhead. She nails it. The actor is Jamie Clayton. Did you see what she actually looks like?
I did find a picture you would never guess.
She's like a fucking smoke show.
Yeah.
She's like this hot blonde.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, you go, Jamie Clayton.
Yeah.
She underwent like insane prosthetic work to make her look like this monster, like the Cenobite. And they go back to the priest. She's referred to as the priest again. I appreciate that.
Good move trying to kind of distance themselves from the quote unquote Pinhead.
Yeah.
And they don't refer to her as Pinhead. She is the priest. I don't even think they even really refer to.
I don't think they name any of them.
Yeah.
No, they don't need to name any of them. Go back to the mystery.
Yep.
Her performance is great.
Yep.
Her voice, they alter it a bit, but like her delivery is really good, but her voice is very like ethereal and like haunting.
What are you? Explorers in the further regions of experience. Of sensations rim. Our gifts are boundless.
I don't want them.
Yes, you do.
It's very effective. If one of the best things about the original Pinhead is how he intimidates in a gentlemanly way, she nails that.
Yep.
She is menacing without actually really trying, without ever really doing anything.
She's not trying to scare you. It's just her. Yeah, exactly. That's a good word for it. Her presence. You just know that it's bad news. Yeah. I noticed that strikes the right balance between giving the Cenobites decent screen time while also keeping them from being becoming the main focus of the movie. The ones in this franchise that I dislike the most are the ones where the Cenobites are main characters. They should never be the main characters. The main
They're
characters
in this movie a lot.
They are. Right, but
I think they're in it about as much as the first one. They're in it about like a third.
But the focus never moves away from Roland and Riley.
Yeah, and
right?
those characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are simply the ones that enact what you have decided will happen, right? So
I think the 2-hour runtime definitely is a little much.
Yep.
Need to be trimmed up a bit. But I think it uses the time pretty wisely. I'll say this is another thing. It's such a polished looking movie. It's beautiful. Really nice cinematography.
If any one of these 11 movies was going to come close to deserving a longer runtime, this is the one. So at least it went to the right one.
It's so crazy after watching, like, you watch those early 2000s Dimensions ones, and I don't know if Dimension Films produced this or what. I don't know which production company was involved in this.
Well, you don't think your copy here would tell you?
Well, that is a bootleg copy because so I had to order a bootleg Blu-ray of, hold that shit up. I had to order a bootleg Blu-ray on the internet because there is no official Blu-ray release for this. It was like made for Hulu. It was like a Hulu production.
Yeah.
But why didn't this go into theaters? The budget's there. This could have this is so much better looking than Hellraiser Bloodline.
Yep.
And Bloodline, I think I said, was the last one that went into theaters. It's like, this should have been in theaters.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
But everything is being produced now for streaming purposes, right?
I guess, but yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like it.
Really?
I don't know why. It didn't have a ton of love.
I feel like if you don't like this, it's because you haven't watched the first 10. You got to pay it off.
Why don't you watch Inferno, Deader, Hellseeker, Hellworld, Revelations, Bloodline, Hell on Earth,
Judgment. Yeah.
Then watch this.
Then you get to watch this.
And then see the difference.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a quality jump, eh?
Yeah.
Just a bit. Yeah. Wrap it up. We have done it, Mark Skews. We have done another horror film franchise.
Yep.
This was a big one. 11 entries, and we've got through them all.
Yep.
Before we get to our question, which once again is, what is your favorite and least favorite Cenobite in the Hellraiser franchise? Let's do our roll call of our least favorite to most favorite films. So this is least to best. Yep. I'll kick us off here. At number 11, I have Hellraiser Revelations. Number 10, I have Hellraiser Hellseeker. Number 9, I have Hellraiser Deader. Number 8, I have Hellraiser Inferno. Number 7, Hellraiser Hellworld. Number 6, Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth. Number 5, Hellraiser Bloodline. Number 4, Hellraiser Judgment. Number 3, Hellraiser 2. Number 2, Hellraiser 2022. And number 1, the original 1987's Hellraiser.
Yep. Starting at 11, Hellraiser Bloodline. And moving to number 10, Hellraiser Revelations. At number 9, I have Hellbound, Hellraiser 2. Number 8, Hellraiser Judgment. At number 7, Hellraiser Hellworld. Right in the middle, I have Hellraiser Deader. Number 5, Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth. Number 4, Hellraiser Inferno. Number 3, Hellraiser Hellseeker. Number 2, Hellraiser, the original from 1987. And then finally rounding out the top 11, number 1, Hellraiser, the remake of 2022.
We did it, buddy.
Yep.
We got through it.
Yep.
I have before we get to our actual question here, I just have a quick point I want to bring up. Who's watching these movies?
Other than us for this?
No, I'm actually serious because somebody has to watch these.
Yeah.
These have to make some money. They can't make nothing.
Yeah, and so enough people have to watch this one to get to the next one and have that one get made.
But you know what I'm saying? So like there's that period from like Hellraiser, I'll say Bloodline because it went into theaters. I'm like, so it would have got some, box office.
Yep.
But then they started going direct to video. Who was watching from Inferno up to Revelations?
Yeah.
Like, how did those keep getting made? boggles my mind that this is a franchise with 11 entries. It doesn't earn them.
No.
It does not earn them. This is a horribly weak franchise as a whole.
Yep.
This should have like 6 entries. That sounds about right.
Oh, I think that's even... That might even be more than it
well,
deserves.
because the original one's 87, so I'm kind of just spacing it out a little bit. Where it's like it would have if they been a little bit more quality and polished between each entry. You know, like probably like 6. You know, about half of what they do have. Who are they making these movies for?
Yeah.
Like I know I genuinely want to know. I'm not shitting on the fan base because I think the idea of the Cenobites is cool, but I don't really like these films.
Yeah.
Like I don't own any of these in my actual personal collection. Like not even the originals going in my collection because I don't really like it that much.
I wonder if the same people would say the same thing about, say, someone like myself.
Friday
like,
the 13th.
Yeah. Like
Halloween.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of idea.
You're clearly just watching them because you like the original ones and now you feel like you're invested in it. I'm like, maybe that's it.
I guess.
You know?
Yeah. Maybe you're right. I just feel like if you're a fan of Pinhead and the Cenobites, you get cheated so hard with these movies. Like, say what you will about Halloween and Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street, they show up in those movies.
Yeah.
There's no middle. Like, look at Friday the 13th Part 7. Such a late entry. One of the coolest Jasons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They come to dance in our sequels. The Cenobites?
Yeah.
They're hardly in most of these movies. I feel like most of these movies are scamming the audience.
Yeah, you get ripped off. Like it's okay to like this guy. I feel bad for you that you had to go through so many before you finally got to one that seemed worthwhile.
Yeah, because again, even like Texas Chainsaw, same thing. Chucky. It's like there's no real chainsaw entry with the exception of like maybe Leatherface, that newer reboot one. But like most of the entries with those characters, it's like they're in the movie.
Yeah.
Like I can't think of a single one of these other franchises where they made a movie that's like, oh, it's a detective movie. And then the last 5 minutes, Chucky shows up and there's nothing like that.
Yeah.
It's all like these feel like a lot of them feel like cheats.
Yeah.
And that's like, that sucks.
You must be a Cenobite fan watching it going,
yeah, right? So, without further ado, let's go to our best and least. Let's start with the best. Mark Scoos, who's your favorite Cenobite in the entire Hellraiser franchise?
My favorite Cenobite is actually Roland at the end.
Oh,
yeah.
This is an interesting pick. Okay.
Because I love the idea that finally we get an explanation for how humans become Cenobites and why this is so important / just the fact that we closed that movie out with the scene of him basically up there, like, it was perfect what you said. We don't know whether or not this is the greatest gift he's ever received or the worst experience of his whole life and whatever is coming forward. So many of the movies in this franchise told you that humans become Cenobites, but they don't really go into
why.
Yeah, you don't really feel like, oh my God, there's no visceral feeling there. This one I feel like
Elliot Spencer being like Doug Bradley in Hellraiser 2 being turned into it, and it's like, why did they turn?
Yeah.
Why are they putting pins in your head? What is happening?
Yeah. So not necessarily so much for the portrayal of Roland, but just more so the idea that like
narratively what
That's
it
right.
serves.
Yeah.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I actually thought you were going to pick maybe the female priest. I thought maybe it would be your pick.
How about yourself?
My number one. So my runner-up is the Auditor.
Yep.
I think in another, they talked a few times in this franchise about killing off Pinhead and then or he just goes away somehow and then maybe like Angelique takes up the mantle or Julia becomes the queen of hell. And there were opportunities where at some point you could have had Pinhead take a backseat and somebody else could have taken over.
Yeah.
I think in a better version of this franchise, they did that. They had the balls to just go, Pinhead doesn't need to be on the cover of every one of these goddamn fucking, movies, every one of these, covers. So like, I wish they had the balls to do that. And I think the Auditor would have made for a very unique alternative to Pinhead.
Yeah.
He's not my favorite. I'd say he's the runner-up.
Yep.
My favorite? I'm very basic on this. It's Part 1, Pinhead and his posse of Cenobites.
Yep.
That to me is the perfect version of what these you asked me, what are the Cenobites? This is what I think the Cenobites are.
Yeah.
They're not there to pass judgment. They're not agents of hell, including heaven and hell. They're beings from another dimension, another realm, another form of reality on the edge of our own, some sort of world that our brains can't comprehend, where pain and sensation is a currency.
Yeah.
It is what they are made of. They don't adhere to our human rules. They have powers that extend beyond our mortal bodies. They're not limited to like what the flesh can and can't do.
Yeah.
They have wounds that don't heal. They don't need to heal. They don't die from their wounds. Seemingly they can't die. And that there's something so terrifying of these humanoid beings like us, but not us.
Not us.
And the best version of them is part 1, where it's
Yep.
just pure mystery.
Yep.
They show up.
So
and they're-
simple, but
Yes.
so effective. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Nope.
that's my favorite. Mark, what is your least favorite Cenobite in the entire series?
Yeah, I tried my best to sort of keep it to myself while we were going through it, but Chenard.
The doctor is in.
That is just that character did so much damage to the Hellraiser mythos and lore and story. If I could change one thing about this franchise, it would be get rid of him.
Get rid of Chenard.
Yeah,
Dr. Chenard.
Dr. Chenard. Like,
Super Cenobite.
can't stand him.
Yeah.
It defines everything that is so wrong with the worst parts of this franchise. And
Where it explains nothing and just things happening.
and it shouldn't exist.
And why does Chenard, like, what makes him special?
How can he just destroy other Cenobites? And how does
Yeah.
he get all this power so
What is a
quickly?
Cenobite?
Yep.
Like, yeah. No,
And
Chenard kind of sucks.
The fact that it's like the second movie in the franchise
Yeah.
too, like it's not.
There's a figure of Chenard too.
Yeah.
They made a figure of him, which is like, he doesn't. It's like a big, like 12-inch fucking thing.
You
He's got
don't-
such an ugly design too. He's got like tentacles, but like blades come out of the tentacles. It's such a bizarre, ugly mishmash thing. He's like got like a tentacle that like lifts him up.
Yeah,
Like his body is being extended by like a bigger body.
Yeah. But he can cut chains as well with his like.
Oh, and he's got his
snake.
stupid little fight scene with Pinhead. It's crap.
Yep.
Yeah, no. I have a runner-up.
Yep.
My runner-up is Camera Head from Hellraiser 3.
You know, I was gonna list the Three Musketeers just as a.
Well, I'll say this is a franchise with a lot of lame Cenobites.
Yeah.
There's a lot of lame ones. There's a lot of bad ones. Camera Head, he represents the worst, probably like close to the worst this series can get, which is just, let's take a guy and jam a thing into his body and there you go, Cenobite.
Yep.
That's him. And he's like, it's such a stupid look.
It seems like it's exactly the kind of thing you would expect to be created by the movie studio that
Right.
gave no fucks, right?
And the fact that he's got like one-liners.
Yeah.
Ready for your close-up, Joey?
It's so bad. Like, it's such shit. But my actual worst Cenobites, I have a tie. My two least favorite Cenobites, and they're so nothing that you probably are going to have to strain to even know which ones I'm talking about.
Okay.
They're in a couple of the entries. They are Stitch and Bound. So the first time I noticed them was in Hellraiser Deader. They show up at the end because remember Pinhead shows up and he's got like the two guys with him. So Stitch is the one where it's like, the face is like sewn in the middle and it has like no eyes. And I don't think it has a mouth either. It's like some weird Stitch design. And Bound is the one where it's just like a dude with like bondage gear over his eyes and his mouth. That's what they're referred to. Yeah. Stitch and Bound. I think they show up maybe in I think they show up in a few other entries, but like they literally do nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
They have no dialogue. They're not intimidating. They're stupid looking. They just show up. They exist just so that when Pinhead shows up, he looks more intimidating.
He's got a crew.
Yes.
Yeah.
They suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just crap. Yeah. They're nothing. I don't know what their background, you know. As a professional background actor myself, I can state that they're not adding anything to the overall visage of the scene, you know. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, at least they're not taken away from it though. Like,
they just suck. The first I noticed them because I was like, I remember watching it and being like, they don't do anything. I'm like, they're like 5 seconds of screen time. I'm like, why even have them there? Like, so at least like Chatterer has moments where he's like intimidating, you know. He's like intimidating people, right? Like even Butterball from the original is like, they're like slug thing. The female Cenobite talks. Like, there's so many better Cenobites. Like, they suck. Yeah. They do nothing. They're just the prop Cenobites you have for when you need to fill out the background Cenobites, you get bound and
we've got
Stitch.
too much dead space back here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So there it is. We're done. Hellraiser. We're done. This podcast is never coming back.
That's
it's over. It's we've done it all.
That was the whole point of doing all of this, was to get to this one so we could finish it off and be done. Yep.
No, we will return. We're gonna do a smaller franchise for our next one. We've got another Fringe pick.
Yeah.
We have slowly been knocking off a lot of the big boys.
Yeah.
We're knocking off the big horror film franchises. We still have, you know, a few left, not as many as we did.
Yep.
We're going to start getting into some fringier picks, and we're going to get into some interesting picks.
Yep.
I think the next franchise is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you did say we would return. So, I don't know.
Maybe. You'll have to tune in and see. Thank you for watching, and thank you for listening. However you get this this podcast, whether through YouTube, whether through Spotify, please comment below whether you agree with our rankings, whether you think we're full of shit, whether Mark's references are outdated, and let us know some other franchises you would like to see us tackle in the future so that we may ignore them and do whatever the hell we feel like doing, because that's probably what we'll do anyways. But once again, we have there are links in the description there's links to our Spotify. So if you just want the audio only, there's also time codes. So we have time codes in the video if you're watching this on YouTube. So don't feel intimidated by the long runtime. You can skip to any one of the entries. If you don't want to hear us talk about 1 to 4, skip to fucking the timeline and skip to Inferno. If you want to hear Mark's crazy take on how good Inferno is. So you have that. Use it to your advantage. But I think that's all for now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.